Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again. Let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my chunt. Talking now I'm pulling sons. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Big pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me. They ain't never seen one. You ain't really about it. I can see it through the screen, son. They can limit lane busters. Never trusted jump like you want it. My opponents never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump like you want it. My opponents never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the time we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, smoking now I'm pulling sons. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Deep pockets a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, smoking now I'm pulling sons. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Deep pockets a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, saying your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, saying your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, choking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Hip-hop is a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, choking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and
Hello and everyone, welcome to BMPS 2026. Of course, you're watching the English broadcast. My name is Salty and joining alongside is going to be I, Super Johnny, and today is going to be an extremely exciting day because once again, we are down to one of the best lobbies of the country. Group A and D is going to be duking it out. Of course, this is going to be the last 2 days before we move on to week 4, Johnny, where qualification to grand final, semi-final, survival stage, everything is going to be on the line. I want to know your thoughts about this.
I mean, I'm expecting the performances of both the groups, A and D, to take a spike in a similar manner that we saw from Group B and C in the last 2 days of competition, in week 3 in particular. Because one thing you mentioned towards the end, this third week is where you actually once again try to fight for an opportunity to get promoted into a better position, especially if you are in Group D, and if you are in Group A, you're just trying to fight so that you can still stay alive in the fight for a spot for grand finals going into the week 4. Fourth week, it's of the utmost important, but this, performing in the third week, actually gets you to a fighting position for that fourth week.
And I guess it's also about the run of momentum as well. I feel like going on to the finale week itself, everything is going to be on the line. If you are going to be inside of Group D, there's going to be the threat of elimination looming on your necks right now. If you are going to be in those bottom 8, you're down and out, you won't get a second shot as well. But if you are inside of Group A, you have a little bit of that cushion for yourself, right? That direct slot to the grand finals.
Exactly.
It's very lucrative, to be honest.
See, the cushion will be there once you make it to week 4 while still being in Group A. If you get demoted in week 3 itself, then you are going to have to settle for a best case scenario of semi-finals. And that also only happens if you finish inside of the top 8 of Group B in the last week. If you don't, then you're headed towards the survival stages with everyone else apart from the bottom 8 of Group D who are going to get eliminated. We need to talk about that as well. We have the teams from Group A on our screens. Last week, Vasista Esports, WELT, and Genesis made a comeback to Group A after getting relegated to Group B in the opening week of the tournament. But joining them this time, it is going to be H4K, and I'm quite excited to see, as you mentioned, run of momentum. Well, H4K had brilliant momentum last week. Can they keep it going this week as well?
It is going to be very interesting. I want to find out if H4K... You know what, Johnny? We've always talked about this, that H4K, they've been knocking the door of Tier 1 BGMI for so many years. It's finally time that we get to see them in action against the 15 of the very best that the country has produced so far. Group D, if you're talking about, who are, of course, going to be playing the first 3 matches. You've got teams like 7 Aces, GODSENT Legions, Santa Esports, Johnny, very surprisingly did get relegated from Group C and are going to be here. T7 Orion is also going to be in the mix of things. Doxy, Oops Official, VXT, Quantum Sparks have been battling in week in and week out inside of Group D, but they haven't really managed to cross that finish line. Do you think this time they will be able to do so?
I hope so, man, because in the first week, or at least after the first week was done and dusted, it was just Quantum Spark that were in a position where they just got pushed out after that last game from the bottom 4 promotion bracket. In the second week, it happened to 3 teams. It happens to Oops, it happened to VXT, and it also happened to the side of Team Doxy. And all of them sticking around in Group D. I think they are going to try their level best to get promoted. We'll see how things go. But before that, a head-to-head of the performance difference that came from Vasista Esports after they got relegated to Group B in that second week. But hey, now they are back. 62 finishes claimed in the second week, a total of 90 points. And they were very consistent in all of the matches that they played. But since they are back again in Group A, now, again, we talk about Miramar. They're going to be starting on the map of Miramar today.
Yeah.
It's that early fight on Picado. Are we going to see Hector again go for a drop clash against REVENANT XSPARK?
I don't think there's going to be any other scenario in that. I'm pretty sure that the drop clash is going to happen. But you know what? I think those stats that we just saw, week 1 versus week 2, it just does not show how different the lobbies are. Group A versus Group B. Vasista Esports could easily wipe out the rest of the lobby. But inside of Group A, I think they were getting destroyed every time.
I mean, if you take the numbers this way, then you also have to look at the teams that moved inside of Group A in that second week and kind of were able to keep up with the rest of the competition inside of Group A. 2 names in particular, 7 Gods is there, White Walkers are there. These 2 teams kind of did keep up the pace of the teams of Group B. But Wyld Esports is a story similar to what we saw from Vasista. An extremely underwhelming performance in the opening week of BMPS 2026. Second week was all about recovery, and while it might not have been as massive as the one from Vasista Esports, it was enough for them to find themselves back in Group A.
I mean, it's not too bad, to be honest. I mean, look at the total number of points. WELT Esports, 53 points, 36 finishes. I still feel like it's a very good balance in between finishes and then, of course, the overall position points. But for WELT Esports, I still believe that this team, they're yet to be ready right now. They're not ready for the grand finals. It is not the same WELT Esports that we saw inside of BGI's 2026 as well. But we'll still find out if they can actually make it. This week, it's all about keeping your necks above the water level.
Hey man, this is the most stressful week, right? Because you don't know where you're going to end up. If things go wrong, even if you are in Group A, if you were in Group A for the first 2 weeks, if things go wrong in the third week, all of a sudden you're just fighting for that semifinals qualification. But I think the first two teams weren't the only ones, as we mentioned, that kind of a bounce back from B to A. Genesis was the biggest upset in the opening week. After their run in BGI's 2026, people expected big things from them. Personally, I expected big things from Genesis, but the first week was a massive letdown. Second week, there has been a slight improvement, but I want to see more from Genesis. I want to see them go toe-to-toe with the likes of Seoul and Team Tamilas, by the way, who've been very consistent in Group A. Top of the leaderboard both weeks.
Creme de la creme, Team Tamilas, Team Soul. I still feel like for Genesis it's going to be a little more difficult because, you know what, Viper isn't really in the best of forms right now.
Yeah,
Hunters is the only one who's just carrying the team on his shoulders. Of course, you've seen Gravity finding those circles, but then here comes the substitute. Fury and Zap in the bench right now. One of them being alternated in the matches that they play. I still feel like Genesis can find that lovely combination which just works through as well. And I'm hoping that Viper gets back in form. But speaking of the eliminator, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be none other than Dhruv OG. We saw Rapid Chaos do fantastic yesterday as well. And now Dhruv, he just seems to be absolutely destroying the competition.
Yeah, Dhruv is doing quite well for himself. We saw the run from Rapid Chaos yesterday. It was spectacular. And same goes for the side of Autobots Esports. 40 finishes on the board for Lobster. He has been very consistent since the last showdown. In fact, Lobster has been in top tier form. Sarwar this time is a surprising entry inside of the Eliminator leaderboard. We see him there on the third position, and he's there third on the MVP ranking as well. And definitely, I think a big reason why Zero Arc was able to perform the way they did in the opening week and in last week as well. And from the side of Apex Gaming, I think it's a one-man army right now. Jonathan against the rest of the world.
Absolutely. And then, of course, you've got Cyrax from Team AX. But you know what? Unfortunately for Team AX, it's not really going the best according to them. They could not really find that promotion slot for themselves. We, of course, will talk about defending champions, but they are not going to be playing today. Let's just talk about the IGL rankings for now. It is still Punk, by the way, Johnny, at the number one spot. This man is absolutely dominating. But you've got GODSENT Esports, and it seems like their Cinderella run from Group D to Group C to Group B just came to a halt because that last bit of promotion, they could not really find that. But I still feel for True Rippers and GODSENT, they're going to be big threats when the semifinals come around.
And it will be a very interesting showdown on the stats for these two IGLs, because you see GODSENT getting a little bit more average points per game every single time. Team play on the side of GODSENT Esports has been a little bit cleaner compared to True Rippers. But it is Punk who leads there with the most number of top 5 finishes, although again, GODSENT are the ones with the most number of chicken dinners converted, with 4 chicken dinners being there, while True Rippers have only converted 1 match to themselves. And that was, again, in the second week of competition. No, in the third week of competition is when we saw True Rippers claim that chicken dinner. So again, True Rippers, I think, still balancing things out. Let's see how things end for them once we see them in week 4. But we have the schedule for today on our screens. Our journey is going to be kicked off by the teams from Group D. They'll play Rondo, Erangel, and then Group A will step in for the Erangel, Miramar, and Miramar.
Wow, predictions, Johnny, and you going ahead with Team Seoul, of course, from Group A. Is that the most safest pick right now?
Yes.
I mean, all 3 of you guys from the English desk going ahead with Team Seoul from Group A. I went ahead with Orangutan because I believe Aru and his mastermind is doing some sort of magic behind the scenes. For Group D, by the way, it's very interesting. 3 of you all going ahead with Quantum Sparks, and I went ahead with Nonex. Of course, our Hindi counterparts had some other opinions. 7 gods, I noticed, coming in from Maisie from Group A. Do you think that they will be able to perform after surviving that 1 week inside of that group?
I think they can. There is a lot of potential in 7 gods, and it's a very interesting play style as well, playing all huddled up together, forcing fights and using their numbers in individual fights as well. I think that's what's very unique about 7 gods. No proactive scouting operations or opening opportunities are found by them, or they don't even go out looking for them, in fact.
Also, one more very important thing. Naqsh loves the map of Miramar. They are going to be playing those two back-to-back Miramars as well. But ladies and gentlemen, enough about that. Now we are heading straight to the lovely lands of Rondo. And the flight, it's up in the skies once again. This is match number 1, Group D, playing their first game, Johnny. It's going to be exciting. We just have one single flight path for now.
Yeah, one single flight path starting from the northwestern quadrant of the map and ending in the southeastern quadrant. It is leaning a little towards the northern half though, so that could cause problems for a few teams if they are going to try to go for those early recall towers towards Hongshan or maybe Tuling. Jidena City is going to be a big challenge. I mean, it's all the way down towards the southeast. But as we talk about the flight path and the map of Rondo, we all know if it's anywhere close to NeoX Factory, Test Track or Stadium, that is where teams and players are going to look to go. And that is exactly what we see right off the bat. Yulin is still available. Yulin has been a very widely utilized off-drop away from NeoX Factory to go for those early finishes amongst a lot of these teams. So there might just be a few of them fighting for the city of Yulin. The cluster looks a little lighter compared to NeoX Factory. And it's JAGUAR Esports that have decided to drop there along with a few individuals from 7 Aces. Well, it's just one man from 7 Aces.
But look at that cluster on NeoX Factory, Johnny. Oh my god, there's just everybody dropping in. 7 Aces right from the get-go. One man dropping down. Team Esports Social, they find early contact, but somebody from Dragonclaw finds a little bit of a trade as well as 2 players get taken down. This is a brilliant start coming in from Dragonclaw.
3 teams colliding right off the bat as soon as their feet touch the ground, and 7 Ace, well, it seems like they are done with this fight. Dragonclaw Esports racking up 5 eliminations very early into this game, and it seems like they are going to keep the pressure on. They are going to keep rolling from here on out. Rondo, it's getting very tricky, that fight in NeoX Factory. Team Doxy, look at them. They are also taking on Thunder Gods. We saw them in the X-ray far off in the distance, and Team Doxy, it seems like they are building up the momentum in this game 1.
This is certainly an opportunity for them to build up that frag for themselves. Team Doxy, 3 finishes already, but Death God gets shut down. Brilliantly done by Dragonclaw right now. They are moving from strength to strength. 6 finishes already on the board right now. Harshu does have that little bit of the flank angle, knows exactly the position of GODSENT Legion as 2 players get knocked down from the outside. Dragonclaw, this is brilliant strategy, Johnny. 1 player holding down the angle from the inside. Meanwhile, the flank finding those knocks and getting those points on board. They've reached 8 finishes already. A fantastic start for Dragonclaw.
Yeah, dream start for these lads. And of course, there's opportunity to hit double digits already. First, they went after Esports Social. And then just picking off 2 more teams apart. GODSENT Legion, their last casualty. But on the top of the roof, we have a different fight. It is the players of Futurize Esports going up against Versatile and Smoker. Man, oh man. What a play. Just a blind push through the smoke. Finds 2.
It's also going to be extremely important for you to be able to navigate through multiple teams at once, because there's tremendous third-party opportunities as well. Santa, you had to check the angle. You did not do so, and now you are going to suffer the consequences. T7 and Orion find themselves the opening, and that is going to be a big setback for Santa Esports. Of course, from the sidelines, Master is going to find the frag. Quantum Sparks can't really stay away from this fight, can they?
Was it Master who found that? No,
Yeah.
because they saw the player from someone's dream. I think it was Karan who was running out into the open. He was spotted out, and still the players is staying in the same position. Santa Esports, something seems to be going wrong. As Punisher all of a sudden is the last man alive for team. Someone's dream, Ghostface knocked out. They're going for a cheeky revive. Master spots them out. Nice use of the third-person perspective. Free look over there.
Yeah.
2 versus 1. Quantum Spark, they have the upper hand. And Punisher is just forced to hide in a corner. Can't really do much from here.
That was a very cheeky revive attempt at least. But Master, denial was brilliant. Now Santa Esports, of course, is going to be holding down these reins. Have a look at that, by the way. A lot of these recalls have been utilized. Santa Esports, they are back as a 4-man lineup, but Punisher is the only man. Just getting overwhelmed and outnumbered right now by Quantum Sparks. Versatile, of course, chipping in from the sidelines. But look at that third party, brilliantly done. Dragon Claw about to hit double digits. This is early stage of the game. There's still stage 1, but Dragon Claw from all angles. These shots to come in as they converge upon 3 teams, by the way.
They're going to have like 12 eliminations as soon as this fight is done. They knocked out 1 from VXT, 2 from the side of Quantum Spark, and already moving up to 10 finishes. Versatile still fighting back. Smoker does find a trade. And Quantum Spark now are going to be in a world of pain. Dragonclaw Harshu has been shut down though. 11 eliminations for Dragonclaw Esports. 4 recalls still up.
What a start for Dragonclaw, in my opinion. It's still, I still can't wrap my head around the fact that they just found 11 finishes for themselves, and they still have all 4 recalls available, Johnny. They did not even get down once. This is how brilliant they were, of course, around this terrain. But I guess Dragonclaw, they will be looking to finish off this fight at Test Track. They still have those couple of foes left alive. Versatile is going to be one of them. And then, of course, is going to be the presence of Fly Esports. That Dragonclaw might be able to chip up some damage from the backlines. Choke boy. What? How on earth did he land that? He was out in the open, exposed.
It was an impressive shot indeed. And Dragonclaw, I don't think this momentum is going to slow down anytime soon. Look at them. They're just taking their sweet time before they bring Harshu back. R2 is there all the way towards the eastern edge of the map, waiting for the recall. Oh no, tap god! The timing! He runs in, but I believe that player from Team Fly might have spotted him out, and it's Vibro right behind Tap God. Chokeboy on the other front has taken a lot of damage. His HP already down to the last 20.
You know, I'm still thinking about the fact that for Dragonclaw Esports, everything that could have gone right has actually gone right, by the way. They wanted to find those early finishes. They were in the right place at the right time. And even if they weren't, they were out in the open. They're still finding a way to connect these shots, just like this one. Nutty shot coming through from Tap God as he finds his way through the smoke. And Vibro gets taken down once again. Dragonclaw, 13 eliminations. How many more can they find through? Recall has been provided. Versatile Smoker is going to be one of the last men who's been left alive and finds a final lock for himself. But instantly gets traded off from the backlines. This is how good the teamwork has been, by the way. The trade potential between Dragonclaw and their players, phenomenal.
Yeah, they've been planning it all out for the longest of times. And it's been working out really well for them. But now it might be just time to move out of New X Factory. Dragonclaw and Team Fly, they've emptied the entire factory area, but big part of that was the aggression from the players of Dragonclaw. 14 finishes found, just a single recall being used, and Team Flying Esports now might be forced into 1 versus 2. Chokeboy spotted out, runs back behind cover. And at the last second as well, there's Stab God right next to him, but Hunter, I think in Team Flying Esports, they will try their level best to hunt out Dragonclaw if they can.
In my opinion, it's going to be a little too tough. Flying Esports nowhere in position. This nade could have been lovely. Could not cross that doorway. This time a Molotov been thrown upwards. Hunter is constantly trying to move in from one cover to the other. He understands that Dragonclaw have been very good so far in terms of their timing, in terms of the push. This nade was close. This time Tap God, lovely little nade, finds one knock. That is brilliantly done. Still can find one more. The Molotov was there. Pushes back the opposition. Dragonclaw. Look at this. Tap God now moving into the shotgun support from the backlines as well. Impeccable teamwork, Johnny.
Yeah, both of them just moved in sync. They share the same brain cell, it seems like. Incredible coordination on display from Dragonclaw Esports, but with that fight concluded, New X Factory is empty. Futurize Esports, preemptive nade lobbed out by Tony. Doesn't need it though. Aman still goes down to the S12K. And Non-X, it seems like the era of the OG Non-X. The previous roster, it's gone. These lads, they seem to be struggling a lot.
Just 2 players left alive. They do have those 4 recalls available, so they can get back on their 4s if they do want to. But you know what? One team that definitely has suffered a massive performance dip, in my opinion, has to be Team Santa. Back in the day, BGMI's 2026, known as Team Alphas. They were brilliant in their firefights. They were fearless as well. Surprisingly, inside of BMPS Santa Esports, it seems like none of their plans have actually worked out because they started off in Group C itself, now gets constantly pushed back. It's not the best of results that is going on for them. Now has to avoid it, that bottom 12 bracket, needs to push themselves up so that they can at least get that promotion towards Group C. But you know what, Johnny? I still don't believe it's going to pay them dividends. It's anyway going to survival stage. But if they stay in Group D, they will have the threat of getting eliminated.
Yeah, I think that's the only advantage that you get if you get promoted this week. At least you avoid the pressure of elimination very early into the tournament. And you can utilize the matches of that 4th week if you are in Group C to prep yourself a little bit better for the survival stages, for the semi-finals. And make sure that the mistakes that were made in the opening rounds and the qualifiers don't get repeated. Because pressure, performance, everything will be taken to a whole another level by everyone once you eventually reach the semi-finals. But we were talking about Naqsh a few moments ago. It seems like the recalls have happened, but Naqsh has been forced to the eastern edge of the circle. It's an open position. They have Team Doxy right up front. See them in the distance about 200 meters away. And it would be difficult for Naqsh to actually find room to work with if they keep moving up. So we see them fall back into the blue, maybe just looking for loot again.
For sure. As the circle does shift northward, ladies and gentlemen, once again, something which just goes in the favor of Dragonclaw is the circle as well. They find themselves a brilliant share of space. As we proceed, ladies and gentlemen, to the second phase of this game, all the teams did find themselves a reset, but it's just Social could not get that. Recalls not utilized for Social. The entire team got wiped off, and now there's another team who is about to face a similar fate for themselves. Quantum Sparks this time has broken down the rotation of Team Doxy, and brilliantly done as well. This nade coming in from Yashu is, of course, going to pressure him, possibly flushing him out of that position. And Team Doxy bows down. Quantum Sparks, another team to actually find early success. Johnny, 9 finishes on the board for them.
Yeah, 9 eliminations secured. We saw them in the early conflict of New X Factory as well. And now there's been a switch up. They are playing, or gatekeeping, in fact, the southeastern edge of the play zone first. Prey to their game plan. Team Doxy, not even a fight was put up in that one, but Thunder Gods, they are getting challenged by the side of Futurize Esports. 2 knocks have been found as the camp or the trap from the side of Thunder God Esports just it just closes in on the necks of Futurize Esports. Norman does not have a lot of HP to work with. A nade close enough, and even he's going to be knocked down. Oh, this is it. There it is. 3 players out of the way. Last man left alive for Futurize.
You know, it's so unfortunate that physics of the nade itself, right? Since it's like a slope, the nade did not actually bounce off and go backwards. It came right on top of his head. It's brilliant coming in from Thunder Gods Esports right now. Someone's dream up top. They could utilize this position to maybe pin down a couple of those players. Futurize Esports, they are tucked in a shack right now. This Commando can't really move about. Mobility has been taken out of commission for this lad. Still want to find out, can he possibly make his way and go in for the revive? Stoney is still bleeding out. For Futurize Esports, 3 points secured in the early phases. I think if they possibly could have played for those position points, maybe, just maybe before those maps of Erangel, could have had a better stance for themselves. But have a look at this, Santa Esports against Team Oops. Fraga is going to be the only man who is left alive. Reaper, pardon me for that, finds 2 knocks for himself, but the instant trade is going to be brilliant. Santa just finding yet another one for themselves, but it's just the second finish, Johnny.
Yeah, I feel bad for Reaper. Where is the rest of the squad from the side of Oops Official? What is going on with this team? That was such an impressive move, taking down 2. But no value gained. The remaining players all the way towards the northeastern edge. Man, oh man, Oops, not off to a great start. This is going to be a tough match for them, especially with 2 recalls utilized already. They will be able to bring Reaper back, but instantly can be forced into a fight against the players of Naqsh. There's Dragonclaw as well waiting towards the eastern edge.
I'm just looking at the teams inside of the circle right now. You've got Dragon Claw with beautiful positioning. T7 Orion, by the way, has respected the zone and also been very quick to move inside and find this outside of the circle. Brilliantly done. They are, of course, going to be facing a lot of heat coming in from that southern side. You've got TTG, you've also got Flying Esports. Someone's Dream is going to come in from the back lines. Man, oh man. T7 Orion. They will have an opportunity of garnering those finish points from that south side, but you know, holding that position, gatekeeping the other teams, I think that is going to be a big challenge for them.
Yeah, I mean, open space towards the southern edge, but we were seeing the players of 7 Aces a few moments ago. I think just planning out how to deal with the players of GODSENT Legion and Juppie Esports. Could be the early fights for 7 Aces. Dragonclaw towards north, still circling like vultures, still looking for opponents, but as you were talking about T7 Orion, here comes the first challenge in the form of someone's Dream. And T7 Orion, they found the opening. Nade goes out, should be able to get them some extra bit of damage, but it's just going to be there on the player that was already knocked out. They are looking for that second knock, but it seems like they won't find it as the revive comes through. The Molotov is there. Some extra damage onto Dizzy, but he does not seem to care. He's quite healthy to keep the fight going on. The reset for someone's Dream. Can they find a trade knock against T7 Orion? They need to find some cover to work with in this fight.
Yeah, it was a brilliant call to actually bring down those deployable covers because there was no cover available for them. But this time, T7 Orion, they had a player who was completely out in the open. Have a look at that! Brilliant placement coming in from the nade. Someone's Dream pushing up. This is going to be massive. T7 Orion, slowly and steadily, they are losing a stronghold of that fight. Ghostface had information of those two players, could not confirm. And now someone's Dream coming with the cavalry. One player, he's still standing tall. But can he find the finish? Dizzy is still left alive and two players have been knocked down from someone's Dream.
What a turnaround from someone's Dream. T7 Orion, they did not think this is how this fight was going to go. Down to the last man, Modit. And you see Santa Esports in the backline can also potentially claim that finish. But Thunder Gods, as you mentioned, a few moments ago we saw T7 Orion just swinging in and out of that shack. It was Thunder Gods they spotted out. That distraction has caused the elimination of T7 Orion, but someone's Dream 4 versus 3. Scream needs to find the opener, and he fails to do so. The advantage in the hands of someone's Dream. Well, it's completely faded away. Thunder God Esports, they've lost one man in this fight, but they know they are up in numbers. And it's going to be an easy fight for them to wrap up. Look at the shotguns going off in that smoke. The amount of players just spamming their shotgun. It could have gone either way. That was a Hail Mary attempt. Luckily, Thunder Gods, they do end up securing those eliminations. They have 11 finishes on the board. And of course, while all this was happening, Quantum Spark, they have moved up to 10 finishes. And Dragonclaw has moved up to 17 finishes in this match. We haven't even reached the placement point bracket of this map of Rondo, by the way.
Yeah.
One team is already at 17 eliminations. It's unreal.
It certainly is unreal for Dragonclaw to be able to dominate every single fight from up north. They're certainly the kings from the north. We're talking about GODSENT Legion is going to be yet another team. They are trying to make their way in. And of course, they've got a big hurdle in front of them in the form of Juppie Esports. But from the sidelines, Harshoji finds a brilliant frag for himself. GODSENT Legion needs to go in for the refrag, but that won't really be allowed. Look at this, Dragonclaw. It seems like they have a cheap flow state right now. Wait, didn't Choke Boy spot this player out though, is my question. He instantly fell back as soon as he spotted the player. The rest of the players from the back line was there to provide that cover fire. Make it 19 eliminations, Johnny, for Dragonclaw. This is unreal momentum that they have found on this map of Rondo.
Yeah, they don't care what goes wrong after this one. I think after you have gotten those first 10 finishes, you are just free to play Rondo however you want. And
yeah,
that is the position Dragonclaw is in. Now they don't even need the chicken dinner. If they get taken out right here with no placement points, they will still be inside of the podium, I guess.
It almost feels like they're playing for extra bonuses.
Yeah, that's what Rondo is. It's just a bonus map.
Well, we'll find out. Dragonclaw, with this bonus, can they make their way inside of Group C, potentially give themselves yet another shot, take away that elimination threat away from their necks as well. The same can be said for Juppie Esports. Johnny, performance from this team has also been fabulous. I guess consistency along with a brilliant positioning every single time. It's just those late game conversions that has always hurted Joppy, and this time it is a nade that is going to hurt them a lot. Exploser goes down, 2 players still left alive, but these dips, they aren't really going to protect Joppy for long.
Yeah, more utility lined up by the players of GODSENT Legion. And as we were talking about the knock onto Exploser, he's been pushed into the corner. Catalyst is there looking for a revive, but GODSENT Legion, Harshoji, he has been knocked out by Dreams. It's just that it's a 4 versus 3. GODSENT has numbers to commit for the revives, and that nade. Oh no, even Catalyst is in trouble, and the dream of Juppy Esports for this match kept alive by Dreams himself as he hides behind that deployable cover. Backline was compromised to Team Flying Esports. The smoke goes out. It protects him now, at least saves him for the next few seconds, but it is a 1v4. And he can't really stand behind that cover for long. Juppy Esports sent back to the lobby packing. We are finally down to the top 7 of this game.
It's been an extremely quick game, to be honest, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's stage 5, 21 players still alive. This was a very quick map of Rondo.
We have wiped out 9 teams from the competition already.
Yeah.
7 teams are left alive, 21 players, like you mentioned. Make it 20, by the way. Still, men are going down. There's fights happening all over. And it's very chaotic. I mean, look at this. From the backlines, it's a little bit of a sniper rifle action coming in from Scout OP. Seems like we're back in the good old days. He loves DMRs, by the way. This time, the shots aren't really connecting on Alpha. But Santa Esports, the job is basically done. They've sent Yashu up front already. There's absolutely nothing that Santa Esports can do to try and protect themselves.
Yeah, they know exactly where Yashu is, and Quantum Spark are just gonna brutally put him in a chokehold and put him down. Look at that. There goes Santa Esports. Just 2 eliminations from this game. A single placement point had to do them. It's not really the dream start that they were hoping for. We're down to 6 teams, 18 players still alive. Quantum Spark finally spotted out by the Danger Squad. Dragonclaw Esports. It's a mythical performance coming from the players of Dragonclaw. This is supernatural what we are seeing from them.
And also, by the way, I think, in my opinion, they will have the opportunity of potentially breaking records of the best performance so far inside a play of how Dragonclaw destroyed 7 aces.
Dragonclaw is at 20... Sorry to interrupt you, by the way. Dragonclaw is at 23 eliminations right now. Could they potentially just get promoted in just a single match?
That is to be a possibility, but something will Sparks. From the backline, Cyrex arrives, gets away the frag for himself, and it's actually a very risky play from this man, Johnny Nonex. They have been playing it a little safe since it's just 1 man left alive, but now he's taking fights left, right, and center, and now finally, TTG is going to put an end to his hurt. This man was out in the open, and he is going to get punished for it.
Yeah, late rotation coming through, and unfortunately, Thunder Gods is the team that Cyrex gets spotted out by. Thunder Gods, they've been decent in this game, 13 eliminations secured. GODSENT Legion, they have numbers to work with, but for them to actually have a decent result on the match ranking after this match is done and dusted, GODSENT now needs to secure a chicken dinner. Only because of how well Quantum Spark, Dragonclaw, and Thunder Gods have played for themselves in this opening match. Chokeboy, look at him, he's still not given up. 3 versus 2, they have the numbers against the side of Quantum Spark, but Thunder God, it is a different story, and Dragon, I think now finally realizing that they might just get suffocated towards the edge by both Quantum Spark and Thunder God. Need to be on the move.
In my opinion, I think Dragonclaw, they are really quite safe. We'll find out, of course, if they can make it to the final fight. GODSENT Legion on the other side, they are trying to duke it out against Flying Esports. As a beautiful knockout at the distance was found out. But they're still getting laden with nades. Thunder Gods from the back lines is looking to strike the final nail. Abhi TDR, the nade lands right on the money and gets a couple of those players. Still, those finishes are being found out. A little bit of that retaliation is going to be there. Jut finds a little bit of that frag Flying Esports, they're still fighting it out. One man left alive can actually get in those revives, but can Icy with this nade finish things off? This is gonna be brutal. Jut just had to win a fight for himself, but he's still struggling. He's still trying to bring his teammates back, Johnny.
But this has to be very lucky, man. Utility is getting lobbed on you from 2 different directions, and you've only lost 1 player. It's just incredible. Team Flying Esports, they need to make sure that they gain as much value from this second chance at life as they can. Otherwise, it's all going to be in vain. Quantum Spark finally starting to tumble. Yashu knocked out. Scout OP in the backlines. Pushed all the way towards the edge of the blue zone. Not a lot of hope for Quantum Spark from here. But Team Flying Esports, this has to be it. This has to be the end. Jut dropped extremely low. The nade should be good for all 3 of them. The splash damage gets the last man as well. GODSENT Esports, they make it to the top 4 of this game with all 4 players still alive.
But
GODSENT Legions, my apologies.
Yeah, but the stubborn ones from this lobby has been kicked out. I'm talking about Flying Esports. They were holding down that southern flank beautifully, by the way, those 3 players from the dip. But now all of a sudden it seems like there is going to be that moment of silence. Quantum Sparks, 1 man left alive. For TDR as well, they've got those 3 men up and running. In fact, make it 2. It's not really the best of situations for them, but GODSENT Legions as well as Dragon Claw, Johnny, will have a chance to get those 4 extra points from the winner chicken dinner.
Pretty much. But as soon as you say GODSENT Legion, they drop a man. Toxic knocked out. So it's a 3 versus 3 versus 2 versus 1. At least for the next few seconds. Surprise, surprise. Scout is somehow still alive. How did I miss that? He's sitting smack center of the circle.
Yeah, and also the best part is Scout has this enormous hill which is there right at the center. He's got cover from that. So one side of the lobby is completely blind to Scout's position.
Yeah, but how was he not spotted out by Dragonclaw Esports is why I'm surprised with that. This man was all the way towards the southwestern edge and outside the play zone. In fact, he was playing the edge of the blue a few seconds ago, and somehow he has managed to find a way to get in the play zone for the end game between 2 different teams.
Yeah, that play is possibly is going to be one of the most riskiest positions inside of the lobby, but still Scout, I think, kind of anticipates that nobody is going to check that. For Thundergods Esports, they have been pushed back. Dragonclaw are feeling very comfortable right now. They are moving in. They've in fact pushed up right next to this big boy mountain. And I just want to find out what is going to be the rest of the strategy. Do they go wrap around from one side or just they hold back and watch the other teams fight?
We'll find that out in the next few seconds. In fact, stage 8 closing in. In 56 seconds, we are going to have the end game collapse after that. Well, Scout's still waiting to see which one of these 3 individuals will choose to peek him first. And as you were talking about it, I think it is a risky position, but only if he has been spotted out. If Dragonclaw does not know that Scout is sitting there behind that vehicle just hugging the corner, then he can be the unpleasant surprise in their lives that they did not expect.
And knowing the way that Scout loves to play, I guess he would love to take those fights from a distance. I think pinning himself down in that spot, not moving a muscle, not giving away those sound cues is going to be his win condition. But on the other side, I actually have a lot of concerns for GODSENT Legion right now. Look at that, with the blue zone creeping up, the next circle that we have popping up on our screens is going to be the ending zone, Johnny.
Yeah.
And they will be forced to move up. They have a narrow passage, but as soon as they come out of that passage, they will get pinned down from both ends.
Look at the utility difference now. This is where it all matters. 13 nades, 3 smokes, 2 Molotovs available for Dragonclaw Esports to end it all. And Scout, he's just down to 2. 1 nade goes out, just 1 left on him. Alright, that was a smoke that he lobbed out. Maybe just trying to deter the players of Dragonclaw from moving in, but I guess he has been spotted out. They know exactly where he's hiding. The only thing keeping Dragonclaw at bay right now is Thundergods from the backlines. And they are getting eager. They are looking very eager to get involved. They also need to deal with the players of GODSENT Legion, and it is going to be Dragonclaw from the distance striking the first blow. Icy from Thundergod gets knocked out, gets finished off. Chokeboy claims the finish, and now they find the last man from the side of ThunderGod as well. We're down to the top 3. GODSENT Legion still in this endgame with Scout hiding in a corner and Dragonclaw Esports looking to set what will be the biggest chicken dinner record for the map of Rondo.
This is going to be a massive bout right now. 3 teams in contention, but GODSENT Legions, they have been struck massively. Dragonclaw, of course, they are not too safe either. Chokeboy in the front line does get taken out. Have a look at that nade lobbed in right in the nick of time, but it seems like some way or the other, Dragonclaw just finds a little bit of connection out of everything that they do.
They're down to the last man, GODSENT Legion. Ain't no way they get out of this alive. Utility, I think Dragonclaw, they're out of utility. No nades on TabGod. But one thing is for sure, they can't allow GODSENT to go for those revives. It's exactly what's happening. That passive pressure, the threat of the unknown of Scout OP sitting in a corner is keeping them at bay. He hasn't been spotted out yet. Finally gets up from behind the car, finds the knock, and Dragonclaw Esports, they have been caught off guard. Even GODSENT Legion, they are going to be grateful for Scout still being inside of the top 3 as Dragonclaw are finally done. Eliminated on the 3rd. Scout gets shut down and the chicken dinner is going to be taken by GODSENT Legion. What an unpredictable end to that match, an ending written by Christopher Nolan himself.
Yeah, you can't really predict who's going to be able to win it. GODSENT Legion were the first ones to be struck down, but some way the partnership between Toxic and Harsh just finds the end to that match, and of course Scout OP as well, who was such a big hurdle for Dragonclaw. You've got to feel bad. They had no idea that a man is still there, tucked in that corner, and he's been holding that angle since forever. And in fact, amidst all of this chaos, Scout was constantly tossing in those nades as well.
I mean, I don't know if they knew or not knew what was going through the heads of Dragonclaw Esports, because with how the man positioned himself towards the end right in Scout's face, I mean, it was quite obvious that Dragonclaw wasn't aware. But if they weren't aware, then they should have made the pounce when they found the 2 knocks against the side of GODSENT Legion. Looking at the player counter, you would assume that, alright, maybe it's just a 4v4, the 4th man is just hiding in a corner, but you can still try to lob an extra piece of utility or just make that push inside of that 2v2. You have found a 2-piece, you found a knock a few seconds ago as well, so yeah, I think Dragonclaw Esports just not being able to keep the count in their heads and just failing in that endgame. But it doesn't matter. I think they had like, what, 25, 26 finishes?
Like you said, anything beyond that 10 finish mark was just bonus for these lads. They didn't even care if they actually get the finish point and the chicken dinner or no. But 23 finishes before actually getting eliminated, I think that is a brilliant stat coming in from Dragonclaw. Somewhat of a dream start, but they will have to build up on it. I just hope that it's not that Rondo momentum which is kicking in for them. It's just one of those off maps, but we'll still have to find out. But other than that, I think there were a couple of those teams, Johnny, who still performed brilliantly. I'm talking about ThunderGod's Esports. I'm also talking about Quantum Sparks, who had those 10+ eliminations for themselves. And these are teams who have been struggling inside of Group D for a very long time, by the way.
Quantum Spark had a lot of eliminations, by the way. So there will be a massive vacuum of the finishes at the top. Dragonclaw will be a big reason why it happens. And TabGod, man, oh man, 1426 damage dished out, 11 finishes, 411 heals done.
Yeah, for sure. The stats just speak for themselves. And Dragonclaw, in my opinion, I think it was more than an individual performance. It was a brilliant team effort as well. TabGod with 11, Chokeboy with 9, Harshu with 7. What sort of a performance is this, man? I mean, it is out of the books. It is unconventional, but for sure it works for Dragonclaw, at least for now. But ThunderGods, you can't really scoff at that performance as well, as Closey also finds 5 finishes for himself. Harsh OG with 5 finishes from Team GODSENT Legion. Still want to have a look at the highlights once again, maybe find out somewhere down the line, Quantum Sparks, how many finishes did they found out for themselves?
I think about 14 or 15 eliminations is where Quantum Spark ended, and making it all the way towards the top 2 of this match. That gives them over 20 points to kick off their journey of this day. But here's the thing, right? I see, right, Salty, that I think Quantum Spark, they've done well for themselves in the opening match for every single week. They've started off on a great note, but then slowly and steadily, they just get dropped outside of that top 5, top 4 situation.
Yeah, you're kind of making me feel older now, Johnny. calling me icy was really, really
Yeah,
bad.
these sort of conversations, it's usually me and Icy that end up having.
It's like
The demotivating conversation.
yes, straight from the dinosaur eras. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about the highlights once again. We talk about the dinosaur era once again. Scout OP just showcasing his presence of mind as well as his spatial awareness, I think, in the last moment to be actually stuck in that corner. He knows that he's got the finishes. His team has done the job as well. Now he just needs to find those extra bit of position points.
I would like to listen to the comms of Dragonclaw Esports. I need a little bit of clarity on... first of all, I don't think they knew that... They should... Oh, it's so much confusion. Because there was an exchange of utility. He had been there for the longest of time, and with how held back Dragonclaw was, I think it was just the fact that they weren't overextending into his angles that kind of gave it away that they know where Scout is. But then, at the very last second, to go and stand in his face like that.
Yeah. I mean, it was unfortunate, but ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving on. It seems like Dragonclaw with 32 points, Quantum Sparks with 22, and GODSENT Legion with 21 points from the chicken dinner. I think it's one of the best starts towards a game, towards a group that we've seen so far. One of the highest fragging games that we've seen coming in from Dragonclaw as well. Nobody's been able to cross that 30-point mark, if I am not terribly wrong so far in BMPS.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
This is the first time. I think, again, I'll be very honest, when we were down to the top 5 teams, I was expecting, not even top 5, top 4, I was expecting Dragonclaw to clean house. That way they would have had 31 finishes, and if they walked away with the chicken, and that would have been a 41-point game. We have never seen a performance like that in BGMI on Rondo, and it would have been amazing to see. And by the way, nothing taken away from Dragonclaw Esports. This was nothing short of a miracle what they've just pulled. 32 points. Also, did you see the top 4, how they were? A team in the 30s, two more teams in their 20s, a team sitting with 18 points. And then you have the team on the 5th position wondering, what are we supposed to do now? We are 12 points shy of the team above us. They just have 6 points.
That is what is supposed to happen when the gods play against the slayers, of course. I'm talking about the slayers who are up top and the gods, they are down underneath.
That is very true. The only gods in the top 4 is Thunder Gods, because that's in their name.
That is in their name as well. And do you know what is in my name? It is a beast. It is actually not, but ladies and gentlemen, you can try it out. It is the lovely little Monster energy drink that is with us, of course. But of course, we will come back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
The brakes, and I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That on the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is definitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. In my veins, trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. Heart of a kid, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is definitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire.
Welcome back after that short break, and after witnessing such a massive performance from Dragonclaw Esports, I'm pretty sure Icy, you were just flabbergasted. I mean, watching a team get 32 points, even though they did not even get a chicken dinner, that's just insane.
Yeah, you know what's really impressive was that I wasn't expecting Dragonclaw to come up swinging like that, because they won the entire Neox factory right from the get-go. Yeah. And I think they got, what, like 16 finishes pre-circle 1. That was just very impressive. Like winning one fight at a deficit with what? Sometimes you gotta count on luck, you know, looting whatever is on the ground. Winning the first fight, sure. Winning the second fight, all right, you know. But at that stage, you're probably running out of ammunition, running out of mats, yada yada. Taking out a third team, taking out a fourth team. Wait a minute, what is going on with this team? Because they just completely wiped the floor with this lobby.
I know, right? I mean, things have been looking so great for Dragonclaw Esports, at least in the first game itself. But then you just start to wonder, what exactly was going wrong with this team in the first 2 weeks? We did not even see a performance close to this. The aura right now Dragonclaw possesses is just far superior to a lot of teams we've seen so far.
Yeah, and at the same time, so this is pretty much the last shot of pretty much guaranteeing their slots into a survival stage. You don't really want to be in the Group D for week number 4 because that is where you are going to be fighting for survival. Being in the bottom 8 on week 4 means you are going to be eliminated from BMPS entirely at whole. So I'm curious to see whether or not will they be able to make it to Group C because that's where the real practice screams happen for them during week 4 itself. But on screen, obviously, you know, GODSENT Legions, they also did really well. They also made a little bit of a bounce back here, considering the fact that they did drop down into Group D, respectively. And their counter team, or in this case, GODSENT, is already in Group B.
I know, right? I mean, for GODSENT, things have been looking great in the previous group. Unfortunately, they were not able to squeeze themselves in that top 4. They were not able to make it towards the Group A itself, but it's fine. Still from Group B, you can directly head on towards the semifinals. But back towards this group itself, right now the competition definitely seems fierce. Even Quantum Sparks got a solid game in their hands. Scout was able to stay alive till the final 2. That's just insane as well. And even GODSENT Legion now waking up. This is probably the best performance we've seen so far.
Yeah, but I'm going to keep my money to myself for a little bit here. We've seen things kind of happen during Group D for the past 3 weeks where, okay, they do well in day number 1 and then kind of flop in day number 2. Quantum Spark being one of those teams. DC, hopefully, you know, things go for the better. This is one of the biggest bangers performance here. I think this has to be the current record for the most amount of points in a single game so far. Well, not necessarily the points, but more like the finishes in a single game.
I mean, especially if you consider the stance they had in that game, right? Third position, still getting 32 points. I think that's for the first time we're seeing a team finish on third and still able to get more than 30 points. That's just immaculate, supreme stuff. But as I mentioned, right, it's not just about that one team. Right now, Dragonclaw is definitely sitting with a massive cushion, but it's also about the teams underneath them. And as I mentioned, for GODSENT Legion, yes, the first game was incredible. Probably the best performance so far from them, but it's also going to be about teams like Quantum Sparks. And speaking of Quantum Sparks, they have been constantly missing on the opportunity to get promoted.
Exactly. And as of yet as well, I'm also worrying for a couple of teams as well, non-X as well as eSports Social. They were somewhat of the favorites of expected teams to actually get promoted into his Group C, however, hasn't shown signs of life. The only time we've seen them here was week 1, but every week has been a complete flop. And now in this game number 1 as well, it hasn't been looking great for them. So hopefully they are going to be able to bounce back here. They still have 5 more games. They still have time. But of course, safety net is on the line. So qualifying in Group C, you're pretty much set. Regardless of outcome, in week 4, you're set for survival.
I know, right?
But if you're still in Group D, ooh, boy, good luck.
Yeah, things are not going to be looking good for you. And as we know, the bottom 8 from Group D directly gets eliminated, so that just gets even worse. So you just got to make sure you're at least moving on towards the upcoming stage. At least you're moving on towards the survival stage itself, and you might just be going to be around the safety block if you do perform really well. And let's not forget, from the survival stage as well, we're going to be seeing a massive cutoff from the teams. So survival stage is definitely going to be extremely brutal. But we are also expecting good performances from banners like VXT now. And looking at VXT in that first game, man, I do not really know what to expect. The first game was down the drain. You brought up Esports Social. Esports Social died right off the bat. They only got one finish point in that game.
It's just a little bit unfortunate here. Hopefully they are going to be able to bounce back as well. But as of yet here, Dragonclaw, they've pretty much over-exceeded the overall expected average per game of 10 points per game. Right now, they do have a 3-game advantage. Can they seal the deal? Well, we got to stick around to find out because we are going to be jumping straight into game number 2 as of yet, as we are going to be jumping into the map of Erangel.
The map of Erangel now boots upon the screen as the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Milta Power towards the opposite side. It's going to be Corey. And since the plane flat path is tilted down south, if the teams want to move on the northern side, for example, towards Jasna Poliana, it's going to be a tough stretch, but you can still make it. It's not going to be an issue.
Well, seems to be a little bit of a balanced flight path here from all these teams, but I'm genuinely curious here. Are we going to see that high fragging moment from DC? Are we going to see the confidence coming from them again? Like, considering the fact that, hey, amazing game, number one, but right now, are they confident enough to actually clash on towards every single one directly as well? Like, are we going to see the passive gameplay approach, or are we going to see that aggressive approach here? Because as of yet, nothing is pretty much certain coming from this group. And in particular, I feel like coming in from the confidence from game number one, I think technically, in terms of firepower-wise, they do pretty much have a little bit of a big gap over the rest of the competition as of yet.
Without a doubt. I mean, the rest of the competition right now is still pretty uncertain. The way Quantum Sparks played in that first game, at least we know they're off to a fantastic start. But let's not forget, we've also got a few names like Team Doxy and Oops Official. The last week, they did pretty good. The performance was nice. But are we going to be seeing that same wavelength from them? That's the question. Circle popping up around Hospital. Big Boy Mountain's going to be the smack center. And there's probably going to be a decent amount of teams going for that control. Probably Dragonclaw themselves.
Ooh, it might be a major fight as well between Quantum Sparks as well. Like, Quantum Sparks does have the tendency to actually go for the mountain itself. They did trail behind it a few times, but it seems like on screen now we do see a little bit of a oopsie here for Team Doxy. He's pretty much separated from the pack, doesn't have ammunition, needs a little bit more backup. And Esports Social has got him big. Pid here. And fortunately for his teammates, seems like they were able to find a Dacia for him. He's going to be able to get out of safety. Esports Social finally fires away, gets a nice headshot, but not enough to get the knock though, but it is enough to do the damage. Team Doxy actually almost getting knocked off. He's down towards his last HP. What? How did he survive it? That was a headshot as well.
Yeah, it indeed was a headshot. I mean, for Team Doxy, it's unfortunate that the confirmation might just not be there. Or even the knockout. And as of now, you've got Santa Esports making a pounce against FEZ. This fight's going to be a tough one to convert for FEZ. And look at Santa Esports. They've got no idea. The man's is back. And man, oh man, he strikes the first man down. The person's down from the side of Santa Esports. And now it seems like the surprises, they start to unravel. But even the man from the side of FEZ, his position's compromised. A DBS for a point of personal combat for some reason. That man from Santa is showing his back, but now finally realizes that he's also going to be taking too much damage. There's no point in just showing your back like that. You better just fight back instead. FBZ now making that push. What is he even doing? He saw his own death approaching, but he still did not react.
My goodness, Punisher, what an outplay as well. He ran, showed his back, intentionally trying to bait out a little bit of support fire. Was able to do so, but FBZ may have messed up there with Tony not pulling in the barrel to actually take that fight. But seems like they are getting systematically dismantled here in terms of gunpowder. As FVZ Commando is forced to actually take a look towards Alpha's position. It is going to be the support here coming from Santa to try and provide a little bit of cover fire. But I think Commando may have set his sights on the wrong target. His teammate is slowly bleeding out down below. And the rest of Santa is going to be looking for those resets.
Without a doubt. Futurize Esports. Still, they've got him locked in the sights. And they just keep on dropping the bodies even more. Futurize Esports as of now with how things are. Them being a two-man squad fighting off against the entirety of Santa Esports. Now converting the fight just seems impossible. And Santa Esports, they've just got a better grip on the fight in general. The opponents just can't do a lot. Not a lot of options available to try and explore.
Yeah, Santa really wants to get out of this sticky situation here, but the teammates are pretty much still stuck. They don't really have a lot of meds and utilities to work with, and they still need to get those loots up as well, with the circle slowly circling up towards the north side. They're pretty much on the edge. They are late in terms of timings. As you can see, Santa, especially for Punisher, slowly backing off. He's patching himself up with those bandages, but they're pretty much starved. Or FEZ finally makes a call saying, you know what, it's just not worth getting caught out in the open. They themselves are pretty looted out as well. That's just conceit. They've already lost the members. And they are going to try and reset on a different pathway, which I don't think they do have a lot of options to work with, to be honest.
Yeah. And look at this. What am I watching? I see man from T7 Orion right next to the foes. Esports Social in the proximity. And this man from T7 Orion can definitely pop off if the opportunity is given to him. And he can already feel the heartbeat. He can hear every single possible footstep. And maybe the boys of Esports Social, they've got no idea that there's a man from T7 Orion just in the close proximity nearby. And Superman as well, he's so close to him. The moment he walks inside of that window, things will be done for. Maybe someone down line, he's got a bit of that idea, but eventually he gets caught too. The trades instantly happen.
Oh my goodness, Joyesh. That has to be the sickest save as well. Instantly trades his way through. But T7 Orion, they're not too happy. They've lost a player. They are going to try and chime in to commit to this fight, T7 Orion. Now, pretty split off as well. Seems like Esports Social, they're getting their isolated fights, and Bad OP is able to find one on the sides. Reverse, where were you looking?
T7 Orion. Remaining 2 men. And both players, they seem pretty uncoordinated. At least this time with its got some cover fire to play with. The man from the back is going to try to find that cover fire. What is he doing? So many mistakes from both the sides, and now with it, he's also getting drive-by by the other. And eventually, T7 Orion now on the verge of collapsing completely. For some reason, the man from the back was not able to provide that proper cover. And that's why now he's lost out on his teammate. Mudith is done for.
Okay, T7 Orion may have just dropped the ball right there and then. Esports Social, nice little recovery. Someone's Dream is looking to try and potentially third-party this. Seeing that the players from Esports Social are pretty much down low, but they are able to get a decent amount of points. Someone's Dream, they're deciding if they want to go in for the push. Seems like just not worth taking the risk here. Esports Social, they get themselves all completely patched up, but right now they're surrounded. And they're really unaware that they should be getting out of this spot here, but it's still too early to say if this is still safe or not. Someone's Dream still looking their way through. The buggy is pretty much exposed. I think Esports Social knows what's up. Finally spots him out. Here comes Stray. Looking for the knock, but no knocks here. Almost gets dropped himself.
Yeah, and Esports Social, at least they've got all the 4 men standing. Damage was inflicted, but damage is not going to be enough. You can anyways patch yourself up. It's not a concern. Someone's Dream on the opposite side. They're just going to back away from the scenario. Next circle, that's all it's going to be quintessential. And if you look at the southern side, still it's FEZ locking horns with Santa Esports around Quarry. And Futurize Esports, this game is already spoiled. They do not even have proper loot to actually continue the journey. So this one seems like it's done.
Yeah, it just might be it as well. FEZ is still outside the zone for no apparent reason because of the encounter, like you said. But now Circle actually traverse all the way towards Everest, and Quantum Spark is at the tippity top. DC going to be on the bottom three. They are going to be having a lot of freebies coming in very, very soon here. Very, very early rotation coming from them. And it seems like the rest of the teams are also trying to find a little bit of an entry point here. Flying Esports going to be dodging the entire commotion on the edge outside of Pachinki. We've got Joppy, we've got Nonex, we've got VXT, we've got Thunder Gods. Everyone is just trying to play onto the outskirts of Gatka to find a decent amount of compound, knowing that if the circle shifts down south, it does give them a little bit of a leeway to work with on those compounds. However, if the circle shifts onto Everest, they're pretty much stuck out in the open. Tricky circle to play with.
Yeah. I mean, especially Big Boy Mountain Circle usually does get kind of tricky. And right now there's a team on top of that hill. It's going to be Quantum Sparks. Look at Hoops Official driving around the fray right next to that team. A bit of that drive-by coming through from their side as well, and now Hoops Official. Unfortunately for them, there's already a casualty from top, but Hoops is not going to be stopping anytime soon. Hoops instead, they try to inflict the same pain and hurt, even on the opponents. And right now the opposition, they're definitely taking a bit of that backseat. Going for the confirmation on the fallen man of Hoops. But there's also a few shots taken from the top. Hoops needs to be cautious. Surrounding is filled up with too many foes.
This is a tough spot to be in. They have to wrap this up as quickly as they can. Two major fights, third parties looking in this compounds. Closey almost getting taken out by the Molotov, but Oops Official, they are grouped up, so they should be fine for now. Thunder Gods still hasn't actually approached for this fight. It seems like Esports Social is actually chasing them from behind. So Thunder Gods, they need to wrap up a plan here. Do they take this fight against Oops or risk getting third party? But it seems like they are going to make the call to back out instead. Nades has been dropped here to kind of must their exit strategy. And it's worked out. They get out safely for Thunder Gods.
Yeah. A free exit. But maybe not fully done yet. Because there's also a few more teams around that spectrum. I understand Icy. His name is Icy too, and he's making that mistake.
Okay.
Driving into a tree, buddy.
Okay. At the same time, Thunder Gods, they do find a new compound to work with, so they are going to try and equalize the spot here, knowing that there's just nothing much they can do as of yet. The game is a little bit slow this game, as we said as well. Elimination on the line. If you are still stuck in Group D, next week is going to be a very, very difficult battle for each and every single one of these teams, except for the 4 teams that is going to be promoting. But it seems like the circle is going to shift on towards the mountains here. Quantum Sparks is going to be very happy. Same can be said for Dragon Claw as well, down to the south side. They do have a lot of teams that they can actually mess up here, especially they are trying to rotate their way through. However, for the north side, GODSENT Legion, 7 Aces, Team Doxy, they will have a little bit of leeway to work with. There's only 3 teams up north, while everybody else is kind of colliding in from the east and from the southwest.
Yeah. A major fight's going to happen around the southern side, including Santa Esports as well. They're probably going to try to be the opportunistic ones. And right now, Team Doxy is looking to take a fight against GODSENT Legion. Team Doxy, a few nades were tossed out, but Doxy themselves, they've taken some sort of damage upon themselves. And himself from the side of Team Doxy just commits, and that's going to be an overcommitment coming through from him. Team Doxy, they're going to find themselves in probably one of the most dicey situations, and now even the last man is just going to send it. What were they even thinking before making a pounce like that? He was so uncoordinated.
Yeah, but at the same time, that was a very clean takedown here coming from Toxic as well. What a defense, what a shutdown, and what an ambush as well. Just like that, Team Doxy stood no chance, got completely annihilated. 7 Aces, they've heard all these commotions, but they just do not have the angles to work with. They're a little bit too far off to try and join in the fray. But it seems like 7 Aces may set up Amy Jaw to try and force the issue, but as of yet, there's no reason for them to actually push out as well. The circle is still in play for them. GODSENT Legions immediately get stocked up from that engagements here. You can see they are slowly enjoying the reaps of rewards here. My goodness. That was a very, very nice delivery here coming from Team Doxy, I would say.
Yeah. Nice little freebie. And that's what I'm saying. Team Doxy was just so unorthodox in that fight. Even if they wanted to make that pounce, at least they should be pointing as well. But it felt like everyone was just making those individual solo pushes, and that's why they got absolutely just slaughtered, shattered. Now Godlike Esports taking a fight against Onyx. Those shots are definitely pretty close, but not close enough. Thunder Gods, now even they started to drop down in bodies. A man is knocked out. It's just the back and forth. That's what's going on. So many dead bodies just lying around. So many knocked players as well around the field. Thunder Gods Esports, they have to let go on that man. But now they also need to consider the fact that they need to make it inside of the safety line, while Non-X, they're trying to hand out the recovery. Official as well around the fray. There's just so many teams around this block, and this was expected. The moment the circle took a shift, Oops, Non-X, and Thunder Gods, they clashed.
Yeah, but at the same time, Oops was able to capitalize on the situation as well. As soon as they heard those gunshots, they made it for the count. But T7 Orion Esports, out of nowhere, uses Proning's way through, finds a freebie, but eventually gets taken down. But he definitely did spoil the game here for Thunder Gods here. They were looking to try and clutch things out with 3 players, but a wild loose straggler out in the open actually picked them all off. That's going to be a point for FEZ. However, the damage has been done here also towards Thunder Gods. But now new problems still arise. The circle is going to shift towards the west side. The mountain is not in play. A partial part of it is in play, but it's official. They go back to home. And guess what? They anchor down to try and shut down any rotation swinging their way.
Unfortunate stuff. Onyx once again just falling apart. Making that same mistake. They've got no idea who lies around them. And Onyx is now just getting ripped apart slowly and steadily. They're getting dismantled by multiple teams at the same time. Thunder Gods Esports, they decide to back away the moment they steal that one elimination point. And now for Onyx, it's just Hexy standing. He cannot really be the difference maker. There's no possible way he can be. With one finished point only on the board, Nonix's chances of doing anything inside of the game, they're down the drain. This one man, all he can do is just maybe place himself around the top 7, top 8.
Yeah, he's going to try and follow the zone here to try and get in the zone. But as of yet, QuantumSpark, they hear all these commotions, but they have not decided to take action yet. They're trying to get a couple freebies here and there, but it's not happening. But meanwhile, Esports Social down to the center is going to be colliding on someone's dream.
Questionable moves from the side of Esports Social, but right now, it seems like it's definitely paying a lot of reward. And someone's dream, 2 players instantly done and dusted. Esports Social getting gifted that compound, but now even Oops Official, they come in with a quick third party. Nate's tossed out from the side of Esports Social to stop that pounce, and eventually they're able to find the first knock as well. The second man gets taken down low, chipped low. And Esports Social now trying to create some off angles to try and find ways to punish the players of Oops Official. But Oops Official, another mistake they make in that Joyish. He's just ready with a shotgun up close and personal as he hammers down the player. Reaper is now going to be the only person in the proximity, and somehow Oops Official almost survived.
Yeah, but Esports Social, they still hold on. They still manage to defend the compound. They lose one in the process. But the stray bullets from afar was able to chip them away. Gave Oops a little bit of a glimmer of hope, but it wasn't enough. Esports Social, they will hold on. And Circle is currently in their favor as well. So they've got all the time in the world. And now it's all about aiming for those placement points. However, for DC, they have been a thorn on the east side as well. They haven't exactly gotten a lot of finishes here, but they're doing a fantastic job zoning players here. Same can be said for QuantumSparks, but this time, GODSENT Legions, they try to make a little bit of a mad push up top, gets punished instead, and now they're forced to disengage, leaving one player behind, right underneath the hands of QuantumSpark.
GODSENT Legion.
Oh no.
Oh no, it's probably one of the roughest spots to be in, and an impossible terrain to survive in. 2 players already fallen apart, and QuantumSparks now with the man advantage, and not just that, even the positional advantage from the top. They've got a nice drone view. This man from GODSENT Legion, even he slips down. Oh no, gets even worse. Yeshu now realizes the blue's on the move. It's better to just back away and reunite with your teammates, and that's what he's going to do. For GODSENT Legion, revival's impossible, but now the blue's going to be doing a decent amount of damage. So GODSENT Legion, they need to be on the move as soon as possible.
Yeah, but what can he do is pin from the north and pin from above. It seems to be a very difficult task as well. QuantumSpark has decided to let him live for a bit, as they've got bigger problems they have to worry about, and that is going to be descending the mountain. As you can see, DC already making their way into the cornerstones of this next phase of the zone. But they have to be afraid of QuantumSpark as of yet. Vasista, however, goes in for a slam down south, gets caught out by a team, and someone's dream collide. And VXT will be able to pick off the 2 loose stragglers coming in from someone's dream.
That was such an awkward collision. Someone's dream had no idea where they were heading, and VXT was just ready for this fight. Now it's going to be a third party as well from Jumpy Esports, and you already know this team, they're quite hungry for points. VXT, they already do manage to shut down one of the players, but just shutting down one player is not going to be enough, as Jumpy Esports, they rip apart 2 of the players from the side of VXT. There was still that one man alive, but he's way too far away. And the man up close and personal is trying to keep his position anonymous. Spartan has pulled off an insane clutch in the past against Scout and the boys. But this time it's going to be a different team in the name of Jumpy. And Spartan's just going to back away. This time Spartan will surrender.
It's a little bit tough to do so as well, with the circle forcing them to rotate away. Jumpy Esports with a very sloppy third party. Almost takes down Spartan, but he is going to try and make a bad dash here. But look at this. Spartan's position. There's just gunfire left, right, front, and center. Where do I hide? Finds a small little shack. Is this safe? Seems like he is going to make the attempt here. And he is going to be A-OK. Smoke's being set up as well. He tries to make a bad dash. It seems like Flying Esports may have missed the timing.
Flying Esports, for them to take down Spartan, it's not going to be a tough deal. Yeah, with the back of the utilities, though, it's definitely going to be extremely tough. You're just going to be burning through meds and also utilities. There's so many players, so many teams looking at Flying Esports' compound. So this is definitely not a safe spot. But if you are just going to keep your heads tucked down and stay completely silent, then it is going to be one of the best spots possible. Zero Arc. Now in a bit of a problem. 7 aces with how things are looking. Santa Esports, they're just delivering care packages over and over again. Those are surprise packages, but none of them explode at the right point.
Oh, 7 aces. Oh no, Punisher was able to get the Molotov through as well. Gonu, he thought he was safe. Ran through the Molotov and got taken out. That might be the opportunity for Santa actually collide on towards them.
Are they going to do it though? That's the question. Look at this. Probably one of the most awkward engagements once again happening in this lobby. Santa Esports, they had no idea that the man from 7 aces is going to push up like that. And Santa Esports, they were just ready for this clash. One last man left from 7 aces, and this time he will not be able to ace this fight. At Santa Esports, they deliver another solid surprise.
Oh, what a mistake from 7 aces, but props to Santa. They were able to capitalize and when an opportunity is presented. But let's take a look at the recap here. It seems like Quantum Sparks and Dragon Claw was forced to collide. And it seems like Quantum Sparks, they had the upper hand and they were able to wipe the floor with them. DC pushed up, could not find the opener. And it seems like Archie was able to just completely fend them all off. And just like that, they get taken out. And one player actually oversteered his car way past the zone and actually bleeds out to the zone. That is a very awkward situation here for DCX, considering that they had one of the most dominating performances in Rondo.
Not a big fan of what just happened there. Especially Dragon Claw with the amount of points they got in the first game, then just dying without even doing anything in this game. Just getting 3 points in total, that's definitely going to be heartbreaking. Consistency is something that we always ask for, and right now DCE does not have it. But still, the amount of points they got in the first game itself, it's going to compensate for this game.
Well, they still have a 2-game advantage, I would say. 10 points per game is where you want to be at for at least the top 4. They're still meeting their quota. At least for the next game, if they do have like 7 points, they should be able to patch the mistakes from this game. But for Santa, this is a very, very good sign for them as well. They've got 8 finishes, 4 men healthy for the endgame zone. And placement points are finally in play with 7 teams remaining here. However, Alpha, you're looking in the wrong direction. There's someone right beside you. GODSENT Legions. Seems like Master is able to somehow sneak into the zone. A little bit of drive pass here. Coffee Price spots him out, but no knocks here. Now Master, he's surrounded. He's going to take advantage of the smoke to try and buy him over time. And guess what? He finds the knock instead. And just like that, Santa may have made the mistake. And now Coffee tried to save the day, but he got shot and knocked by Flying Esports.
Oh my god, the third parties, they're just saving the day for GODSENT Legion. And somehow this one man, he was able to sneak in so many finishes for himself. Santa Esports, absolutely in shambles. Oh my god, they tried to recover from that setback, but then just got eliminated, wiped out from the game. Sometimes you just gotta go with the flow of the game, my friends.
Oh my god, Flying Esports, you are definitely the guardian angels here for GODSENT Legions. They prayed, he prayed, and the answer was served on a silver platter. Santa just completely shut out. However, you still go down to Flying Esports, but the damage has been done. That is some points here for GODSENT Legions. And they will break past the 30-point mark. 5 teams remaining. Flying Esports now shifting their focus to the next targets. And that's going to be Joppy pretty much across the road out in the open with not a lot of cover to work with.
Esports socials around this boat. And they're also locked in the sights of the opponent. Quantum Sparks as of now tapping away against Flying Esports. In Flying Esports, there's a man exposed to a lot of threat, prone to a lot of threat. And Icy, I don't think he's going to be able to make it out for too long. He's getting away with a lot of things right now. He's also on the move. So even Jumpy Esports now quickly needs to be on the move themselves. But Flying Esports, they've got him locked in the sights. A nade tossed out right on top of Jumpy Esports. This might just be the deal sealer. It was so close. Another one tossed in that same trajectory. This one has to connect. It does, but not enough. The damage is just not enough. They're barely surviving on a sliver.
At the same time, Joppy barely a little bit of a window to work with here. But seems like the sticky bomb was able to find one knock. But they've got 25 seconds to reset here. But the circle is going to force them out and open here for Joppy. Flying Esports, they themselves are outside the zone. They've got 2 problems right now. Focus on Joppy or push into the zone. And right now, they haven't really decided what to do. And in front of them, still Spartan as well. The solo warrior for VXT. And he's got Flying Esports completely pinned. Pick your poison here, Flying Esports. Who do you go? Seems like the first move has to be made here. Jumpy actually getting scouted out while trying to make a run for it. Gets taken out. That's the opener here for Flying Esports to back out.
It was expected though. Jumpy Esports was anyways going to be slaughtered no matter what. They were trapped. Still, the fact that one man is alive, that is just insane. He should not have been allowed to stay alive. And now Flying Esports finally realized that eliminating the threat as early as possible is going to be the best thing as they push up close and personal and wipe out the entirety of VXT. Flying Esports right now, they've got the most amount of men alive in the lobby. While Esports Social, they've got the best spot available in the lobby. Quantum Sparks looking to take a fight up close and personal. It's going to be street brawl between Esports Social and Quantum Sparks. But even Flying Esports is going to be around the spectrum, so you cannot just pounce on top of your opponents like that.
Yeah, technically, Quantum Spark has the better high ground, but they just don't have the numbers to actually pin them off. So right now, Flying Esports is going to try and chime in. Finds the knock on Archit. It seems like Quantum Sparks just might actually drop the ball here. Master pretty much out in the open. Hunter, take your time. You don't need to rush this. He's missing all his shots, and Master finally gets a connection, but he immediately gets ran over. With the assist from Flying Esports, they take him down, and now Esports Social, they are going to climb up to try and chime in, but they missed the timing window.
It is fine though. Esports Social knows all they need to do is just play defense. And now they're also going up against the entirety of Flying Esports, a 4-man squad. Esports Social's defense, it needs to be on point. Joyesh, cover fire as well, it needs to be there from the compound. One single slip up and you're done for. All the opportunities will just fall in the hands of Flying Esports. And right now, Flying Esports, they've also got the positional advantage. You can look at it. They control the majority of the terrain. Esports Social, the man is forced to fall back as Joyesh, he takes too much damage. And now you can look at Judd. He's trying to create the off angle, and Judd is also getting pounced. But eventually, Judd finds the knock onto Manny. Manny knocked out. Esports Social, things now starting to crumble down. Manny messed up big time. He should not have went down like that.
Oh boy. It feels like every single player in this lobby is trying to go for those 1v1s. True. Isolated fights after isolated fights. And now Esports Social, who arguably had a little bit of advantage, just pretty much dropped the ball, and now Flying Esports gets the full reset. And Esports Social, they actually back out towards their compound. What were you thinking? You should have just committed to the fight.
Questionable moves. I mean, I see if you look at the entire game, we have seen too many questionable moves. So many unorthodox pushes, so many unplanned moves. And maybe that's why a lot of these teams are over here in the Group D. The planning, the execution is not too right. Flying Esports still busy with cooking those eggs and tossing them in the front. And Joyesh now finally cuts off one of the players. What are you even doing? A rookie mistake, not even checking your surroundings. And Esports Social now is on the verge of being gifted the game. But maybe not. Joyesh is now the only person left standing against the entirety of Flying Esports. 1-on-3 situation cannot be converted by Joyesh if he keeps on playing the same way. Joyesh now finally checks out, gets the first man. Things are just looking so isolated. Why are they not playing together? That's my question. And Joyesh is just getting away with murder.
Oh my goodness, Joyesh. He's thinking of confirming those points, but you can see the panic and paranoia from Joyesh as well. He's expecting the rest of the teams to actually push up towards him and did not realize that they are all spread out. And now Joyesh, he's pinned. Judd has got the front end completely locked out now. The nades come in. Judd sees out and open. Finds the perfect timing window here. Joyesh needs to get the knock for an opener. Signs of hope still alive, but with the circle coming in, seems like he doesn't really have a lot of options here. He's going to bleed out in the zone, and just like that, they go down. And Flying Esports will clutch the winner-winner chicken dinner, but Esports Social denies the final point to them as well.
There's so many questions in my mind, so many weird moves we saw in the game. So many teams did not even care about proper calculative moves. We did not even see proper coordination between teams in this game. Yeah, Flying Esports, they played it pretty well, of course, props to them. But with the way some of the fights that were converted in this game were just so weird.
I'm on the same page with you, Necro, here. Like, usually I kind of disagree with your perspective, but I can feel the anger after watching this game. Guys, this is BMPS. This is a pro team. Like, this is a pro tournament. Why does everybody treat this game as a solo tournament? Exactly. I don't get it. This is a team game.
We saw too many solo pushes, and that's why even one of the teams got wiped out around containers, and that was also one of the most questionable moves in my head. What exactly were they thinking, right? That was also one of those things. Esports Social, this team in the week 1, they were popping off on a different level. Week 2, we saw the performance drop down big time, and week 3, we all know what is currently happening with them.
Like, I generally don't know what's going on in this lobby. Like, okay, first week everybody was doing well, second week everybody was doing well. Yeah, they're still in Group D, blah, blah, blah. But this is the Pro Series. By now, you should be working as a team to try and fight for survival. But for some reason, after Rondo's games, especially the domination from DC, everybody else kind of gave up hope. It feels like solo warriors after solo warriors.
Yeah.
Joyesh, well done. You were able to clutch things out, but you were just given individual, isolated fights throughout the entire time, which just should not be happening at all.
Yeah, they should have just committed, especially when they know that there's only one man inside of that building. Every single person should have just pushed up right against Joyesh and gotten that finish point confirmed. That's what I'm talking about. But still, props to Joyesh getting those 6 finish points. It's incredible. And also getting 1192 damage dished out. Archie this wall is right there from Quantum Sparks. Props to QS as well. They have been really consistent. The first 2 games, QS's performance is top-notch.
Yeah, Archie was able to have a very, very good clutch against DC as well, stopping the tabletoppers. But now, like you said, 2 back-to-back consistent games coming from Quantum Spark. Is this finally the time that they get promoted towards Group C?
Did you see my prediction? I predicted Quantum Sparks, buddy.
I also predicted Quantum Sparks.
Usually I never predict Quantum Sparks, but this time I believe in the power of Quantum Sparks. I believe it's not just going to be a spark, it's going to be a volcanic eruption.
Hopefully. But at the same time, for Esports Social, they were able to clean out the fight against T7 as well. Like, again, Esports Social getting a lot of individual isolated fights, which this fight initially in the early stages, where T7 actually pushed up individually here. The only synchronized push that I felt that kind of happened was a little bit sloppy with Team Doxy, but again, GODSENT Legions pretty much already set up shop.
And then this was also one of those fights, right? Someone's dream. The way they got just picked up by the players of Esports Social. Honestly, Esports Social, that was a well-picked fight from their side. But then Oops Official. This was another one of those moments where my head was just not functioning well. I had so many questions in my mind coming through against Oops Official. Why would you push like that? And if you do push like that, why are the executions missing?
Yeah, it's a little bit weird as well. But props towards Esports Social for being able to hold on. But this small little clutch here from Masters, from GODSENT Legions, was able to just completely clean out Santa. Was very, very lucky as well with Flying Esports providing the cover fire. But at the same time, it does give them a little bit of a safety net to work with as well. They are doing pretty well in the overall standings. But can they pull through? It's going to be my question. But yeah, this individual brilliance coming from Joyesh was just phenomenal. He was given every single fight 1v1s, and finally Flying, they've decided, wait, we kind of threw the game. Let's play a little bit more tactical. Pin his only 2 other options to get out. But you know what he did? Denied the point.
Yep. And I think that's the best possible scenario Joyesh could have actually came up with. Because he was anyways messed up. He could not have gotten out. He could not have survived. He could not have won that 1-on-2. So he just gave that elimination point. Gifted it to the gods themselves. Flying Esports with that chicken dinner, 17 points in total. Esports Social, they had a lot of elimination points converted. That's why even they got 17 points. But this is where things do change a little bit. GODSENT Legions and even Quantum Sparks, back-to-back consistent games. And Santa Esports, we're finally seeing some sort of improvement from them.
Yeah, I agree. Santa definitely played it really well. It's just very unlucky that their timing, that a random guy is just proning out in open, which normally in those circumstances shouldn't be happening. But considering the circumstances that GODSENT Legions was pinned because of them and also Quantum Spark on top of the mountain, that's why there was a random stray out in the bush as well. So a little bit unfortunate timings from them, but for the rest of the pack, seems like everybody else was just struggling to find some points. Even DC as well made a little bit tumble. They were doing a good job initially zoning off the teams on the east side. That's why we can see even Oops, T7, Someone's Dream, even Nonex, everybody was just completely taken out in the open as well. So I think DC pretty much set up the stage, but they just could not convert it because the fight that they chose was pushing up towards Quantum Spark, which arguably doesn't really favor them at all.
I mean, we saw such good performances, right? I see from Oops Official and even Team Doxy last week. And right now, look at them. On the latter half of the board, Oops with 3 points. And then you've got Team Doxy getting 5 points. What just happened to them? Where's that same performance that we saw last week? They're just completely on the opposite side of the spectrum. Now, if you look at the first half of the board, you will also see Thunder Gods right there, Flying Esports, a team that's coming in out of nowhere, securing good points. Even GODSENT Legions, I never thought GODSENT Legions going to be doing this good, but right now GODSENT Legion is currently sitting inside of the top 3 with 30 points, by the way. In the span of 2 games, getting 30 points by a team that we never expected to, that is some crazy stuff.
Hey, for all things considered, GODSENT Legions did get relegated from Group C, so they do have a certain standards here. Yes, they were not able to push themselves back into Group C, but they're still a Group C team.
Okay, so, well, they're just going to be back to the basics again if they do get promoted, right? So, for GODSENT Legion, anyways, it's a win-win scenario right now. They're getting a lot of points. They're actually doing pretty good as well. They're getting more than expected points. So, for GODSENT Legion, if they keep on moving up with the same pace, one thing is confirmed.
Yeah, but at the same time here, we are going to be having a little bit of a stats here for you guys here on DC's performance in terms of their head-to-head performance as well. During week 1 and 2, this was their overall stats on the left side as well. Their average survival time was pretty much non-existent. And guess what? In 2 weeks' performance, they were only able to get 34 points. But in week 3 itself, seems like all these improvements have kind of made a little bit of change for them because in 2 games, they were able to get 32 points instead, which I think kind of that has to be the biggest improvement so far.
I know, right?
Straight up.
That is just a straight-up catapult. Because the amount of points they got in 1 game, usually they get that many amount of points in 6 games. So, Dragonclaw, the way they played that game of Rondo, everyone was shocked. Even I was sitting in the back lines looking at that game, and I was like, wait, is this really DC and their performance? But now I know why they won that Upthirst Rising Esports India series. But right now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
रोज खेलता है आप भी ट्राई करो
अबे असली का 650 करोड़ देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई
जीत गया छोटे भाई ये देख
BGMI पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो
You know what? Dragonclaw, Quantum Sparks and all of these teams, they certainly are giving us a show, but they still have one more game to prove their worth and prove themselves whether or not they can get inside of Group C potentially. I mean, they still have one more match day before they can actually prove that. But Johnny, once again, we are back. It is going to be one last game of Group D. And so far, it seems like we do have the usual suspects at the top, don't we?
I mean, one usual suspect in the form of Quantum Spark. We just saw the stats of Dragonclaw Esports, the performance, the stark contrast in their performance between the opening week and how they are playing, at least for now. It has been an exciting state of affairs, and I just hope that they keep on moving with the same momentum. On the other side, I think a nice little reset has happened on the overall leaderboard with that match 2 getting concluded. Fly Esports catching up Esports Social, trying their level best to make it happen. They do find themselves in a fighting position, but they need to make sure that they get about 10 to 15 points more on the Erangel if they want to find themselves inside of the top 4.
Exactly. And I think before tomorrow commences and today's day ends, there is going to be that slight chance for Team Doxy to maybe come back as well. You know what? Team Doxy was one of those teams alongside Quantum Sparks who were constantly giving us good performances, but they were unable to actually push themselves inside of Group C. But we'll find out if they can maybe do that in the last week before week 4 begins, ladies and gentlemen. We still one more game left to happen. Johnny, GODSENT Legion with the first chicken, Fly Esports with the second one. It seems like the unpredictable bunch is actually coming up with performances for themselves.
Pretty much, and it's not just these 2 names. ThunderGod Esports, or ThunderGod Tortuga, as their full name says. They have been quite brilliant, at least in the first game. They were nice to look at. In the second game, there was a slip-up, but the massive performance, the massive numbers that were gained on the map of Rondo have still kept them inside of the top 4. They need about 8 to 9 points from this game of Erangel to maintain that position, and it doesn't sound that difficult with the kind of momentum they have under their belt right now.
You know, you speak of momentum, ladies and gentlemen. We are not going to be breaking any momentum for you guys as well, because we are going straight to the map of Erangel. Let's find out who actually gets the chicken dinner in this one as we begin our 3rd game for Group number D. It is going to be interesting for sure. The flight path beginning from the hills of Stolber and ending towards Primorsk. Johnny, this, of course, is going to be a very basic flight path unless and until you want to go somewhere towards like Milda, Pava, Novorupnoy. Those are your favorite drops, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I like Novorupnoy. Don't like Milta that much, to be honest. I mean, it's just open positions up north. Can't really engage into long distance conflict. You're just straight up getting pushed or shot at without any cover available. But anyways, what I do like is the overall rankings that we have on display. And man, oh man, I mean, it's been a phenomenal run for VXT as far as their performance on Erangel are considered. Quantum Spark, they're sitting second with 56 points secured in all the Erangels combined till now. So that gives us a lot of hope. But then we move on to the next teams that are competing for the top spot. And you see Dragonclaw are all the way 16th. Just 12 points from all the Erangels they've played so far in the 3 weeks of competition. Hopefully they can do better. I would love to see Dragonclaw sit at the TBD top of the leaderboard at the end of week 3.
You know, that number 12 points is like 1/3 of what they found inside of the map of Rondo.
Yeah, pretty much. But what I wanted to move towards was Team Doxy, Esports Social, T7, Orion is there, Juppy Esports is there. Now, these teams are the ones that have started off on a struggle, and this last Erangel of the day could also be their last opportunity to catch up to the top of the leaderboard that is sitting there in the mid-30s right now, and of course, gain an opportunity to fight for the promotion into Group C tomorrow.
The same can be said for VXT as well. I think the Erangel run has been phenomenal, mostly in terms of position points. I think the stark difference which I could observe between VXT and Quantum Sparks was the fact that Quantum Sparks is quite heavily a very frag-heavy team for now. 56 points out of which they've got 40 points out of those finish points itself. Still want to find out, but have a look at this. Santa Esports, quite exposed shots from the sidelines. Futurize Esports with the VSS. Such a rare sight, Johnny. Somebody finding a knock with this weapon.
Yeah, Santa Esports and Futurize absolutely exposed in the open, fighting for that early control of Query. The flight path did allow them to drop close to Query, but this drop clash, it's quite awkward. Commando does find the opener, but it's an instant trade. And that too, Punisher with that Scorpion. Just, yeah, not what you would expect. Alpha, I think they should be able to bring him back. Should be an easy revive considering majority of the players from Futurize Esports are just inside of Query. And Santa Esports were able to catch Commando off guard as he went to pick up that vehicle. Nothing on Shooter to be able to find a trade or maybe just bring back the advantage into this fight against the players of Santa Esports. There's the reset happening in front of us.
But you know what? It was a very scrappy fight, at least for Empire Originals, if you are concerned about them. Nowhere in position. They went in for the vehicle itself. And ever since then, I feel like that man was stuck in that garage. He had no way to actually move out. His teammates could not actually provide that cover fire as well. And Santa Esports, in spite of all of their struggles, they were very quick to find out the trade-off as well. The refrag is still not there from Futurize Esports. Still trying to cover in that gap, but you know what? If I was Futurize Esports right now, I would head straight to the circle.
Quite far away from the play zone, Futurize, and also far away from the top 4 of the overall leaderboard. Second last right now, just above 7 aces with just 3 points to their name. And Shooter still looking for information. Should be able to spot out Coffin and Punisher, making that bounce towards Norman. Or at least the information needs to be relayed. Norman will need the cover fire from the other side of the hill. Prone down. Waiting with the UMP. And Santa Esports still just out on the prowl looking for their prey.
Norman Jr. does have the DP28 this time. Still holding back, by the way. I almost thought that he's going to spray through all of those 47 bullets in the chamber. Coffin quite exposed, both the players. In fact, Santa Esports, that was a scare. But now Coffin is going to find yet another chance. He has dropped down Punisher quite low on HP as well. Futurize Esports could not capitalize on that position. You should have found those knockouts. But now, I guess if you do try and overextend, the shots from the backlines can hurt you. Santa Esports, this is not looking too good for them.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for them, but I think Futurize Esports, they need to realize that they have the edge. Punisher with that booster, with that energy drink, will be able to slowly and steadily recover the HP, but Shooter from the distance does find the opener. Krafton has been dropped extremely low, and Shooter can find the second knock as well. He needs his teammate to get a little aggressive, to be confident. Just a single shot to the body, and Krafton falls, but it doesn't matter. Krafton, how does he find that knock? He was there with just about 10 HP, and he still finds the advantage. Futurize Esports are just crumbling without a fight.
They do have amazing trade potential. It's just the fact that the players are so split away from each other. It's not really paving them any dividends right now. Santa Esports is going to get back. They might even find the reset as well. The fallen player has been brought back up. Alpha, of course, is going to bleed out. Unfortunate stuff for Santa Esports. But still, it didn't really make sense, honestly. When Shooter got the frag from the sidelines, I almost thought that Santa Esports, they're hunkered down in that corner.
Yeah.
Only for me to realize that Futurize Esports, they are nowhere near to take this fight head on.
I feel bad for Adonis. It's just been, he's been forced on revive duty through and through. But now as he falls back, Santa Esports, they can try to catch Futurize Esports off guard. Shooter in particular can be completely pinned in this area. And I think Adonis has seen him move as well. He's moving up to the high ground, and he knows his teammates have a cliff to work with as well. It will be difficult for Futurize Esports to find their way out of it. And I think with that, the struggles of their journey will continue. Santa, they aren't going to be too happy losing players early over here as well. They are still sitting in the middle pack with just 7 points, 14 points to their name, 7th on the overall leaderboard, and need about, let's just say, 12 to 13 points to say that they have had a decent day one on the overall leaderboard. It's still going to keep them outside of the top 4.
Very true. Unless and until, of course, Santa Esports kind of pull something, maybe a page out of Dragonclaw's book. Something happened with this team. Once again, one of the players did get knocked out. I still feel the revive is going to be there, but Futurize Esports, they're not away from that danger zone as of yet. Blue zone creeps in, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving towards the play zone. Now, this is taking us towards school, towards Yesnaya Poliana. The circle does share a little bit of Severny and Stolber as well, Johnny. Majority of the teams might just be in a mix of things, whether or not you commit to that northern hemisphere. But as of now, there's that Blake cluster forming around that Rozok region and the boatyard as well. Those places, they are going to be occupied already.
Dragonclaw Esports quite close to the players of T7. And at least for today, if you find yourself anywhere within 100 meters of Dragonclaw Esports, you need to run for your dear lives, unless you are Quantum Sparkers. For the teams, well, quite close to each other. But T7 Orion, they aren't having a fun time inside of Group D. As we mentioned, just 3 points on the overall leaderboard. And even the circle is not really favoring them.
Did Maisie pick up T7 Orion as his prediction today?
I don't know, maybe. I don't remember.
Maybe, there's a big chance. I heard him somewhere talking about T7 Orion, and now look at them go.
But they've just been relegated last week, so...
Yeah, and now they are 15th inside of Group D as well. Yeah, for sure, they will have the opportunity of a comeback, but in my opinion, this is rather a very bad start for T7 Orion inside of this journey. The circle, like you said, it is a hard shift towards the south. There's still majority of that southern periphery, which is still going to be in contention, but the circle is taking us still in between that region, the barren land of school, mansion and shelter. And the teams will have to remember this. There's not going to be a lot of covers, not a lot of compounds as well. You will have to carry your vehicles along. Meanwhile, GODSENT Legion and Quantum Sparks come head-to-head, almost colliding. But no shots being taken, no shots fired. Quite a safe exit for Quantum Sparks, Johnny.
Yeah, they've made it all the way to school, which is a big surprise, to be honest. Just moving through that massive cluster, still keeping all 4 players intact. But even though there's no one in the main school building or the pool area, Quantum Spark just do not want to risk running into a trap, moving up to the hills, moving in for that high ground advantage. It gives them a lot of vision, but of course the trade-off, as always, is that you will be quite exposed. But moving in from the northern islands, now down to the main island, we have Oops Official And as they get closer to the compounds west of Yasnaya Poliana, they can have a potential run in into 7 aces. Few shots taken by Amy Jord, but no contact. And now Oops official will be aware of the presence of the threat that is waiting for them indoors. Shotguns go off. Amy Jord not prepared for the fight, gets punished at 7 aces. It's gone bad right off the bat for them, this fight.
Yeah, 7 aces. They were on the back foot right from the beginning of this fight. Amy Jord shouldn't have fired when he knew that his teammates weren't in position to provide him the support. Oops official quickly capitalizing on that opportunity. Now they are pushing back 7 aces. They've taken their compound away from them. This lone man, of course, he will try and reposition, but from the back lines, Team Doxy, it is an easy knockout. Can Team Oops official find that confirmation is going to be the question, but have a look at this. Afu OP. Man has activated the third eye, Johnny.
And Doxy as well, by the way, are going to be brutal. You see, they've sent one man on the other side just to make sure that they have vision and an opportunity to put a chokehold on the players of Oops as well. This is, well, on paper, it seems like perfect decision-making to go for these third parties. And look at the radar, the constant switch-ups that Team Doxy is making just to keep Oops official on their toes. But while this is happening, 7 aces, they're down to the last man. They've been forced on the back foot and can't really look to get involved in the action anymore. But look at the shift of the circle. Doxy now has pressure in this fight. They have a few extra seconds to make things work.
You know, Johnny, right now, more than the teams, the circle is just toying with these teams right now. First going down south, then moving up north. It's still a brilliant position for Team Doxy and Oops official. But like you mentioned, Oops have been absolutely struck down. Thankfully, of course, they did manage to escape from that position. Team Doxy backing away from that fight. But on the sidelines, even GODSENT Legions, in my opinion, Johnny, I think it's a lovely position for them.
I mean, yeah, they are going to be able to avoid all of the conflicts happening down towards the southern half. And look at that cluster. I think WEXT just barely has an opportunity to take those fights in a straight line of fire, but they will have to be on point with the shots that they take. So many teams in the southern half. Esports Social, Juppy Esports, Someone Dream, Team Fly, Dragonclaw forced towards that southwestern edge. It's going to be a big challenge to survive. Futurize Esports, last man making a run for his life. Well, not the last man. The last 2 men from the team still alive in this game, but for how long is going to be the question.
We'll find out for how long does Flying Esports stay alive this time, though. Thundergods Esports not really in the greatest of positions. 1 man being knocked out, and Flying Esports, they just keep on coming like flies. And now this time, they are going to take down Thundergods quite comfortably. Did get that 1 casualty, but I guess it is going to be a positive trade. But you know what? This was a test for Flying Esports for sure on how good the defense was. But I want to find out how good the offense for Dragonclaw can be this time. Like you mentioned, the timing of that rotation wasn't perfect. They are outside the circle right now. They're going to struggle for sure.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, they should be struggling, but on paper, they should also have less than 30 points. They have just been incredible. Dragonclaw Esports. Same can't be said for T7 Orion, as we do have Phantom on our screens, looking to see if they can find a trade against someone's dream, as T7 are on the verge of losing their second man in this fight. Reverse has been knocked out. And I feel like Phantom might just be getting baited over here. Needs to be cautious. WEXT from the distance also has a line of fire to put some additional pressure on him.
The angles and the sightlines right now, it's going to be so tough for all the teams on the outside to try and protect them, because you have no idea where these shots are going to come from. Flying Esports, thankfully, of course, they do have a compound, but not for long, because even they will have to give up on this compound, on this hard cover, when the circle does shrink. And of course, a point of conversation being that, where does the circle go next time? The first iteration, it went down south. The next one, it went up north. This time, we have a central shift. Futurize Esports, they have found central positions, even Santa Esports. But I think for Santa, they're going to miss their numbers.
Yeah, they're just down to the last man, and I think it will be difficult to hope for Santa to recover and somehow manage to make it into the top 4 for this game. I think that should make this opening day of the 3rd week for them kind of okay, but we're talking about Dragonclaw finally going up against Juppy Esports. Juppy needs a big match. They're still sitting on single digits, just 9 points, 9th on the overall leaderboard. Unfortunately for them, right now they find themselves up against Dragonclaw, but Dragonclaw aren't interested in fighting, and it makes sense considering they are pushed outside of the play zone.
I kind of think it otherwise. I think Dragonclaw are looking out for an opening. They did come down south in order to find that injection point inside of the zone, but Juppy Esports on the other side has done a phenomenal job. They've left 3 players inside of the circle. 1 player on his buggy has been constantly moving around, keeping Dragonclaw in check, not giving them that vision, that area of play as well. Needs a little bit of creativity from Dragonclaw if they want to breach past the defenses of Juppy Esports, but look at this, Fly on the other side. We saw them exiting their compounds. Now they are going to be out in the open. They are, by the way, Johnny, sandwiched between 2 teams. On their left side, they've got Someone's Dream, and on their right-hand flank, they've got T7 Orion. Not an easy fight.
Yeah, and if they cross the ridge, then it's going to be 3 teams because there's NON waiting on the buildings up ahead.
Yep.
And Flying Esports right now, I think for them, information is what they're looking for. They need to scout out positions. They need to know where the threat is. And of course, where there's a cluster of players that they might need to avoid. Spotting out the vehicles from Someone's Dream gives them something to work with at least, but we'll have to see if they can play the spot, the position out to perfection. Oops official on the northern edge. And I think both the teams just circling those buggies on the ridge. Oops, and Team Doxy just looking for info, but finally it's go time for Flying Esports. Going up against T7 Orion, and they lose 2 out of nowhere. Quite unfortunate, not the fight we expected for Team Flying Esports, but unfortunately for them, it is going to be an early exit in this match. Just 26 points secured in the 3 games they played today.
You know what? I kind of expected this is going to happen. T7 Orion, they were on their right-hand flank, Flying Esports, in the search of those injection points, in the search of entry inside of the play zone. Just headed straight to T7 Orion, and they welcomed them with open arms. The only good thing is, of course, T7 Orion did take casualties in that fight, so 2 men left alive isn't really going to be devastating for the rest of the lobby at least, but even they are playing in from the edges, and they've got Versatile Esports on the other side, spotting from the distance, shots being taken. Not a lot of damage is going to connect, but T7 Orion, they are under fire as one last player stays alive. Someone's Dream is going to crash in out and is going to become the nightmare for T7 Orion right now.
Yeah, this was bound to happen. It was an unavoidable situation for T7 Orion. As we spoke about it, you cross the ridge, there's non-X towards the south, you have Someone's Dream, and they try to move towards the northern side where BXT was taking free shots on T7 Orion from. But finally, I think the circle shifting away towards the western side is going to force the hand of Team Doxy, and Oops official, he gets out of the car. It can be a big mistake. Nade has been lined up. RYX, he gets knocked out, and Oops finally find themselves on the wrong end of this fight. Team Doxy, they're hoping for a big play. They should not at any point allow Oops official to recover or go for those revives. And look at them just shooing away the competition. Death God, UNQ, a little bit of overextension, but these HP advantages, they should make it easy for them to secure these knocks.
It's been a massive deadlock for a very long time. Team Doxy, especially with those drive-bys, finding that creative playmaking opportunities. This time they're still yet to push up inside of the compound. Oops official will get some sort of cover for themselves, but they're still taking shots. Not for long as they get buried 6 feet under. Team Oops official, they have been eliminated, but elsewhere, have a look at this. GODSENT Legions, they send it straight to school apartments, and now Dragonclaw is gonna feast on their finishes. 3 men still left alive. Dragonclaw, in fact, make it 2. They're fighting against Toxic, who is looking to find that entry point. Does have the DBS as well, needs to connect those pumps. On the outside, Dragonclaw, 1 man connected. Can it be the 1v4? Can it be the 1v3? Yes, he finds all of them. GODSENT Legion, brilliantly done, Johnny.
Calm, composed under pressure, and of course seizes the moment, seizes the glory of that 1v3 against Dragonclaw Esports. And what an unfortunate exit for Dragonclaw as well. I think this would have been the match where they were hoping to cross that 40-point marker, but they failed to do so. And GODSENT Legion, let's not forget, another team that did do quite well for themselves on the map of Rondo. Are down to the last man, but 4 points from this match closing in on Quantum Spark and Dragonclaw for tomorrow. Next in line, we have Esports Social, and after them, BXT, who are still in this match, but what a nade coming through from Rex. Made it look easy, and an easy wipe, an easy point secured.
It was so perfect.
Yeah.
The nade, the cook was perfect. The throw was on point. He just hit the bullseye with that throw. BXT now is going to be closing in 17 points. It hasn't really been the best of starts for Vasista Esports, but I still feel they can make amends inside of this game at least. 4 points to start things off. 3 players still left alive. And now the lobby, I think the crowd is sort of starting to settle down right now. Naqsh, of course, is going to be under fire. Someone's dream from the distance, taking constant shots at them, keeping Team Naqsh at bay, but it's not going to help them anymore.
It's not just someone's dream. Naqsh, I think, in the line of fire of Quantum Spark as well. We just saw that vision. And Cyrus needs to be cautious. Look at this, Hexy. Slowly and steadily, they're sending in players one by one. Not really wanting to overcommit, but someone's dream now will have the luxury to just close in a few meters, maybe hope for a Hail Mary nade to connect and find that opening, because positions need to be traded. Someone's dream, they are playing the roadside towards the eastern side, and as soon as they move in towards the edge of the circle, they will be in the line of fire of VXT, and that's the big threat they're trying to avoid.
You're talking about VXT, but I'm talking about the threat that is looming over the head of Naqsh Esports right now. Like you mentioned, if someone's dream does manage to cross that road over, there's no way Naqsh is going to have a shot. They are completely exposed from their backlines. We'll have to find a way to secure that. Maybe a couple of smokes can do the job, but still go back to school apartments. Joppy Esports, currently out of the circle. They will have to exit these compounds extremely quick. And on their way, they do have those lads from Esports Social, can actually make their job quite difficult. In fact, for Joppy Esports, I guess Esports Social is also going to be one of their very important enemies on the overall standings.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think Esports Social, for them, they need to realize this is their time to shine. This is their time to move into the mid-30s. Majority of the teams inside of the top 4, in fact, of almost all of them, are nearing the end of their journey for this match. You see GODSENT, Legion, Toxic, the last man left alive. Well, he is the last man, and he's getting pushed by Esports Social. Quantum Spark, they can't do a lot. They are there at the center of the circle, but they can't force themselves into the action. They don't have the numbers to make it work, because of which they won't be able to claim a lot of points towards the endgame stages. But we'll circle back on that discussion in a bit. Someone's dream. It seems like the collision against VXT has happened, and this is what I was talking about, by the way, a few moments ago. Someone's dream, as soon as they move towards the roadside, as soon as they move towards the edge of the circle, VXT will put up pressure, and this knock allows opportunity for Naqsh to fight on someone's dream with equal numbers. But Naqsh, they are very hesitant in making that move.
You know, for someone's dream as well, the retaliation tactic of the smoke cloud is still going to be there, but Versatile Esports, just so stubborn with their shots, they just keep on tapping away inside of the cloud. This time it is going to be Hexy, of course. Brings down a man extremely low. The nade has been pushed past, but is it going to find the connection? Yes, it does, by the way. Someone's dream, they are going to be struggling in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the street right now, and they are going in for a revive. Meanwhile, Naqsh, the push does come in. Joppy Esports overwhelming them with numbers from the backlines as well. One man getting taken down. Is it just Amman left alive? Not anymore, as Joppy Esports claim another scalp, and Naqsh gets sent back packing.
No one saw that coming. Naqsh, they weren't aware about it. When we were seeing the players of Naqsh lob the nades towards someone's dream, I just saw the man pull the trigger towards the hill. I got curious, looked at the map, and out of nowhere, Joppy Esports, that run down the hill, just brutal on the players of Naqsh. But the delay in committing for the circle by someone's dream, it's going to force them to bite the dust. Dizzy knocked out and finished off. And someone's dream down to the last man as he makes a desperate run for his life for a few extra placement points from this game. Ghostface has been spotted out, and in the next few seconds, I believe he will be turned into a ghost himself.
You know, Johnny, somebody has to give some extra brownie points to Joppy Esports for being actually brave enough to exit those school apartments. They had Esports Social in the compound, but they still sent it in against someone's dream and found success. It's a brilliant push, a brilliant rush. But now they are going to be out in the open. And and even the circle has betrayed them kinda. So now I'm not really sure if Juppy Esports will be able to get back to safety. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Catalyst is going to be the only player from that squad inside of the playing area. Team Doxy is also going to be the last player left alive. 5 finishes for this team. He's vying for those extra bit of position points, Johnny, but Versatile just constantly keeping on tapping away. Especially inside of this shack, I guess. Doxy, it should be very easy pickings for Versatile.
Yeah, I think with the amount of smokes that have been lobbed out, I think VXT, every single player should just constantly be tapping away at that door. Just single shots. As soon as you see the hit marker, you just tap a little bit more. Just make sure that that man is as low as possible as a single digit HP. But Quantum Spark, master, man, oh man. A precise spray finds a player from the side of Juppy Esports. Finish gets stolen though. And with that, Juppy Esports, they are also down to their last 2 surviving players. Not an easy endgame for them. But, you know, for a team like Esports Social, this will be easy. They have all 4 players left standing. They have the cover of the last building of the school apartments towards the eastern side. And well, in fact, the broken wall, they're going to be forced to move out. But numbers to work with. If they can shut down VXT, Esports Social potentially can take the second spot away from Dragonclaw Esports and can be tied up with Quantum Spark, who, by the way, have moved up to the first position in the overall leaderboard now after making it into the top 5 of this game.
You know what, Johnny? I am going to disagree because Esports Social, they are so exposed right now. Versatile coming in from the sidelines is going to be their biggest threat. Of course, if they take care of Versatile Esports, this is going to be absolute no one who will, of course, put a stop to Esports Social. But now, when they start pushing inside of the zone, there's enormous open spaces that Quantum Sparks can punish, that Versatile Esports can punish as well. Versatile, meanwhile, I kind of like the fact that they are still sticking together, not being extremely greedy and trying to cover majority of the zone by themselves. They know that Esports Social is stuck. Nade sails in, covers a lot of those miles, but did not hit exactly the target. But Versatile, they still have that slight high ground advantage, Johnny. I guess they are going to get so much information from that TPP angle. And if they can shut down Esports Social, maybe a couple of players, Esports Social, the game is spoiled.
Yeah, pretty much, but VXT need to maintain vision of Esports Social as well. That's the one thing that has me concerned for now. They constantly keep moving in to check on the players of ES, but that's not going to be enough. They need to proactively try and shut down the numbers, and I believe one reason why VXT might be hesitant in moving towards those angles has to be utility. But Juppy Esports finally eliminated from the game, and with that we're down to the top 4. Shots taken by Yashu from Quantum Spark, and Joyesh from Esports Social has been knocked. Finish stolen by Smoker. VXT gaining an extra point for themselves, but it doesn't matter. ES, they are left bleeding, and the team that we were hoping to see inside of the top 4 might just still be sitting 5th on the overall leaderboard, and out of nowhere they're down to their last man. And I think we know the end game will be a 2 versus 3. Quantum Spark today have been on fire, and I really hope, well, I'm not going to say anything for now. It's a 2 versus 3 situation.
Yeah.
You never know with these teams.
But you know what, Johnny? I think inside of this game, Quantum Sparks, they've been extremely unlucky. They do the hard work, they do find those knocks as well, but every single knock that they have managed to find has been stolen. Just 1 finish point on the board for Quantum Sparks. Yashu has been on the prowl through these shacks and through the compound as well. In fact, they're the only team who has some sort of covers to play with, but they still don't get any benefit out of it as Versatile Esports. They walk away with 11, and they still have a shot for 2 more as well.
Look at the difference in utility from both the teams now. Quantum Spark present towards the southern edge, VXT towards the north, but Quantum Spark 11 nades to work with, no smokes, just a single molly. And VXT, they have variety, but the quantity is quite low. Oh, Yashu! He left the ADS at the last second, and VXT, those few seconds were all they needed to move in. Master under pressure, pixel of HP. Not a lot of hope remaining for the players of Quantum Spark, for the chicken dinner. And VXT, they might just close things out. 3 versus 1. Yashu, he's the last man left alive. Nade goes out. This should be the final nail in the coffin, and it is. Versatile, quite versatile with their approach in the map of Erangel, and of course towards the closing moments of the game have secured a pretty nice, decent, juicy chicken dinner.
I'm thinking of one thing right now. 3 games and 3 misses for Quantum Spark. Every single time they manage to be there inside of the top 3, but they can't claim that chicken dinner.
2 weeks and 2 qualifiers missed as well.
Wow. You really have to bring up that, right?
Yeah, why not? I mean, if you're talking about missed opportunities.
You shouldn't really give away your weaknesses, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like I have given mine, but never mind. Versatile. No weaknesses for this team, at least inside of that match. 13 eliminations shared between the 3 players. Of course, Keshu was the first one to actually get taken down, but the 3 players, they stitched together a wonderful partnership. I'm looking at Rex, 913 points of damage. And like I said, I think for Esports Social, yes, they had those 4 players left alive. But with Versatile coming in from the north, having that little bit of the terrain advantage as well, Esports Social out in the open, shots coming in from Quantum Sparks, Versatile had to win this fight.
I think towards the end, it was, again, every single, even the smallest mistake or even the smallest misplay can result in you being second and the opponents finishing first. And I think for the side of Quantum Spark, Yashu had the right idea. He knew exactly which ridge was going to get pushed by the opponents from the side of VXT, but he just took away his crosshair at the wrong second. It was literally the second he looked away, they just made the pounce onto Master, and Master was already dropped quite low by the time they reached there.
I still kind of felt like, what Quantum Sparks would have actually been able to bring that fight home. 2v3 isn't really something that they have never done in their life. But nonetheless, I think VXT, especially with Spartan's timing, it did claim that chicken in Rec 64 with 5 finishes and 913 points of damage. That is a brilliant performance in totality. Look at the entire team as well. 13 eliminations shared between the 3 players. All 3 players inside of the top 5 alongside Ghostface from Someone's Dream and Bad OP from Esports Social.
And huge props to Esports Social as well. Nothing taken away from them. They finished inside of the top 3, needed those points, and will find themselves in a fighting position tomorrow. Same goes for VXT. Someone's Dream, well, they keep the dream still alive, kind of. They need to make sure they won't have Rondo tomorrow. It's 1 Erangel and 2 Miramar, so Someone's Dream tomorrow has to get about 12 to 13 points every single game in order to find themselves in the top 4.
But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the highlights once again. And Futurize Esports, that fight against Santa is still kind of breaking my heart. The entire performance of Santa Esports, I'm pretty sure, has kind of broken hearts of a lot of casters out there, be it from the English desk, be it from the Hindi desk as well. Because everybody was expecting after that BGS performance, this team is going to be able to bounce back, but they showed absolute no signs of that previous self.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think a little chaotic and just playing however they please instead of just focusing on gathering info and then planning out for the fight. Nonix in this game, I think, could have done a little bit better, but Juppy Esports, just a very unpleasant surprise for the players of Nonix over there, who were hoping to be the ones to wipe out Someone's Dream, but this is the endgame conflict. Quantum Spark, just no way Yashu could fight his way out of this out of this 1v3, especially with the stage 9 blue collapse as well, extra added pressure. But we have the match rankings. VXT 23 points for them, Esports Social with 14, Someone's Dream 11, you have Juppy Esports with 8, and then Quantum Spark. They lost players early, so that's why no finishes, but with where they were on the overall leaderboard, 7 points isn't too bad, to be honest.
But I'm still pretty sure that the team is going to be a little pissed at the fact that so many knockouts were there, but majority of them were stolen. And Quantum Sparks also couldn't really do much. They were stuck in that one compound. The same can be said for Oops Official as well. They smacked in, they rushed in, they get taken down. T7 Orion, the day has been rather forgetful. I think the entire performance coming down from Group C, we were expecting T7 Orion to actually dominate the entirety of today's matches, but that did not happen. The same can be said for Santa Esports. And Dragon Claw, after that first performance, it seems like all of that momentum has washed away. By the way, Johnny, you know what they say? They say don't run amongst the crowd. And you 3 picked up Quantum Sparks to top Group D. I was thinking, you know what, let me just go ahead with a different pick. I picked Non-X and look at where they are right now.
Yeah, exactly. Look at where they are. That is why sometimes going with the crowd means you're heading in the right direction.
You're in the right direction, yeah. Lesson learned.
Quantum Spark, 41 points. VXT, a brilliant bounce back from them with 36. I think not so nice turnaround by Thunder Gods, to be honest. After the performance on Rondo, I expected them to be consistent, or at least I wanted them to be consistent, but they've just completely slipped away and now are on the 7th position. But this group is going to be very close between the top 7. Juppie Esports, if they have a nice start to their journey tomorrow, maybe they can find themselves in a fighting position, but that is also going to require Juppie Esports taking out the teams above them so that they don't walk away with any more bonus points.
You know, honestly, Johnny, I am absolutely stunned by the way Dragonclaw kind of went through their games, by the way. Rondo, 32 points. In the next 2 Erangels, they had 4 points.
Yeah, I think Dragonclaw was here just for only one map. That map of Rondo, it's been enough to keep them in the top 4, but that is just the story of today and, of course, the end of Group D. We're going to have Group A next after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Group D done and dusted, and now it's time for the finale, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it is going to be the comeback of Group A and the comeback of IC Baby 1-2 back on the panel. Man, how are you doing, first of all, and what is your thoughts about Group D and their overall performance? You didn't really look too happy with that overall result, didn't you?
Well, I'm happy for Quantum Spark in terms of my prediction, but everything else I was very disappointed. Me and Necro were not too happy about what we are seeing in this game in particular, just because of the fact that it really felt like a solo tournament rather than a team play. Fortunately for them, we did see a little bit of redemption out in game number 3. Maybe the big performances coming in from GODSENT Legions and also DC from game number 1 kind of tilted them for game number 2. That's why it kind of threw them off. But now I'm excited to see how Group A is going to be developed as well, because as of yet, week 3, this is going to be the most sweatiest moments point on. It's going to be Week 3, Week 4 for Group A, it is going to be extremely sweaty. There is semi-finals qualification on the line and also grand finals on the line during Week 4 itself.
You know, to kind of simplify everything that you just said, I just feel teams inside of Group A right now will have to do everything in their power to stay inside of Group A after this week as well. Because if they go down to Group B, if they do get relegated, they are, of course, the direct slot to the grand finals is being snatched away for them. That is number 1. Number 2 is that there is also going to be a threat of them going down to the survival stages. And that is where there's going to be a lot of crowd. And all of that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to start now. The first map is going to be, of course, Erangel and then 2 Miramars. Teams who have actually promoted themselves for the first time. I'm talking about H4K. It's going to be so interesting to watch them fight against the rest of the lobby.
I agree, and at the same time, so same can be said for T7. They qualified from week 2 itself, and they somehow hold the line on Group A as the borderline here. Will they be kicked out? Well, we shall see, because as of yet, we're going to be jumping straight into the game itself here for Group A itself. And this is where things get a little bit spicy as well, because when we talk about shuffles, Group A has one of the least amount of shuffles out of all groups thus far, with only 2 teams being different from week 1 itself, which is 7 Gods Esports and also H4K.
Yeah, actually, quite true, in fact. Even White Walkers, in my opinion, I think, did get themselves promoted. We'll find out, of course, what does White Walkers manage to do inside of this one. But, ladies and gentlemen, as we can see, the flight path does start off from the northern side of Primorsk and Quarry and takes us towards Novorup. Now, it is, I see a very southern flight path, so majority of the map is still going to be away from the flight path itself. Dropping down there, moving to possibly safer locations of school, mansion, Yasnaya. It's still going to be very hard for these teams out there.
Yeah, but as of yet here, I think we have to set our eyes onto this Team Tamilas as well. One of the biggest drastic change coming from last year and also the last BGIs as well. They have been the consistent table toppers of 2 weeks in a row, but it seems like we are having a little bit of drop clash right from the get-go.
What is going wrong right now? Vasista Esports and Genesis landing in at the same compound right from the get-go itself. And mind you, these are the teams that have gone down to Group B. They've come back towards Group A. This is not a start that either of these teams would want. But Vasista is gonna be successful. They find the first frag. Hunters only has a double barrel to work with. This is not the best of options. Genesis Esports, they are slowly falling down. Even Hunters get shut down as well. This is the worst possible start that you could have prayed for. And even Viper is going to be slightly late to the party. I see what on earth is going on. He's going to be able to finish off the entire squad by himself.
It's going to be tough here, but he's got to do it. Now gets chipped away. The swing comes through, and it is going to be successful. And Vasista Esports, they will hold out strong. They will wipe out Genesis right from the get-go.
But this was a very sweaty fight, by the way. Look at that. 2 players being knocked out. That third one brought down to just 1 HP. It's only Hector who kind of stayed alive and healthy in that entire fight, but boy, oh boy, who could have thought that Genesis versus Vasista is going to be the first fight of this group?
Yeah, it was just a little bit unlucky as well for Genesis. They didn't really find enough weaponries to work with.
Yeah.
Aimbot was able to pick one player off towards the small little window. It was a very, very nice opener here coming from Vasista Esports. So Aimbot definitely stood out big time on making sure that Genesis do not bounce back from that situation. And that fight there with Hunter also getting the initial knock. Like, there's only so much you can do on the double barrel as well.
Yeah.
He got the first pump, could not find the second. I'm pretty sure if it was S12K, maybe, you know, the situation might be a little bit different. But again, drop clashes do happen. And who would have thought it's going to be Genesis with Vasista Esports. And I'm really surprised that Genesis actually opted to go north here as well, considering that they do tend to actually play towards the east side. So, well, flight path definitely is a little bit annoying to deal with here. You have to adapt on the fly. And unfortunately, Vasista Esports was able to come up strong. But for Genesis, well, he's back to the drawing board for game number 2.
Yeah. The Micro Uzi, of course, is a minigun, but you mentioned it properly. I think the jump shot through the window, I think Aimbot just absolutely used it as a weapon of destruction. Look at this. This is, of course, the rivalry for the Apex inside of the Indian gaming community right now. Team Soul versus Orangutan. A fight off, a standoff at the lands of Rozok. Shots being fired, a little bit of damage dished out against Goblin. But Team Orangutan, they're still quite split up, I see. Have a look at this. AKOP in the backlines. And I'm not sure if they are looking to converge upon from all sides. It is, of course, going to be a little risky for Orangutan to adopt that strategy. But Team Soul, are they looking for a fight against OG in these early times?
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be the case as well. The rest of OG is going to be going on the slam here. Legit tries to find a little bit of a way to dodge his way through, but instantly the quick rushes come through, takes him down. And Soul, they've lost one. They weren't expecting a quick retaliation coming from OG with the slam right there. Knuckle now in a very awkward spot here. He's trying to find a little bit of off angle. Doesn't have utilities to work with. No helmets as well. OG may have gotten the jump on this. Soul may have bite off more than they can chew.
I guess this Team Soul trying to take back their drop location away from Orangutan. They've been contesting for Rozok for quite a while. We saw Team Soul take a backseat as well from this fight initially. When we were casting those matches from BGIS, Team Soul was rather quite happy with their school drop location as well, but now they are back in Rozok, they are back in for a fight, and Team Orangutan, they welcome them with open arms.
The last time we saw Soul Collider against OG was the grind phases of BGIS, and now we haven't seen any intent of targeting here.
Exactly.
And this time, week 3, they've decided to go in for a slam, and OG is coming out on top this time. Oh, may have spoken a little bit too soon here. Joker is able to trade one off.
This man can change the course of any fight. Team Soul, even if they lose a man down initially, they're still going to be able to come back, fight back from the brink of death. This time, Legit is, of course, the first man to fall. But Knuckle and Joker, they brought down Team Orangutan quite heavily. A lot of damage being dished out as well. I can hear that sticky bomb exploding as well in front of them. Knuckle is going to find a frag. IGL versus IGL, and Aru gets taken down. Soul is on their path to redemption. AKOP is still going to be in the back lines. I wonder where WINDGOD is going to be, and Orangutan. I see this fight just brought them to shambles. This is something which we not expected at all.
Yeah, what a clutch from Joker and Knuckle to actually find 2-piece just like that. It seems like OG, they were expecting Soul to get a little bit complacent and actually run out. But it seems like they are ready to actually take on this fight. WINDGOD, he only has a few options left. He's only got 30 bullets as well. AK also with 30 bullets. He's got to make every single shot count. With Soul going for the slam. this just might as well be 2-0 in the hands of Seoul. With the first time in the grind phases of BGIS. Now, seems like all this fight has drawn the attention of a third party here. 7Gods is going to be coming in. OG just might be dismantled here with God. Now forced to run his way through, but Ninja catches him on the under the vehicle from that angle. What was that shot?
The ground clearance was just enough for 7Gods Esports to find that knock for themselves. Orangutan in a very, very bad situation right now. Just one man left alive from this fight. And it was a very chaotic fight, by the way. They found the first knock for themselves. They had the advantage against Team Seoul, but they still resorted to split up in spite of regrouping up as well. Did not anticipate the fact that Team Seoul would press on charges against them.
Oh boy.
And even the third party from 7Gods, it's still kind of surprising in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a very early rotation coming from 7Gods. I wasn't expecting this coming from them,
right.
but considering the amount of gunfire and how drawn out this fight has gotten to, like I was expecting this fight to kind of wrap up within the first 5 minutes of the game. It's been 7 minutes so far. OG still surviving, the last player here, AKOP. Gonna try and figure out how he's gonna survive here. But the question here is, will the circle give him enough time to make it to the top 8? Because it seems like it is still center. But 7Gods now has pretty much taken Seoul's home ground of both school and apartments.
And also the fact that for AKOP, I think surviving isn't really his forte. His priorities has always been finding those frags for the team, helping the team with those finishes. Now, he still will have that tendency, but needs to play, or rather will be forced to play for those position points. This is the first game of week 3, and Orangutan don't really want to be at the rock bottom. But have a look at this. Vasista Esports out in the open. Ronnie was being chased by the lads from Team Tamilas. It could have been yet another chaotic fight. I've never really seen Team Tamilas take fight so early on, but it seems like I see the circle is forcing these teams to come into action. Still, once again, having the playable area decided between the two islands. You have half the circle on the northern hemisphere, half of it in the mainland as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one here, and I'm curious to see how Team Tamilas actually approaches this game. Their strategy for the past 2 weeks has always been, regardless of the outcome, we are going to send ourselves in the middle directly, even if we have to throw a few bodies just to get center control for the end games.
Yeah.
And it has been working out for the first 2 weeks, but it seems like we are seeing adaptations by a lot of teams thus far. But WELT taking a little bit of pit stop down towards Rozok. They might not know that Seoul is around the vicinity, but they are going to throw a couple nades here to check. Very, very nice SOP that the WELT Esports is following in case there are potential loose dragons that take them down. Seems like they are going to be taking a little bit of pit stop, which is great. This is going to give them a little bit more time in case the circle shifts back to the urban city. But, of course, if it shifts out, well, I don't know how Seoul is going to survive this as well.
Yeah, man. I have no idea as well. All of these teams coming in and migrating in. And by the way, this was the first time I've seen Group A rotating so quickly.
Yeah.
They've been quick on their feet. They've been extremely mobile as well. And look at Team Seoul. They just finished off a fight against Orangutan, and now they've got 3 teams surrounding them from all angles. There's a team up top, 7Gods, and of course there's Wyld Esports as well, right up front. It's not a fight. It's not a favorable fight for sure. Too many third-party potential, and now I think Team Seoul needs to stay put. Needs to stay pinned.
On the contrary as well, Nebula Esports is going to try and set up shop down towards the east side as well. They are trying to take those compounds and try and get a little bit of elevation to work with. Kind of got teams coming in from the east side. Very interesting approach from Nebula. Very different playstyle as well. But Seoul seems like Joker has been scouted out. And look at this. So, oh my goodness, Joker, he still does not have enough loot. They're still on the hunt for AKOP. Bandages being lobbed over by Goblin to give him a little bit of safety net to patch himself up. But they are so underlooted. Like, I don't know how they're going to survive this. But Goblin, he's giving him all his bandages.
Wow. You know, I think this is a little bit of an Indian trait. Have you ever visited a shoe shop in India?
No.
This is how they share their stuff. You know what? You need something from number 7? Take it. Catch it, man.
Okay. Can't get the reference, but I hope you guys watching do get it. Meanwhile, seems like Meta Ninza is going to be swinging off a little bit from the sides here. They are going to go in from the north. Banking the circle is going to be up north as well. And fortunately for them, they do have a hovercraft. This is a very interesting approach as well. Knowing that a majority of the team do not like coming from the north, saving this hovercraft for the endgame is going to be extremely crucial for them. especially if they need to cross the river on a southern wind for a weird rotation. And guess what? The rotation swings back that southeast. It is not going to be the north. Meta Ninja probably needs to make a big U-turn here.
You know, the one team that is going to be very happy with this circle has to be Nebula Esports. They do have the positioning set. They have somewhat of a central position inside of the circle, but they still got to be moving up front because that migration that comes in from the north, the majority of the teams trying to cross on over back to the mainland, it's going to bring up so much chaos and commotion for Nebula. And since they are out in the open, I'm not even sure if they do have those hard covers to try and fend off against that aggression. Like you said, Meta Ninja, they do have the hovercraft. They will, of course, quite easily cross on over. But still, I'm looking at those firefights. What are the probable ones? You've got White Walkers almost at the edge of the circle, at the edge of Yasnaya Polyana. You've got Revenant XSPARK as well, kind of rotating right underneath their noses as well. Shots can get fired. I can hear those gunshots, by the way. But no connections being found.
White Walkers, they're getting pressured really hard as well. Like, they know Meta Ninja's right at the backs. They're trying to take a little bit pissed out on the edge of Yasnaya. That gives them a little bit of temporary sanctuary. But it's still pretty open here in the hands of Nebula. Revenant Xbox just doesn't want to take their fights out in the open as well. So they are going to swing even further down south to find a potential third party. Which in this case, they haven't found anything. Only team that has been eliminated here is going to be Genesis. So that's a little bit of breathing room. Which in this case, one team down in this stage 3. But I feel like the biggest threat has to be Nebula as of yet. Well, technically not one. Even OG is considered a second team as well. That's pretty much done and dusted. AKOP can't really do too much in this zoning tactics. But he is surviving though. That is good for OG for now.
And he has to survive for a very long time if he's still willing to get those placement points in the back. Still 15 teams left alive. That just means he will have to survive at least for the next 10 to 15 minutes. And it's not going to be easy. I mean, look at the kind of position where he is. One of the squad houses. A very important position. He's still quite towards the far end of the circle as well, far edge of the circle. But I'm pretty sure there will be teams coming in and having a pit stop in that compound. Elsewhere, have a look at this. AKOP now is going to be under threat. He finds a knock for himself. But it's a finish point. That is 1 point in the bag for Orangutan. 2 in total. But Team Tamilas, that is just one casualty, but not really the most positive of trades. Wow. Quickness of AKOP.
Yeah, this is a very unfortunate catch here coming from AKOP. Like, Team Tamilas usually books it for the center, realizes that they're a little bit late as well, decides to swing outside the zone and actually catch AKOP out of the open as well. So they weren't expecting that, but Team Tamilas, they're still on the right track, but they're still circling their way through. I think they're trying to go for a stage 4 push, which in this case, they're still outside the zone, but they are split off. They're hoping for that big fiasco of a fight before they push through. But look at this, the circle favors Nebula, and Nebula's got the entire compound completely locked down. Forest area completely untouched. Revenant XSPARK needs to be out and open. This might be a very, very quick circle here, with at least half the lobby is going to be taken out.
100%, and even Victorious Summers, look at that, they've got the gas station for themselves. White Walkers pushing up from the outskirts of Yasnaya Polyana. You've got Meta Ninja as well. They are going to be crossing over that ridge. And as soon as they cross that bridge over, I'm pretty sure Victorious Summers, they are going to open fire against them. Want to find out if they can find a couple of those finish points. Ninja from the back lines looking to stop, looking to halt down Divine Gaming on their route, but that wasn't successful. A lot of these shots are being taken from the outside. I see still majority of these teams who are in that northern island. I'm talking about H4K, WELT Esports, Meta Ninja. These teams have to go in for a fight to try and survive.
Yeah, it's a very desperate, scrappy fight. Well, losing one. H4K going to be going for the slam as well. Rico going for a little bit of a drive-by. Misses his timing, but gets intercepted in the front and getting taken down here by Nodi. Well, completely caught off guard, but it seems like the third party finally comes through. Meta Ninja, they have been waiting for this moment, and they are finally going to strike.
It is a storm from Meta Ninja that comes in and claims all of those finished points. H4K have been absolutely abominated in a one felt swoop. That was just brilliantly done. And by the way, this is H4K's first time playing inside of Group A as well. For them, it is going to take some time to try and get back inside of this lobby. Vasista Esports against Team Seoul. It's not really paving too good for Team Seoul, to be honest. Few more finish points, few more scalps being taken up, and now Team Seoul just being resorted to their last man left standing. It is going to be Goblin. Looks to find one finish point, get Sham. It is one more added to the tally. 3 points for Team Seoul.
Nicely done coming from Goblin here, but considering the fact that Seoul doesn't have utilities, doesn't have mats right from the get-go, I think this is the best case scenario here for Goblin to try and get some serious points here for Seoul, considering that they were a little bit late. But speaking of which here, Meta Ninza finally brings in the hovercraft, gets spotted out, and it is going to be demolished here. So Fierce, he's pretty much going to be stranded as well, as Divine Gaming knows there is a loose straggler across. The rest of the pack hasn't exactly found safe haven yet. Fierce, he needs to pave the way for Meta Ninza to try and play the end games here. But even Divine Gaming, a little bit afraid to overpeak this. The Goblin now fires a shot, realizes there is a new threat. That's going to be Vasista Esports coming in to share the bridge itself.
I'm going to be very, very surprised if Goblin finds yet another finish point from that position itself. Vasista Esports know exactly where this man is, and now they are looking to take him down. Goblin almost connected that shot against Hector. Pardon me for that, it was against Aimbot, but still managed to survive. Goblin gets taken down, Team Seoul eliminated. Vasista Esports have had a fantastic start inside of this game so far. And imagine this, Icy. They ended their first week inside of Group A being 16th. They were dead last inside of this lobby, and now they found themselves a fantastic start at least.
Yeah, this is great here, coming from Vasista Esports. However, for Seoul, H4K, OG, well, Genesis, they're pretty much caught off guard here. It seems like the rest of the pack, they are adapting, they are learning. But look at this, a circle pushing up north once more. Nebula still having prime control on the east side. And they're still not letting go of those compounds here. It has the perfect line of sight to guard the teams in the east side and the outer opens. Teams from the south and for the teams on the west as well. Nebula just somehow, circle just favoring them all the way through. But for the rest of the world, it has been an absolute nightmare.
You know, Meta Ninja, you've got to feel bad for them. They had a fantastic third party against H4K. They did find themselves with a lot of those frags, but now, while crossing on over, it seems like the entire team is just coming down, crashing down one by one. Yavin taking shots, a lot of damage being dished out as well by Vasista Esports. 2 more scabs to be found for this team. Can Meta Ninja survive is going to be a big question. They're so exposed, man.
Oh, bees, look at this. They are going to actually double down on this. They want to try to get the re-knock, and they are going to try and go for it. But seems like it's not going to be them. It's going to be Victorious Summers that actually swings through, that actually spots them out as well.
They have a god compound for themselves, and it's not a compound, it's a sniper tower. And Victorious Summers always is going to find all of these frags, and Meta Ninja, they're going to be left wondering, what wrong did we do? What did we commit? What are the mistakes that we made in that fight against H4K that we have to see this day? Just 1 man left alive. Elsewhere, Victorious Summers brilliantly done against Divine Gaming. Finds the first knock, but now instantly gets traded off. The refrag did not come in time, and Victorious Summers, 1 by 1. They are losing bodies. Still, Mafia has been left alive. Knight, just 1 man with the S12K. Is keeping the hopes alive. Slug is going to be falling as well. Divine Gaming. What is this scrappy fight going on, I see?
Oh my goodness, Knight, he's down towards his last player. 1v2 situation, Victorious Summers. They're going to try and cook up the nade, and the nade is going to be good. And Victorious Summers, they are able to defend, but they've lost members. Meta Ninja Fierce finally walks out, finally finds an opportunity to get the third party. He needs to get some points. He's going to go for the slam. His health is not exactly healthy as well. He needs to find a pick of Victorious Summers. They're just jiggling their way through, but Fierce goes for the jump shot, finds one. Now it comes down towards a 1 versus 1. Fierce pulling in big time here for Meta Ninja.
Needs to heal himself up, needs to patch himself up if he wants that final finish. 5 points already for Meta Ninja. Fierce can make it a little more, but what a beautiful shot coming in from Mafia. The map awareness, the spatial awareness was brilliant. It was impeccable, but impeccable is going to be yet another fight as Wyld Fangs go up against Team Tamilas. A very early fight, but Wyld Fangs fight for survival, but they fail massively. They still have, in my opinion, do they have players alive? Yes, 1 man is still left alive. They are going in for those revives. But Team Tamilas, they're extremely stubborn. Nebula from the sidelines look to absolutely crash onto this fight. And I see it does not look good for both these teams inside of the compound.
Look at this cheeky play coming from Nebula Esports. They're sending 2 guys just to interrupt and instigate this fight. Make life miserable here for Wyld Fangs and Team Tamilas. And guess what? The nades looks good. Adi finds the knock. Justy also finds 1 for Team Tamilas. They're scrapping for points, but at the same time, the zone is about to close in as well. But it is going to be a wipeout. Adi actually spams his way through and actually finds points here for Nebula Esports.
Wyld Fangs is still alive. They are still alive on that second floor, and Nebula is so much aware about it. This is brilliant game sense. The nade did not actually push in. The blue soul coming in as well for Wyld Fangs. They really need to move out of this compound. There's no way they're surviving inside. But how do they find the knock? How do they find an offense against Nebula Esports? It's nigh impossible. These nades, they just keep on popping up, and they can't even back away from this fight.
Oh my goodness, Sensei getting clipped as well. They don't really have a lot of time here. Wyld Fangs, they need to go for a reset. Nebula, they've got an exit strategy, but they need to get those re-knocks here. The zone is about to move in 7 seconds more. The floor is lava. And it seems like it is going to be able to clip Sensei on the edge as well. Adi, non-stop. The nades keeps coming through, but eventually they get the job done. Nebula Esports finds even more points. And guess what? They only sent 2 guys.
I don't even care if it's 2 or if it's 3. It was a utility dump coming in from Nebula Esports. First, they took out Team Tamilas. Second, they took out Wyld Fangs. And you know the surprising part? They did not even shoot a bullet throughout the entire process. 5 eliminations for Nebula Esports. Phoenix Esports now. Pardon me for that. It was not Phoenix Esports. It was Phoenix from Nebula Esports. Does put a little bit of a smoke right in front because REVENANT XSPARK, by the way, amidst all of this chaos, they managed to survive and now have found a couple of those compounds for themselves. And Nebula might just be exposed from that angle.
Yeah, it's going to be... Well, it is going to be exposed, but as of yet, Circle is in favor of Nebula. So REVENANT XSPARK, they have to make a lot of risky pushes. So that's going to be a problem they have to face. Meanwhile, Victoria Sumus, down to his last 2 players, needs to push up into the zone. 7 Gods is already defending the forest area as much as they can. And 7 Gods already cleared out everyone from the west side, so their backs are pretty much safe for now. And they only need to focus the final few teams in front of them.
Yeah.
And Victoria Summers, they're still not in the zone. They need to make a move. And they don't really have a choice. And 7 Gods still in position to stop them in this track.
Yeah. Absolutely. I don't know about you, but 7 Gods, in my opinion, I think they already are in a position where they are going to be backing that chicken. Can they back that big bad chicken is going to be, of course, a big question mark. How many finishes do they get along the way is also going to be a big question. But Victoria Summers, REVENANT XSPARK, if they do decide to kind of have a tag team effort, 7 Gods can be eliminated. They're still quite exposed in the middle of the circle. This needs to come in. Always, you should not have walked right onto the nade as Ninja finds a connection. 7 Gods, they just send it in.
Oh my goodness, Always is knocked. Mafia getting flushed through. REVENANT XSPARK already closing the distance to try and third party. Nebula was thinking about it as well. And it seems like this is going to be a 4-way showdown for this points here. But the nades will be claimed and split. Well, in this case, completely claimed by 7 Gods in this scenario.
Yeah, and all of their 4 players just keep themselves alive. This is brilliantly done. 8 finishes already for 7 Gods Esports. They did not start their journey inside of Group A. They came in from Group B, and now they are making Group A like their own itself, as if Sinue Esports never left the picture. REVENANT XSPARK also on the other side. They did a fantastic job surviving through that utmost chaos. And now they are going to be playing in for that big chicken. Nebula Esports, especially with the numbers game, can be a big threat to RNTX, by the way.
Yeah, and as of yet, Nebula, they were the reason why a lot of teams were kind of struggling the way through. Now, making it towards the end game is exactly the game plan that they need. Now it's all about timings. REVENANT XSPARK, they're hoping for a massive fight to try and take out the competition. Unfortunately, 7 Gods, very, very good defense coming from them.
Yeah.
It seems like they've realized that the next phase of zone still somewhat favors them. They do have the high ground advantage, but Nebula still has those off angles. Same can be said for REVENANT XSPARK, so they have to wait for another stage before the big fight actually happens.
Talk about the off angles, and I'm pretty sure that REVENANT XSPARK, they can be happy with this position, but only for the next circle. As soon as the 8th circle drops, I'm pretty sure REVENANT XSPARK, there's going to be panic set inside of that dressing room as well, because you know it. It's going to be the final circle in a few seconds, and you will have to exit that ridge itself. And without that ridge, you do not have a single piece of cover. 7 Gods on the other side, they have so much of that circle coverage. They constantly move about. They almost have the entirety of this playing area. Nebula on the other side as well have been tucked in. Couple of compounds for them. This is going to be a very sweaty end, I see. And each of the teams, they're waiting for unforced errors from the opposition. They don't really want to take the first step.
Exactly. And I really like what 7 Gods is doing as well. they're actually driving around to double check in case there are potential loose stragglers out and open in the backs, in case there is a potential flank. But they're also playing with the minds of the rest of the world, just because of the fact that if they drive around and force a couple of shots, that's information that they need. And they invite forced reactions. And that's exactly what 7 Gods is trying to do. But you can see REVENANT XSPARK, they know exactly what to do, which is not do anything. Just wait for the zone. There's no reason to take a fight. There is still too many players left alive in these final 3 teams. It's all about a game of patience. It will come down the zone. It seems like the circle may shift back into the middle. So Nebula is going to be the first team that needs to make a move. They have to get out from the high house of those houses to try and make their way into a 7 Gods. So 7 Gods, they may shift their attention here to Nebula now.
I'm looking at Nebula's utilities, by the way. They've got 17 smokes for themselves. I'm very surprised that they haven't pushed up, at least sent a couple of those players on the flank. They can quite easily wipe the heck out of REVENANT XSPARK if they do cross that road that separates the playing area. But they still don't really want to take the risk. Meanwhile, on the flip side, 7 Gods, like you said, they just constantly move about this playing area as a producer just gives us this lovely bird's eye view. Nebula, what are you doing? You have to step in forward. You have to exit your compounds. You have to take in this fight. Who's going to walk away with the chicken? We'll find out just in a few while.
The only way REVENANT XSPARK finishes third, like if they get taken out, is that Nebula and 7 God does absolutely nothing in this circle.
Yeah.
Just because of the fact that REVENANT XSPARK still have a small little part of those rich to keep their sights onto 7 Gods and Nebula. And Nebula has still not made the move yet. So his action still on Nebula. 7 Gods Esports still keeping their tabs and eyes on towards REVENANT XSPARK's vicinity. No shots made. Everybody just being very sneaky beaky like. They're just trying to capitalize on each other, and you can't really blame them. Why would they force a fight out in the open? There's just not enough space. If you get collided, you start the first shot, your location's exposed, and the third party immediately comes through.
You know, honestly, I see if a fight breaks out, REVENANT XSPARK, especially with the gunpowder that they have in those 3 players, Ninja, Trace, and Pain, they are going to be capable enough to win any fight that they want to.
Well, they've got to make it use right now because the endgame zones comes through. It is going to push them all the way in between 7 Gods and Nebula, but Nebula draw first blood. That's going to be the first knock. But they are still waiting for those third parties. Nades are coming in to try and secure the knock here. But 7 Gods seems like they should be able to get the reset.
That was a brilliant double nade, by the way. Nebula Esports just looking to push up forward. And finally comes out the smokes as well. After the first knock, 7 Gods given enough time to go in for that reset. They can actually try and get in from the revive. But on the flip side, REVENANT XSPARK, they are looking to close the distance as well. Tress is going to be the first player to move up forward. Ninja follows up as well. It is going to be a 1v2 and Trace falls down. Ninja is going to be still alive. Can he win the fight? It's going to be a big question, but he falls down as well. REVENANT XSPARK is going to be in shambles as the Nebula Esports look to take advantage of this. Can they break the defenses of 7 Gods? It's going to be a big question, I see.
It is going to happen, but 7 Gods, they are having a little bit of a tough time as well with the zone coming through. Nebula, Adi getting picked at the front as well. Nebula's got them completely boxed in. They have to find an opener, but 7 God, they're still waiting for timings. REVENANT XSPARK has not made their mark, but they're all clumped up in that smoke. Kratos finds 2 through the smoke with the spams. Ninja also getting taken out, and just like that, Nebula cleans them all out. It comes down to the last 2 players here. It is going to be 7 Gods that goes out first, and next is going to be Pain here, but he still holds on. He finds a confirmation, he finds a point, and REVENANT XSPARK will finish on second, but Nebula will be the one that clutches the winner chicken dinner.
That was, or rather, it came down to a 1v2, by the way. Pain found the first knock almost, and I thought that maybe out of nowhere, RNTX might actually walk away with the victory, but it's brilliantly done by Nebula Esports as the villain arc continues. Or rather, I should say it starts off on a brilliant manner inside of week 3, ladies and gentlemen. Match 1 in the bag with a lot of finishes, by the way.
Woo-wee! That has to be one of the sweatiest games we've seen in towards a long time now.
Yeah.
And of course, with grand finals on the line, you can see every single team is trying their best to stay out of the bottom 4 for that shot for the direct qualifications of grand finals in week 4 itself. Nobody, well, Nebula in particular is not pulling punches here.
Absolutely. they've already made it extremely clear that BMPS is something which they want to live. I'm talking about the trophy, by the way. And Nebula Esports, with performances like these, they certainly are showcasing the class to back it as well. But it's still very surprising for me. As we have a look at the final blow, once again, 7 Gods did get pushed back because of Nebula and REVENANT XSPARK pushing in tandem. But I did not really get to see where did this team entirely fell through as well. Pain was quite brilliant in those final few moments as well. I kind of felt like Trace and Ninja fell short of their expectations that they have set. As soon as they pushed up, they got knocked down. But Pain in the backlines, he was wonderful.
I think, okay, so let me break it down for you, or what exactly happened. What you're trying to understand here is very simple. 7 Gods, they were hoping that Nebula is going to help them out with REVENANT XSPARK. When REVENANT XSPARK actually pushed them up, they got 2 knocked. Great. They were just waiting that Nebula is going to come in third party and then get information. But what Nebula did was that they were the ones that instigated the fight, dropping a nade, dropping them down low, and REVENANT XSPARK took that reaction and say, you know what, they might be low, this is a good time to push up. And that's why REVENANT XSPARK actually started it as well. It all started with the first knock came in from Nebula.
You know, it was a lot of dots just got joined together. But of course, 7 Gods and Ninja with the MVP performance, 4 finishes, 739 points of damage. I think they are going to be a little short of happiness, in my opinion. I think they kind of deserve that chicken dinner which got snatched away from their grasp. But 7 Gods, they will have an opportunity of comeback on the maps of Miramar. Meanwhile, Adi, Payne and Hector is going to be joining alongside in terms of top players as well. But I see it wasn't really a very high-fragging affair. More so, it felt like a very chaotic affair. Every team was trying to third-party each other. But one thing I'm very happy about is that these teams, select group of 16 teams, they are ready and set for the grand finals, in my opinion.
Well, fair enough. But at the same time as well, this first game has pretty much set the tempo of how sweaty it is going to become as well. Because the teams that did not do well, and I'm talking about Seoul, I'm talking about OG, I'm talking about Genesis. Hopefully things are going to be a little bit more interesting here, because now the scores is going to be a little bit shaky on who, in terms of the predictions here, who is going to be in the bottom 4 by the end of the day. But for now, we have to talk about how difficult the circle was going to be played as well. We saw Meta Ninja having a little bit of struggle. Team Tamilas also doing a pretty okay job going for the slam, getting a couple points over themselves. But Nebula's 2-2 split just completely annihilate the south side.
You know, one team we've got to feel bad about has to be Victorious Summers, I think.
Oh, yeah.
They were in a position, especially that gas station area, where they could have controlled the entire lobby, to be honest. They could have controlled the traffic and the way the pace of the lobby is going to move about, but they were just shut down with too many teams striking them down in tandem. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have the match rankings. Nebula Esports with 20 points clinch away the first spot. 7 Gods is going to be satisfied with 14 and REVENANT XSPARK with 11. But the rest of the lobby, it doesn't really seem to be too bad for them. Victorious Summers, 9 points, not too bad. Vasista with 8. Wyld Fangs is going to be a little too happy with 6 points, I guess. And Team Tamilas, I think they are going to be looking for a comeback.
Yeah, hopefully that's going to be the case as well, because this is the first time we've seen Team Tamilas switching up their game plan as well, and it hasn't been going well for them. They tried Circle 4 pushing through and then just couldn't find an opener. They may have won the initial fight with 4 finish points, but Nebula, again, their confidence of going for a 2-2 split. They were the master controllers of the east side. They knew exactly where everyone was pushing from and getting kept at bay at all times. So the comms was really, really spot on here from them. Meanwhile, in the bottom half, this is where things get a little bit tricky. Who would have thought we've seen Seoul in the bottom just because of the initial drop clash with OG, which, again, we haven't seen that since the earlier days of BGIS Grand.
You know, honestly, I do have an opinion about Seoul. I guess this team knows that, you know what, even this lobby is kind of easy for them. I guess they were just trying and messing around with everyone. I mean, I still remember the stats from last week itself. They had 3 position points out of the 6 matches that they had played, and they had around 45 finishes to themselves. So Team Seoul don't really shy away from taking fights, and I guess now they're just practicing. They thought that maybe OG can give us a fight, so let's just drop in at Rozok and try and duel against them as well.
I get where you're coming from as well, considering that, you know, Seoul has been experimenting a little bit here. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually draw clash with Victorious Summers, just like how they did during the grind phases.
But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like you guys might be lacking a little bit of energy. Maybe the boys of OG also lack a little bit of energy. The Monster Energy drinks are going to be wonderful additions for all of you guys. We'll be back with the maps of Miramar. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back after a short break.
the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't fed at the top of the throne of this league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BMPS 2026 here. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast, and guess what? We've had a very sweaty lobby of Game 1 here for Week 3 for Group A in particular, and I'm excited to see how the next game is going to be going here, especially for the 5th game for today itself, but Game 2 for Group A. Now, we are going to be jumping into Miramar. I am going to be bringing in a little bit of expert here. Necro, what do you think is going to be happening in this upcoming match? I know drama is going to be on the line. What's happening?
I really do think we're going to be seeing something pretty expected, and that's going to be REVENANT XSPARK and Vasista Esports drop clashing on Picado once again. We all love to see that, and it's going to happen once again. It's not just that, right? Even Seoul can try to pull off some new shenanigans. We have seen Seoul recently really switching their focus on a few teams.
Well, OG is going to be next. I'm hoping I'm going to see Victoria Summers tomorrow. But again, that's only if Seoul does well in these next two games as well. Because I know for a fact if they have the lead, they will experiment if whenever the chance is given to them as well. Week 1, rotations. Week 2, edge fighting. This week, I don't know what's going through their minds here. I want to see what's up with Seoul after this few games to come.
And you know what? It's not just both of them doing really good for themselves, right? Even REVENANT XSPARK. If you talk about the Week 1 and Week 2, REVENANT XSPARK's performance was a little bit shaky. Week 2 was still decent since they knew what exactly needed to be done inside of the late games and inside of the mid phases of the game. But especially if you talk about the Week 1 itself, man, REVENANT XSPARK was struggling to pretty much survive till the mid phase of the game. But right now, we're seeing a massive improvement from them.
Yeah, I agree. And seems like REVENANT XSPARK, they have a little bit of signs of life. However, to make things a little bit interesting here, Genesis was the first team getting taken out. OG wasn't in play. Seoul wasn't in play. So when we talk about comebacks here, it is going to be a little bit tough to see, because when we talk about masterclass performance in the map of Miramar, Genesis is one of those teams. Right now, Nebula looks to be one of the solid teams as well to be watching out for. Seoul, OG, these are 4 teams that are really good in the map of Miramar. So I'm curious to see whether or not are they going to bring that to the table when, of course, the direct qualification into its grand finals is on the line. You cannot afford to be in the bottom 4 right now.
And let's not forget a few names like even Team Tamilas and REVENANT XSPARK can also do pretty good in this map, right? That's what I mentioned. Recently, we're seeing some insane improvement from these teams, and REVENANT XSPARK as well is going to be part of it. They have figured out what exactly needs to be done. Now, moving on the conversation towards Genesis Esports, the last time when we saw them inside of the Week 1 or Group 1, that's what I mean to say, Genesis Esports was struggling, which was pretty uncharacteristic for them. And it's not just any type of struggle. Genesis Esports was around the bottom pack, and that's what really concerned us the most. So I hope this time Genesis Esports is well prepared and they know what they need to do.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate they couldn't even play the game. They had a drop clash with Vasista and actually lost that fight right from the get-go, which I think right now Genesis Esports needs a little bit of a mental reset. I hope this is going to be the bounce back they need, because Miramar, I don't see that happening here. It's going to be most likely Vasista Esports versus REVENANT XSPARK, but do they want to risk it? I don't know, man.
I mean, Vasista Esports and REVENANT XSPARK right now both have got the ball rolling. REVENANT XSPARK is doing a lot better for themselves, and maybe we might see that drop clash coming through, since we know Vasista Esports, which is of course driven by Hector, they are quite egoistic bunch. And the same thing can also be said for REVENANT XSPARK. And we all know, drop fights when it comes to REVENANT XSPARK, they've always been on point. And since it's also a roster with all the 4 assaulters, I would say go for it. REVENANT XSPARK, there's no possible way they should be backing away from this drop clash.
Okay, Genesis, first team to drop off. Seems like no contest so far. They should be fine. At least they are able to play this game here in this Week 3 itself. But again, I think my eyes is definitely on REVENANT XSPARK and Vasista Esports right now. I do see Team Tamilas heading their way. Picado. We're about to pass Picado. Okay, I see Vasista Esports dropping. Is it heading to the west? It looks like they're heading to the west. And REVENANT XSPARK as well. Okay, drop clash, round 2, round 3. How many rounds has it been?
I mean, it's been happening every single time at this point. We've just lost count. It's been happening every single time. And now it's just common. Vasista Esports is heading towards Picado, but I do see a bit of that split between them.
Wait, REVENANT XSPARK has conceded Picado?
What?
What? Did they just give up Picado?
Oh my
this
god.
This has never happened before.
They've dropped around Graveyard and Minas Generalis. What? Yeah, REVENANT XSPARK actually giving up on Picado, and it actually works out. The circle right now is right on top of REVENANT XSPARK.
Like, REVENANT XSPARK has pretty much won almost all their fights against Vasista Esports, so I'm surprised.
Maybe REVENANT XSPARK just wants to play for the longer game. They don't really care about Vasista Esports and those 4 points. They just want to survive till the final few moments, secure that slot, and then later on, do whatever the hell they want to do. 5 points per game is what you need to keep yourself outside of the bottom 4.
I'm actually at the loss of words. I was expecting, you know, a little bit of a content here. Vasista Esports is not budging. Seems like they will get Picado for themselves. But of course, seems like it is going to be a little bit of slow pace here. Meta Ninza going to be playing from the west side, and this time they have to rotate into the zone itself here. Seems like the circle is going to be going to the northeast corner. El Azahar, like you said, Victoria Summers having center control. Reckoning going to be on the northwest corner. Welt also going to be coming in from the far fray of Campo Militar. So this is going to be a rather slow game. No major drop clashes, but I think Los Leonas, we are going to be expecting a little bit of company here between Wyld Fangs and Team Tamilas later on. But for Meta Ninja, it should be A-okay.
I mean, Meta Ninja, as of now, 5 points from the span of that one game. It's completely fine. As I mentioned, 5 points per game, and you're going to be around the safety cushion. And looking at the bottom 4 right now, OG, DG, WELT, and Genesis Esports. Concerning names. And I really hope Genesis Esports this time in the Group A is going to be doing a lot better. Because when we saw them in the Group A last time, man, oh man, they were terrible. As of now, Nebula Esports, they have just been the all-rounders. No matter what sort of map you put this team in, Nebula Esports will always perform. And if you talk about just the map Miramar itself, the best performing team so far in this BMPS 2026 has been Reckoning Esports and Wyld Fangs.
Well, that's a very interesting stat as well, because when we talk about stats like that, they actually gotten themselves 44 points, but it's actually tied between 3 teams. It's Reckoning Esports, Wyld Fangs, and Seoul in this map. However, placement-wise, Reckoning Esports will top them with 20 points, but in terms of finish points, Seoul is the highest out of 3 with 30 points out of the 44 in these 3 games.
Seoul, as usual, just relying on those straight-up instincts, hunting down teams, and it's been working out pretty well.
You know what? Now, from the perspective of Vasista Esports, you can see that they are actually at a loss of words. They look kind of lost right now. I was like, wait, there's nobody. Like, is this how Picado finally looks like?
Yeah.
We haven't seen anything around Picado but, you know, taking those fights against REVENANT XSPARK, but okay.
Seven Gods, I mean, their performance as well has been pretty nice. This is one of those teams that none of us really expected to perform, right? Seven Gods, when we saw them for the first time, man, we all thought, okay, it's just another team. They're probably going to be struggling, but no. Every single person from Seven Gods, they are definitely the known players, but this combination to work out so well, none of us expected. And right now, look at them, topping the charts, right next to Nebula Esports, with 14 points. REVENANT XSPARK on the 3rd, Victoria Sumus on the 4th. And Seoul, as usual, just pulling off their shenanigans. Seoul sometimes are just extremely good. In some games, Seoul is just figuring things out, experimenting things. And right now, it feels like Seoul is definitely using these grounds as the testing grounds.
Yeah. Well, it's too early to say this as well, but you might be right. They have been experimenting for the past 2 weeks here. But this 3rd week, first game, obvious target onto his OG. They never dropped towards Rozok. But we've seen it happen in Grind BGIS. They've done it to OG, they've done it to Victoria Summers, and they've won all their fights. The fight just now went in the hands of Seoul, but they were third party, and that's the reason why they just couldn't get out in time. Especially with 7 gods coming in the perfect timing of third party, which I think kind of threw them off as well, because nobody really rotates this early on. And 7 gods, what surprised me was that they were confident enough to actually take advantage of the situation, like, oh, there's a major gunfight. Oh, it's only 7 minutes. Oh, let's third party. We are not going to be expecting a fourth. And I really like that discipline coming from them. At least they read the situation well from the map of Erangel, but for Miramar, it's going to be a completely different playstyle, I would say.
I like the fact that they're not scared of taking fights. That's the main thing. Usually teams, when they step inside a group like this, they start breaking a sweat. They start struggling. They start overthinking a lot of their scenarios. But a team like 7 Gods, no. They pretty much stick to their main strategy. They pretty much stick to their ideal strategy, and it's workouts. And right now, 7 Gods is currently in the top 2. Then you've also got a few names like White Walkers amongst the mix. And White Walkers, if you look at the lineup, it is definitely a brilliant lineup. They've got Anush 2OP as well back in the playing 4. And when you look at that lineup, it definitely does tell you that even they possess firepower. But still, for some reason, we're not able to see that insane spark in them.
Yeah, I agree. But as of yet, just now, Victoria Summers, they are pretty much stocked up in the middle. They do have a lot of ammunition, but for Team Tamilas, seems like they are reverting to their old usual strat. Try to get center as quickly as they can and book it, no matter what. They weren't able to do so in the previous game. They were edged up all the way through, but this time, it is back towards what's working for them for the past 2 weeks. And hopefully it's going to be for the better. They are able to navigate themselves almost towards near middle, but right now, near center is in the hands of REVENANT XSPARK and Victoria Summer, so they have to be a little bit careful on whether or not are they going to get third party, because slowly but surely teams are grouping up. You do hear a lot of far away shots here. Sensei seems like he is going to take shots, and guess what? Team Tamilas is going to take advantage of that. Sensei, oh my goodness, that was so unlucky.
How do you not sense the back lines? How do you not clear it? You're out in the open, you should check the surrounding first. Wyld Fangs breaking a sweat. The IGL himself now gets broken off from the team. And now with the 3-man squad for Wyld Fangs to do anything, it seems like it's going to be a tough pill. But Wyld Fangs, all they need to do is just get 5 points off of this game, and that's going to be more than enough. The average is achieved. But still, they can do whatever they want. Vasista Esports has up now, taking a fight against a team that's there in the close proximity, and converting this fight's going to be a tough one. WELT Esports is not a team that's going to break down like that, and especially when you've also got REVENANT XSPARK in the clotheslines, it's going to be even tougher.
Yeah, small little revenge here from REVENANT XSPARK. They are setting shop to try to punish them, but no direct head-to-head here. They did get the knock, and they get the 3 knocks. The big question here, Trace goes in for fadeaway shots, but Vasista Esports will re-rotate away. But now, speaking of which, Circle. Now, center is going to be in the hands of Wyld Fangs alongside with REVENANT XSPARK and Victoria Summers. And a lot of teams are trying to actually push into his center here. And Minas is going to be a very tricky circle to play. And I feel like Victoria Summers is still going to be one of the biggest threats just because it's the highest point inside this zone. But again, if the circle shifts east side, great for Victoria Summers. This is going to be a game, big game for them.
It indeed will be. And just look at the amount of teams that are there inside of the circle. A massive splash of colors. Way too many teams just accumulated around the center. And there's going to be so many fights breaking out soon. I just can't wait for them. Genesis Esports, be careful, you might just catch a few strays. At least they found themselves a decent spot to play with around Minas Generalis. It's not the best spot, but at least it is something to stay safe. And Victoria Sumus around the close proximity of Reckoning Esports. And Reckoning Esports is not going to be doing anything just yet.
But as of yet, Genesis, they seem to be lacking in terms of mobility as well. They've only got 3 vehicles. They can't really make a little bit of a mad dash here. Seems like the pacing of the game has pretty much slowed down. Everybody is playing a little bit more calculative and disciplined now. As we know, in the community as well, we've always been talking about consistency being key. And this time, everybody is playing it very, very safe. We haven't been able to spot out some kind of habits yet, but I'm curious to see how Nebula actually takes this approach because they are a little bit late to the zone. So they have to definitely adapt on the fly here. Most of the power spots has been taken away, but this time, sharing beside them is going to be Divine Gaming. And it seems like Nebula Esports might just not be able to find an easy entry point here if they decide to push up.
Yeah. Just driving around this slope. Nebula is trying to collect some intel. And Nebula knows the surrounding lines are filled up with too many foes. Even if they missed up once, problem will instantly occur. And right now, you've also got REVENANT XSPARK taking those shots against Seoul. Even REVENANT XSPARK, if they slip up even once, it's done for.
I'm genuinely surprised why REVENANT XSPARK wasn't committing those shots. That was a freebie down there for Seoul. But considering that, looking at Payne's ammunition, now it makes sense. 175 bullets is still on the tippity top. There's no reason to take shots yet, even though it is 3 points. They need to set the stage for the circle. Seoul was able to scout them out, so they are going to back out. But it seems like the circle is going to force them down south in towards Truck Stop instead. Minas is still in play, but REVENANT XSPARK has the highest point in this game now. Victoria Summer's pretty much losing control of the north side, so REVENANT XSPARK, this is the perfect time to zone people out.
They're now going to be in a lot of problem and a lot of pain. Genesis Esports, be a little bit careful, a few teams around you. And as you mentioned, the circle shifting away from REVENANT XSPARK now just creates even more problems. They might just need to readapt and readjust. While if you look at the center of the circle, you've got 7 Gods once again in the smack center. Genesis Esports around the off-centric side. H4K as well on the southern side. Wyld Fangs making a bit of a late game entry. Divine Gaming and Vasista Esports next to each other. Probably one of those fights that's going to be brewing up soon.
Tricky spot to be in for Vasista Esports. They haven't exactly found a space yet, but again, everybody's just waiting for something to happen. But seems like Wyld Fangs Golden, he's pretty much left stranded. Force the prone his way on top. They are finally going to find him out as well. He is going to try and jiggle his way through. Eventually runs out of ammunition, gets hunted down, and Victoria Summers will take him out. Wyld Fangs seems like they are in shambles, while on the other side as well. So once again, finds OG out of nowhere. Aru first to be taken out. What is going on?
Finding those isolated duels without even breaking his sweat for Seoul. That was just a gifted elimination point, and Seoul's going to take that, reap the benefits. OG messing up. Now down to just a 2-man squad, and OG cannot even go for the extra bit of shots because they know they just don't really have enough men to actually defend against Seoul.
Is it me or is it just timing? Like Seoul finding OG twice in a row. First was a drop clash. Now, again, going on hunt. Their first pick is OG. Did they actually study them?
Not sure. Not exactly sure. Or it might just be coincidence as well.
Yeah, it's just the second time, right? Let's see the third game. I might be wrong, but let's just keep it up in the air. But meanwhile, inside the zone, H4K in the middle. 7 Gods on the east side. Genesis also finding a little bit of space here to kind of equalize. They are going for the 2-2 split to try and box teams in from the west side. So they most definitely have heard all these commotions here from Seoul and OG. As they're about to go for the wrap up here, Legit was able to find the knock. And this time the push is going to come through OG. They have to be prepared for this.
Yeah, defending this down is going to be a tough one. Especially with losing out on a man like that. And now you've only got 1 man to try and defend it. This seems impossible. You see the 2 men of Seoul just straight up pouncing atop of the opportunity. This is such an awkward duel. And I think he's just going to back away. Heads on top of this entire compound, but even that's not going to make a difference. As Seoul, they wipe out the remnants of OG. OG eliminated from this game with next to none points. That's going to be heartbreaking for the fans. And looking at the circle shift, it's going to be shifting right in the court of Genesis Esports.
Yeah, H4K as well in prime position. Same can be said for REVENANT XSPARK on the northwest corner with the high grounds. But so, again, a second time shutting down OG. Meanwhile, on screen, Meta Ninza, however, sees the back of Genesis, gets the knock through. Zap getting picked off. And here comes Viper with the bounce back as well to slow down the tempo. Apollo's getting knocked means Meta Ninja needs to go in for the reset. But Genesis makes it into the zone with 3 players. And I think they have to be content with that.
And it's not just that. You've also got Divine Gaming and Vasista Esports potentially locking horns. The old friends now turned rivals. Divine Gaming. Oh my god, Vasista Esports. They're actually busy taking a fight with someone else. It's going to be Reckoning Esports under their sights. And that man gets executed publicly. Vasista Esports, there's just too many teams surrounding them in this spot. They cannot even break free.
This is going to be a little bit of a tough spot here. They need to push through, but they just don't seem to find a way as well. They're still getting blocked here by Divine. It has been the longest block ever. Divine Gaming, they're hoping for a potential third party. But even they themselves can't really push up with REVENANT XSPARK boxing them in from the back. So they are waiting for somebody to make a little bit of slip up here. Knight, you can see, as soon as he picks up, try and challenge Vasista Esports. Fadeaway shots from REVENANT XSPARK pressure.
Oh no!
Through, but Vasista Esports, they finally go in for the slam.
Oh my god, that vehicle, it bubbles up, and because of that now, Vasista Esports, they might just be eliminated from the game. Beast is completely done for. Second man as well, even Ronnie gets confirmed. Vasista's down 3 players, and that last man, he's got no other option than to just run away from this entire pack. Divine Gaming got gifted few free points, and they reap the benefits from it. While Vasista Esports, man, what a big mess up. What a big turnaround it was. We all thought that Vasista Esports can actually back away. Strategies could have been a lot better. But Vasista Esports, that one little vehicle flip, it just crumbled the entire game. Blue's going to be on the move. It's going to be doing a lot of damage as well. And Vasista Esports, they just can't do anything.
Oh, what a mess up here from Vasista Esports. They were hoping for a Hail Mary. They were hoping for a third party. Nothing came. The zone forced them to push through, and Hector now has no choice but to play for some sort of placement points, which in this case, it's not happening. 15 teams remaining with absolutely 0 points here. Hector has no choice but to deny the points in the zone. Meanwhile, on the east side, White Walkers finally ready to try and push inside the zone. And they are going to get shot. Team Tamilas finds the opener. Anush to OP and Beast getting taken out. And now Team Tamilas, they have to make a break for it. The zone is coming in. It is going to hurt. And White Walkers can't seem to get the reset as well.
It is going to be a big problem. Especially with 2 players down, and now you've only got Dream standing, and even the Blues on the move. White Walkers, too many troubles just crumbling on top of them at the same time. And Dreams, he's going to try to make the run for his teammates. No, instead, he's making the run for the circle. WELT Esports over peeking that angle, almost got punished. The man's knocked out. Confirmation is still pretty far away. WELT Esports, they will be able to get that revival on the fallen comrade. Team Tamilas this time around the edges. They do not have to center the circle anymore. Let's see if they can really convert a good game now. WELT Esports, getting the revival on that man's going to be the most quintessential thing, and that's what they're busy doing. Team Tamilas, they start losing out on players. This time it's going to be Mr. IGL breaking a sweat, completely taken down. Big struggles. AimGod as well, he's trying to create a flank angle all the way out from the blue, but he's also taking too much damage from the back. He cannot sustain that spot for too long.
Oh my goodness, this stalemate is helping. Is not helping them at all. But guess what? Third Nebula also going to be joining the fight. Team Tamilas, they're in shambles. They're getting pinned. And with the zone coming in, they have to wrap things up. Reaper looking for the opener, finds Phoenix, looking for the second, but misses the shot. Nomi is able to salvage the fight. And just like that, they have to go for the reset right now. Stage 5 zone already right on the tails of Nebula Esports. Well, they will help dismantle Team Tamilas, but they're not over yet. They are going to try and gobble them all these points. Phoenix will bleed out to the zone. Ardi forced to defend, and Goku finds another Welt. Just like that, they clean out Nebula.
Brilliantly done from the side of WELT Esports, just scooping up all those points. And there was also a man from Wyld Fangs who tried to reap the benefits, but even he gets shut down. WELT Esports, they get away with a lot of finish points from that fight, but they also dig their own graves. As now it's just Sham standing. And Sham now needs to find a way to make it inside of the circle safely. And I don't see a safe breaching point in the zone right now.
Oh,
the Blues just going to be chipping away even more damage, and Victor Sumus on the edge. They're on the right side.
At some point, the 3 teams must have realized there's no way they're getting out here. They had to take the fight. The zone is a little bit too late. There's still so many teams alive. And like you said, Victor Summers keeping them at check. We've got 7 Gods keeping them at check as well. Is the reason why they just could not push through. Such a difficult spot to be in here, especially for WELT, Team Tamilas, and Nebula. And unfortunately, they will be the losers for this round. But it seems like the circle is going to be on towards Reckoning once more. It seems like the last player from WELT finally getting spotted out as well. No placement points in play as they also get dismantled.
Hey, but 5 points per game, right? That's what WELT needed. And that's what maybe they've got. But WELT is still lacking a little bit in the overall standings. The next game has to be a compensation for one of them. H4K on the screen. So far, 2 finishes racked up around the southern side, right next to ninza. It does not feel too good, does not look too good either. One of them has to get eliminated right here, right now. Either ninza or H4K. And there's going to be a fight proven up soon. ninza is definitely having evil intentions against H4K, while H4K, I don't think they even know that ninza is going to try to make that pounce against him. They don't have proper intel against ninza, and that's the concern.
Well, with the zone closing in play, well, intel or not, they've got to make a quick decision. Crossing the road is going to be a big problem here, but for Genesis, they've been keeping their heads down low for quite some time. But it seems like they're not looking to try and cross the road first. They are going to try and capitalize on those compounds on the south side here to catch a couple of loose stragglers before they actually cross the road. Knowing that Reckoning already has prime position in center, I guess that's the game plan for Genesis, especially being on this end, the stage of the zone, where gunshots is just flying across here. Seems like mistakes was made. Hunter's actually getting knocked here by Reckoning. And ninza now getting pushed by H4K.
Yeah. And ninza, they've realized maybe it's time to just back away, run away from this spot and try and straight up just book it against the players of Genesis. That's going to give you the best odds of surviving. And Genesis Esports, they're crumbling apart. Gravity falls down. The IGL is now taken care of. ninza now, they've got the maximum man advantage inside of the fight as they've got all the players standing. And for the side of Genesis, it's just one person standing. It's going to be Viper. But I highly doubt his ult's going to be venomous. He does find that first sting. Confirmation maybe still going to be lacking. Another nade tossed out in that same trajectory, and this time it's not going to make a difference. Viper, his ult's going to be pounced on pretty soon. Viper now needs to pretty much just close out these duels as soon as possible. He's taken down pretty low. All it's going to take is one single bullet connection. But Viper, he still refuses to go up as he strucks down another player.
Oh my goodness, Reckoning Esports has been an absolute nuisance here. Finding opportunities and Levi snatching away all those points while they were both fighting. Reckoning Esports has just been making life hell for both Genesis and ninza. Fierce couldn't really even push up as well. All those pixel small windows being spotted out by Reckoning Esports, and that's the reason why Genesis got dismantled initially. And now ninza finally realizes why Genesis Esports has been so passive. It's all because Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, too many teams around them just looking directly at this compound. There's just so many little nooks and crannies that are exposed to a lot of threat. And now Viper once again, pedal to the metal. He's not going to be given up like that. Still wants to shut down the last man of ninza, and Genesis Esports. Eventually, they evaporate into thin air. ninza, they survive the wrath. But is the fight done yet? That's the question.
Well, seems like we have to put that at a pause here on the west side. Proton getting scouted out by Revenant XSPARK. And Divine Gaming pushes up close and personal. They have been pinned by Revenant XSPARK for the longest time, and this time they will bite back. It seems like Revenant XSPARK may have ran out of ammunition, zoning on top of the hill for the longest time. That's why they've decided to back off. And that was the timing here for Divine Gaming to push up. H4K also realizing the biggest threat here is Reckoning Esports right in the middle. Seems like they were the table toppers for a reason. Best performing map in the map environment in the hands of Reckoning. And they're giving us a little bit of masterclass right now.
Fine gaming, there we go, those damage. It's definitely chipping away too much HP on Victor Sumus. But considering the players are too far away, getting anything is going to be impossible. They aren't able to do some critical amount of damage. While Divine Gaming, they're also thinking of repositioning themselves inside of the circle. Omega is in the circle, but he's just around the edges. Divine Gaming is playing for the map control. The only team right now in the circle with a supreme spot is going to be Reckoning Esports. But the problem is going to be the man number.
Ooh, it is going to be a tough spot here. They do have the man numbers though. It's just that, do they have the ammunition considering how much they have been firing the way down south? We haven't caught a glimpse on towards that. But this time, there is going to be a lot of teams going to be slamming their way through. H4K already making their first move for now. Revenant XSPARK next to continue. But they only have 2 players. Trace and Ninja. Still a little bit hesitant to push up. And for some reason, Reckoning Esports being in the center, that's not really a good spot to work with. But for some reason, they've made it work.
Indeed. And if you look at the map, even H4K is now on the move. Trying to make it in the zone. Ninza. Oh no, this is not the ideal choice of vehicle. It's going to blow up pretty soon. It's literally smoking H4K. The man trying to advance in the zone, but now even he's catching too much hurt upon himself. It's Victorious Sumus inflicting a lot of pain and hurt. Wizard as well trying to close in towards his teammate, but too many shots against him. Revenant XSPARK, they unfortunately lose out on a body, and that's going to be Trace taken care of. Revenant XSPARK, they're definitely going to be mad about that one.
Yeah, but at the same time, Ninja is able to find a trade as well. Shadow 7 left behind there, gets picked off, and now Fierce, he is going to go for the slam, but the moment he got in the vehicle, Ninja finds him slacking in the front seat, takes him out. That is going to be a clutch here from Ninja Jod to survive the ordeal, but 5 teams remaining. He's getting fired back. He needs to reposition, and he will be able to do so. But on the east side, Victorious Summers having a little bit of difficulty here with H4K.
Victorious Summers with a 3-man squad. They're just getting troubled by H4K, and for H4K, it's just Naughty standing. Naughty, oh no, he needs to be careful. Too many teams from the side of Victorious Summers. They might just do a lot of damage, and the players now finally find the angle, and that's going to be the elimination of H4K from this game. But they still got away with a decent amount of points. It was not a terrible game. Divine Gaming, now it's time for them to actually make the entrance in the fight. They need to show who are the real bosses. Reckoning Esports, these 3 players next to each other. For them, Divine Gaming is definitely going to be a major threat.
High grounds in favor of Divine Gaming. And they do have the angles to work with. Now the counter needs from Reckoning Esports trying to scare them off. It's going to actually do so. They are a little bit afraid to push up, knowing that if they overextend this, Victorious Summers is going to shoot them from the other side of the map. So it is going to be a temporary stalemate with Reckoning Esports pinned between 2 teams thus far. They do have this very, very nice small little ridge to work with, but technically one well-placed name from Divine Gaming is going to completely wipe the floor with Reckoning Esports. A very unorthodox pit stop for Reckoning Esports has somehow worked out for them this entire game.
The circle has been shifting on top of them over and over again. And Reckoning Esports, all they needed to do was just take shots around them and scoop up those elimination points that lied in the open. And they did that. They might just not have a lot of elimination points, but it's still enough to get that bare minimum and get that momentum in the hands. And right now, Divine Gaming is possessing too much threat. The nade, it's not even going to be close. Needs to find the marker. And then maybe Reckoning Esports can think of doing something, applying that pressure even more on Divine Gaming. As of now, DG is going to be okay. A few smokes lobbed out even from the side of Reckoning Esports to advance a little bit closer to the players of Divine Gaming so that they can toss more utilities.
But look at the minimap. Victorious Summers has decided to split up the forces here with 2 down south and 2 down north. And guess what? They may have made the mistake here. Finds an off angle from Slug. As Scary Jaw gets taken out, they may have just lost the entire defense. And Ninja Jaw, this is prime time to strike right now.
Yeah, but still, even the blue moving from the back, Ninja Jaw might just not be able to squeeze out a lot of value. There's going to be too much pressure on the man. Divine Gaming still driving around the fray. And the man from Revenant XSPARK is already taking too much damage. Ninja Jaw eliminated from the game by the blue. Unfortunate circumstances the man was put in. But Divine Gaming against the boys of Victorious Sumus. Who's going to come out on top? Divine Gaming was able to thread the needle. They found the first knock, but VS now recover. And the moment I say so, Knight's able to find the second knock as well. Scary Jaw's out in the open. He's already taken too much damage. And Scary Jaw was on the verge of falling down. Reckoning Esports, they lose out on 2 crucial men. That leaves Reckoning Esports with just 1 man. Divine Gaming, they know it's their world. And every single foe currently in the lobby is just living in it.
Goodness. Mafia, last man standing, getting spotted out as well. Tries to sidestep his way through, eventually goes down. Omega falling as well. It is now down towards a 2v3. And Reckoning Esports now still has the high ground, but they are on the edge of the zone. They're completely boxed in, and Nice got them completely pinned. But Divine Gaming will clutch the winner chicken dinner, cleaning out the entire lobby itself.
A clinical and a tactical game secured by Divine Gaming. Even though the positional advantage was in the hands of Reckoning Esports, they had the smack center for the longest. Divine Gaming held down the northern side with a wide spread and got this chicken dinner. Nicely done. They were just mopping the floor around the northern side. mopped up every single team that stood in their path, and now look at them. A massive and a solid chicken dinner. This is what you like to see. But you know what? Speaking of the mess-ups, we saw a bit of a mess-up coming through from Nebula Esports. We also saw a bit of a mess-up coming through from REVENANT XSPARK. They were there in the final few moments, but still expected a lot more.
Yeah, at the same time, we did see a little bit of mess up from Genesis as well. Even OG taking a little bit of tumble here. The bottom 4 is going to be unpredictable as of yet. But with Divine Gaming getting a chicken dinner this game, that gives them the shot to retain their spot in the top 12 itself by the end of this week itself. So this is a great start here from Divine Gaming. We've seen them being a powerhouse, a force to be reckoned with all year last year. But this time, they're finally back.
Yeah, they're finally back, and it seems like they're back in form. But I really hope that they're able to maintain this form in the upcoming games and in the upcoming days as well. Because we have seen Divine Gaming crumble. We have seen them switching their playstyle a little bit more, since they like to play it a bit more defensive, a bit more passive. But I really do want Divine Gaming to play with the same aura. I want them to play with the same aggression.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, this game, teams that actually took a little bit of tumble as well, saw one of the dominating teams here for the first 2 weeks now also taking a little bit of tumble. Just could not find a way to push into the zone here. But it's just a hunch. It's just an intuition. It feels like they've studied OG. That's what I'm feeling right now. I hope I'm wrong, but we shall see in game number 3 later on. But for now, Divine Gaming, MVP here is going to be stuck here with 3 finishes. Wow.
Oh my god, look at the damage. He's only got 3 finishes, fine. The conversion wasn't exactly there, but the damage number, that's what's insane. 1,043 damage dished out by Slug all by himself. You've also got Mafia from Victor Sumus getting 4, Rage God as well getting 3, then Levi coming through from Reckoning Esports with 3, and Trace God from the side of Revenant XSPARK getting 3 for himself. Not a lot of finishes on the panel in general, but you do see that sheer aggression. You do see that prowess in these players.
I think it just shows you the difference between how the lobby kind of looked like, right? Like everybody was just getting knocked left, right, front, and center. They just couldn't find space. But Slut, he was able to find 3 finishes. But I think why he's on the top here is because number 1, he's got the damage, but he's got 4 knocks. So basically, he has been making life miserable for a lot of teams. And I'm talking about Vasista Esports. I'm talking about Revenant XSPARK as well, who has been sitting on a high horse on the west side as well. It is kind of split, but if he is the MVP from this game with 3 finishes, it just says that how many of these points is actually split off between all 16 teams.
I know, right? The stats are so spread apart, and that just tells you that the lobby is so technical that every single team right now possesses a caliber to do anything in the lobby. And that's what the best part about it is. That's what Group A is all about. We expected that Team Tamilas might do good in this game. No, that was not the case. Genesis Esports as well now is starting to fumble the ball. It's not looking great for them. Even ninza is not able to do too good. At least they were able to secure a few points, but a few points is not going to be enough if ninza wants to keep themselves in a fighting chance.
Yeah, and even for H4K, surprisingly enough, they were able to adapt on the fly with the situation here, considering how difficult the lobby is, and they were able to give Victor Summers a run for their money. But I'm curious to see how many points they actually got. But let's talk about this final finale as well. We didn't really catch on this glimmer of why Reckoning Esports didn't really push out. It seems like based on the replay, they were out of ammunition to take that fight against Divine Gaming.
That's just quite unfortunate. Match rankings now popping up on the screen. DG getting 20 points. Victor Sumus as well getting 13 points. VS has been really consistent. Reckoning Esports as well getting 10. Revenant XSPARK getting 9 for themselves. H4K with 7. ninza getting 6 points. 5 points per game is the average you're supposed to hold. And right now, ninza is definitely doing a phenomenal job in that. WELT Esports getting 5 points. But in the first game, they only got 1 point. And that's where the main concern lies. Now, WELT Esports, they need to compensate for the previous game itself in the upcoming one.
Yeah, in the bottom half as well, Nebula Esports only getting 4 points here despite a chicken dinner in the previous game. But Seoul only getting 3 points this game has put them on the back seats here. And 7 Gods with 2 points. Also, great run here. Top 2 finish in previous game. Now also taking a little bit tumble. Genesis with only 2 points this game out of the previous one with only 1 point. Wyld Fangs with 2. Vasista with 1. White Walkers with 0. And OG again getting completely flopped out here. 0 points in this game. This is not what I was expecting out of OG.
I mean, we're going to be seeing a lot of surprises in the overall standings itself. And look at that bottom 4. You're going to be seeing Weld, White Walkers, Genesis Esports, and OG once again around that block. This seems like week 1 all over again, right? Inside of the week 1, we had Genesis Esports and OG in the bottom 4, and OG in the latter 3 games pulled off a comeback. But Genesis Esports failed, and that's why they were demoted to Group B. I really hope Genesis Esports this time time will be able to mount a comeback, but even Seoul is now in a concerning spot. What happened to them?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, I mentioned it as well. I'm just putting it out there. Seoul is studying OG. That's what I'm feeling right now. Game 1 was very apparent. Game 2, okay. You know, first knock was actually Aru. So, is it going to happen again in Game 3? I don't know, man.
I just hope while studying, Seoul does not lose their form. That's all I'm going to hope.
Yeah, agree.
Because in the span of 2 games, just getting 6 points, it's not really up to the Seoul standards. I hope in the last game, Seoul does something great, something incredible, and we see a massive chicken dinner from them directly propelling themselves on the first spot. And if that does happen, then you're right. They were probably trying to get a smoke against OG. They were probably trying to keep OG down in the slumbers.
Yeah, it could happen here, but we have to wait for the next game to actually find out, is it going to be happening here for them? But currently, they are on the hot seat. Will they bounce back? Well, we got to stick around to find out here because we are going to be taking a little bit of a short break.
অফসাইড তোর বাড়িতে হবে
ए भाई कुत्ते अबे हमार जाएगा सब लोग लाइन में खड़े छोड़
पहले मैं चल निकल
টিকিট 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 দাদা লাভে টিকিট কোথায়
আছে তো দাদা কতবার কাটবো
করবো লড়বো জিতবো
केकेआर है तैयार नाइट का फाइट कोलकाता का प्राइड
पर्पल में दिल गोल्ड में है जीत केकेआर ऑन रिपीट
नाइट हो या डे नाइट्स आर हियर टू स्टे
चुप एकदम चुप इस बार ये डिनर हमसे कोई नहीं छीन सकता कोई भी नहीं
केकेआर का स्वैग नाउ इन बैटल ग्राउंड
आमी कॉन्करर
आमी केकेआर
डे लेफ्ट लेफ्ट रहा डे पुश பண்ணுங்கடா
अरे यार कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है जाना किधर है
वीडियो ना अयो मचा रिवाइव बन
व्हाट रिवाइव आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड ब्रो
नो 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 नो
यार पहली बार कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग
शूट गाइस मचा
क्या कर रहे हो यार
நீங்களாச்சும் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் கத்துங்களேன்டா
अरे कोई ट्रांसलेटर बुलाओ यार ऐसे कैसे चलेगा
உங்கறால தான்டா தோத்தோம்
क्या करते हो तुम लोग भी
आईपीएल चैंपियन ऑफ सीएसके
मास बचा अयो पाला यस
येलो आर्मी ब्रो
सी लैंग्वेज இல்ல सीएसके இருக்கு மச்சான்
गाइस बंदे बंदे बंदे
कम ऑन அவன சுடுங்கடா
कम ऑन
मैन नाइस शॉट मैन
वेल प्लेड गाइस
या
ब्रो सीएसके स्किन्स
இது நம்ம கொலாபுடா
now we don't need call outs just whistle podu
BGMI ஆடு whistle போடு
Welcome back after that short break. Now it's iSuper Johnny with me on the panel. And just one final game remains for the day and even for this entirety of the Group A today itself. Which means after completing this game, they're going to be playing the first 3 games itself. Which also means that we will be almost done with these teams and they will be done with the 50% of their matches. And looking at the overall standings, looking at the latter half of the board, it's just a concerning thing right now. You're seeing Seoul right there. You're also seeing Genesis Esports being a part of it. And once again, it feels like week 1 all over again. Instead, Seoul wasn't a part of it.
I think it's worse than week 1 because even Team Tamilas are not in the top 8 of the overall leaderboard. They're sitting 9th. So first week's overall leaderboard, it seems like it's been completely turned on its head. OG sitting 16th in the ranking, something we did not expect. And that previous game, it did not make things any better for these teams that are still struggling. Divine gave Insecurity Chicken I think gives them that early momentum to work with. But this last map of Miramar is very important for teams that you mentioned. Genesis, OG, Soul, Weld, all of these teams sitting on the second page need to find those points to recover. But let's see how the story unfolds. We have the last map on our screens, the map of Miramar, and this time we have the flight path, which is going to be a centric one, starting from the Oasis up north, and it's going to end towards Partona down
Johnny,
south.
this time even Team Tamilas isn't doing too good.
Yeah,
they're struggling a bit too much. In the span of 2 games, they've only managed to acquire 10 points. That's going to be the average of 5 points per game. It's understandable that's more than enough to keep yourself safe. But is that really what you expect from the standards of Team Tamilas, especially with the way they've been performing in the first 2 weeks?
Not really, I think. And again, as I mentioned, this is what I started with. The table toppers of the first 2 weeks are not even in the top 8. Difference is not really that much in the overall leaderboard right now, so hopefully with Team Tamilas, if they can secure like a 20-pointer, they should be comfortable inside of the top 4, but that is just a big what-if situation. We don't know how this match is going to turn out. We still see them sticking around on that plane, and I think are going to exit this flight extremely late. We do see a cluster forming in, well, towards the north of La Benedita, and it seems like this time Revenant XSPARK, they do end up getting that early breathing room. No clash against the players of Vasista Esports, and Vasista, they are also struggling, so it's no surprise that they're not going for that early fight.
But it's kind of weird, though. Revenant XSPARK is the one to avoid that drop clash, right? Even though they were the one to win those over and over again against Vasista Esports. Revenant XSPARK has always had the upper hand against Vasista.
Yeah.
But for some reason, just forfeiting that entire spot away, I'm not a big fan of that. Revenant XSPARK should go for the drop clash.
They've still gone for Picardo.
What?
Revenant XSPARK.
No, dude.
Well,
they're around Minas Gerais Graveyard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, just north of Graveyard. My apologies. I thought they were going to head there, but yeah, kind of an early, awkward exit, I guess.
Yeah.
And Vasista Esports also just end up moving towards, well, the northwest of Los Leones.
They are in Picado right now.
Yeah.
And speaking of Los Leones, you've got Team Tamilas, Wyld Fangs next to each other in the proximity. Team Tamilas and Wyld Fangs, will they cross paths? That's my question. What? Sujil! Oh my god, a vehicle just passed right next to him. And he's still alive, by the way. He did not even break a sweat, did not even move a single muscle. He knew if he stays alive, his team is going to be out of danger.
Well, he just has to thank his stars that he did not get spotted out over there. Things could have just gotten worse for H4K. It seems like Reckoning Esports, just with the basic loot, are just charging forward. Wizard hasn't spotted out. Numbers against him in no way. No magic trick can make him disappear from the crosshairs of Reckoning Esports.
I mean, we saw Sujil surviving that, and now this happens. He barely survived, and H4K should have learned that lesson. They should not have messed up with Reckoning Esports in such a way. And look at that, another man from H4K. They're just out in the open. What is H4K even doing? What are they even thinking?
Also, apparently, it's not just Reckoning Esports that's picking away off the players of H4K. Noddy up north got shut down by the side of Seven Gods Esports, so that 4-man widespread drop in the middle of nowhere going for the smaller compounds does not really work out too well for H4K. As soon as the game begins, the one man that somehow by a miracle avoided getting run over is the only man surviving for the side of H4K. There he is, Sujil on a run for his life.
One last man. We all know how exactly Sujil survived. He was in that little bush trying to pretend that he was the one who was the bush. But now looking at Sujil running for his life, it does not feel good. H4K is going to try to play it as passive as possible. And now, with things not exactly their way, they have to play it extremely passive, especially Sujil. Man, oh man, you cannot imagine the amount of pressure that's going to be on his shoulder. It's also the last game of the day, and we all know Group A is going to be completing 50% of their matches today itself. Tomorrow is going to be the last day for the Week 3, so the pressure right now is going to be all-time high on H4K.
Yeah, it's not just them. H4K at least did just get promoted to this group, so even if they somehow manage to stick around inside of Group A, they're going to be happy with it. I think more pressure on the players of Genesis, OG, WELT, who are still there in the bottom 4. Genesis and WELT having somehow managed to get promoted back to Group A from Group B. And not a great start to their journey. This, as we mentioned, I mean, Week 3, you have to try and end yourself in a preferable group. Otherwise, Week 4 is just playing for placements.
Looking at the zone once again. So at least one thing is clear. Wyld Fangs and Team Tamilas are not going to be locking horns. Seven Gods is moving a little bit around the boys of Vasista Esports. Definitely moving a little bit closer. But once again, I don't think they're going to be locking horns either. Vasista Esports is going to be having a safe exit outside of Picado. Smooth sailing. I really do want to know what sort of conversation REVENANT XSPARK had with their coaches. But it definitely feels like REVENANT XSPARK did not really want to lose even that one single player in the initial fight.
Pretty much, but now a reset is going to be forced on the players of REVENANT XSPARK. I think that early breathing room, we'll have to see how it works out for this new roster of REVENANT XSPARK. But before that, a little bit of a recap of how things went down for H4K. And that's a long distance spray with the red dot as well. Quite unfortunate Naughty got picked off over there.
I mean, you just really start to question yourself. Why was H4K so uncoordinated?
Yeah, just all over the place on the initial drop.
And it's not even like they're inside of the compounds. They're just out in the open, waiting to be slaughtered. And Reckoning Esports was just casually driving by. They found those two players, instantly eliminated them. Not learning from the lessons, and that's what has really costed them. For Seven Gods Esports, in my opinion, this is probably one of the most surprising teams in this entire group. We never expected them to perform such a way, but right now their performance is incredible.
Yeah, Mooks, Ninja, Rexboy, they've been quite phenomenal. And I think in Group A, as we spoke about it last week, we're talking about again this week, it's just okay to stick around. You don't have to finish in the top 4, you don't have to finish in the top 8. All you have to do is just finish in the top 12. Don't end up in the bottom 4, don't end up getting relegated. And I think Seven Gods, they have been making it work, at least so far in the 1 week after their promotion happened. But Divine Gaming, it seems like an unfortunate turn of events after the chicken dinner in the previous match. Not a great start to their journey in this Miramar, as Slug becomes the first casualty from the side of Divine Gaming.
It's such a classic curse, right? The moment you get a chicken dinner in one game, the next game you're just going to be spoiled. And that's what's happening right now. Divine Gaming's game's already spoiled. REVENANT XSPARK on top of this peak, spraying down anyone that tries to get close. Divine Gaming already with a casualty on their hands. Now converting this game just gets next to impossible. With a 3-man squad, they need to execute a passive game, but Divine Gaming is well known in doing that.
Yeah. I mean, as you mentioned, they are very well known in just keeping things as calm as possible. Not a lot of action, especially in the early stages from the side of Divine Gaming. The only problem is it could at any point just become the center of attraction for the teams up north. Seoul is also there, present towards the north of DG, and Meta Ninja towards the west. But Wyld Fangs on our screens, as you mentioned a few moments ago, we saw them in Los Leones, now looking to exit the city completely. They are looking to move into the fields of La Benedita, but problems in the form of Team Tamilas and Genesis Esports being there. And WELT with a very late rotation from the backlines could be an unpleasant surprise for Wyld Fangs.
The next circle shift is also going to be important, Johnny.
Yeah.
Is it going to be shifting on top of that cluster? Yes, it's going to be the answer. Shifting down south on top of Los Leones and also that cluster. So many teams around the centric part. Team Tamilas, Vasista Esports, even OG is going to be part of it. Wyld Fangs, Genesis Esports around the outskirts. And then you've got a lot of teams just outside of the circle. Meta Ninja being one of them. And speaking of Meta Ninja, right now, right against the players of Seoul. Catching that man trying to fade away. Those shots not exactly precise, but Knuckle, it seems like he's already got the barrier set up. And he's going to run in the open arms of Knuckle. Confirmations instantly falling away. Meta Ninja, how do they start to break apart like this?
That's the same question that I'm thinking to myself right now, because we just saw one man from the side of Meta Ninja. Shadow just showed up out of nowhere, ends up giving his life to the players of Seoul as well. And now Meta Ninja are stuck playing on the back foot. 2 players remaining, not a lot of room for them to work with. They make a mad dash for the center of the circle, but as we saw a few moments ago on the map, there's a massive cluster already waiting for them on the other side.
Seoul
it's not going to be easy.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but Seoul is just so brilliant with these execution.
Yeah.
Knuckle was already right there in the front, setting up a barricade. And the moment that Meta Ninja tried to back away, Knuckle was just spraying him down. And at that point, you just got to feel bad, because they're just running like headless chickens. You cannot even fight back in that scenario. From the back, you've got 3 players shooting at you. From the front, there's 1 man, and you're only 2 players trying to back away.
But look at Team Tamilas though. Week 3 not really off to a great start for them. Just 10 points from the first 2 games, as we mentioned. Mr. IGL knocked out in this fight against Wyld Fangs as well, but Justy should be able to get the revive going. I can sense he's way too close for comfort over here. Doesn't have anywhere to go, but can seem to... Well, it's possible to try and catch the players of Team Tamilas off guard.
Team Tamilas. Looking down everywhere. Collecting intel, collecting info. Meta Ninza. With only a 2-man squad, you see that 1 man isolated, separated. But I feel like this is one of those moments where they need to play together. Reckoning Esports on the screen, all the way back in the blue. Even they're trying to pull off a rotation, Johnny. Reckoning Esports, they will find a clear breaching point, but not a good slot inside of the circle. That's the problem.
Yeah, they just have to play from the edge. There's no other option available for them. And it's been a very slow early rotation, early game rotation from the players of Reckoning Esports, tanking almost entirety of the damage of Stage 2. And Stage 3 is when we finally see them be a part of the circle. If the circle doesn't take a shift towards the west, then Reckoning Esports, they're going to be forced to stay on the move. But fortunately, this time for Reckoning Esports, the circle favors them ever so slightly, and they will be allowed to just find a spot to work with towards the edge, just stay back, heal up, and then look for any position of cover they want to move in.
It seems like Vasista Esports are literally the zone magnet. Once again, the circle just shifting in their direction.
I was just about to say that when we saw the Stage 2 shift, because
yeah.
I want to ask you this. We have seen Vasista consistently do well if they are favored by the zone. In matches where they are proactively required to rotate are the ones where we see Vasista taking an early exit. So this could very well be their game.
But you know what, Johnny? Recently, Vasista Esports has improved by a lot. We are seeing them take those fights, and that's probably one of the biggest improvements. And since they've also got such a stacked lineup, they're actually winning those fights as well. And that is one of those changes we've been asking from Hector for the longest.
Yeah.
Since he was playing so defensive with this lineup, they were not even able to secure that many points that were needed to actually put themselves in those good spots. But the moment they started taking those fights, all the shortages of points, it's now compensated. Team Tamilas, I'm going to be worried about them right now. Because in the first couple of weeks, teams were not exactly caring about playing this sweaty. But right now in the week 3, things are way too sweaty.
For sure, I think everyone's just try-harding their best. And of course, why not? Every single promotion gives you something to look forward to. If you are in Group D, promotion means safety for the survival stages. If you are in C, promotion means an opportunity to be able to fight for the semi-finals. And for Group A, all you gotta do, as we mentioned, just stick around in the top 12 and you get an opportunity in the last week to fight for a direct spot in the grand finals. That has never happened before, if I'm correct.
And you know what, Johnny? You know what? Yes, I do believe that grand finals are probably going to be the most important thing. And that's what everyone is eyeing out for. So from the Group A, as you mentioned, the top 8 directly heads on towards the grand finals.
Yeah.
But you know what I was trying to focus on was Seoul. The moment they start taking business seriously, look at them playing so well. It's like everyone is just well-oiled. They're just coordinating so well.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the problem, right? You look at the roster and the teams that are there inside of Group A, and it's very difficult to tell who's going to fall apart and who will be the one dominating the lobby. Team Tamilas, for example. Who would have thought 2 weeks in a row we're going to see top-tier performance from Team Tamilas? And even right now, 7 gods, really unpredictable inside of this group.
Johnny, look, I agree Team Tamilas has been playing really good.
Yeah.
I'm not taking away the credit from them. But let's agree with this fact as well, that since it was just 2 weeks at the start, and it was quite the opening week as well, and inside of the Group A, there's not really enough motive and intention for the teams to try hard. For Team Tamilas to dominate, it got even more easier.
I mean, but it's still a competition, right? Everyone's expected to try hard.
I mean, yes, teams were trying hard maybe in the first week, and Team Tamilas did really good there. But I still believe, man, there's not enough incentive for the teams to actually try hard. And right now as well, they just need 5 points per game to avoid that bottom 4.
I think if you're looking for incentive, then we need to go back and check in with the team that is still there in Group B from Group A. We just left one behind. 3 were able to bounce back.
Yeah. And speaking of incentive, right now, Genesis Esports have got every single one in the world.
Yeah, not heading back to Group B.
Yeah, they need to push themselves outside of that bottom 4, no matter what. You do not want to be relegated, my boy. But as of now, Seoul, Johnny, look at this. Seoul is getting crashed on. And this does not seem like it's a good look at all. Revenant XSPARK is actually just turning the odds in their own favor and somehow converting this fight. Goblin, the only man left alive. We were just talking about how Seoul and how well coordinated they were, but now this happens to them.
You said that they were well coordinated. I said we can never say what's going on with these teams. Then again, this is the exact reason why. Very unpredictable. Seoul, yeah, well coordinated in one moment, and the very next moment they are forced to take a 1v3 against Revenant XSPARK for some reason.
Revenant XSPARK is just so good. This is what happens when you do not have an iQOO, and you've only got 4 assaulters with straight up raw firepower. And you know what they did? They did not even think twice. They just straight up took their vehicles in between Team Seoul and wiped them out. That's what you call maximum aura farming.
Hey, but let's see if they are able to survive this onslaught from the players of Genesis, though. And it's going to be an instant third party. Revenant XSPARK, they have found a reset opportunity. The HP bars are quite decent, but Genesis in a position from where they can actually lob a lot of utility, put pressure on the players of Revenant XSPARK. Ninja needs to be cautious. Oh, still alive, still surviving, but the HP bars on the players of Revenant XSPARK are not looking too good, Necro.
Hunters is taking down low himself, and even Blue's going to be doing too much damage. Revenant XSPARK, they're also falling apart. But there is also a third party coming through from the sidelines. Revenant XSPARK eliminated from the game. You know what, Johnny? I'm the curse. It's me. The moment I say something good about the team, they're just getting wiped out.
Yeah, first it was Seoul, now it was Revenant XSPARK. Incredible firepower gets destroyed by the team that's sitting 15th. Well, they move up to the 13th now. Welcome to Group A, everyone.
I know, right? Expect the unexpected, my friends. WELT Esports. Oh, taking those shots on Genesis. But you gotta feel bad for Revenant XSPARK. There was also WELT Esports constantly shooting at them while they were trying to take this fight.
That is true, and but I think that wouldn't have changed the result. Genesis already had the upper hand. 4 players drop to less than half the HP means every single player goes down in just 2 shots to the body. You don't even have to connect those headshots.
Yeah, and especially with shotguns, it's just going to take you 1 shot.
Yeah, pretty much.
Next circle has to be shifting on top of Vasista Esports, right? I mean, it's been following up that trend. It has to shift top left once again, and there we go. Shifts up north, Vasista Esports, they find themselves in a decent spot. There's also a man from Divine Gaming right there inside of the circle, but even Genesis Esports is now going to be benefiting themselves from this zone.
For sure, but Vasista Esports now, that is a decent spot to work with. All the way towards the northwestern quadrant, in fact, the northwestern edge of the play zone right now. They know the position of 7 gods, and I believe with how eager the players of Nebula Esports can get, Vasista Esports might as well have spotted them out over on the western edge as well. And Vasista, they have a compound to work with. This is such brilliant position to work from, at least for stage 5.
On his 2 OPs down low. White Walkers. This is another one of those teams that we never expected to do so good. Right now, they're not doing good.
That's what I wanted to say. Just don't praise them too much right now.
You know what? I'm not even going to say I hope they make a comeback. You know what? I hope they die here. Let's see if that's actually Let's see if that's actually going to work out. Oh, no.
Oh, well, he's not completely finished off. He will get finished off, but still managed to cross that crossfire setup that was there. White Walker is still 2-man strong inside of the play zone. Well, not inside of the play zone. They still have some distance to cover. This is very difficult for them to execute, actually.
Yeah, they have to go through Reckoning Esports, even worse. Reckoning Esports right now busy taking a fight against Wyld Fangs. White Walker spotted Reckoning Esports. Oh my god. They've got a free shot. Veyron's out in the open. Even the other man's going to be right there around the spectrum. White Walkers, they're on the verge of walking into a grinder. The first man already gets grinded through. The second man as well. He's down low, barely surviving on a sliver. And Wyld Fangs now shifting their focus even on Reckoning, as White Walkers has been eliminated from the entire game.
As you mentioned, they ran into that meat grinder between Reckoning Esports and Wyld Fangs, and White Walkers just annihilated in a blink. But Reckoning Esports, by the way, playing a very peculiar spread along that southwestern edge. Two players proactively looking to engage into Nebula Esports, while two individuals are just in the backlines holding and defending against Wyld Fangs.
Oh, Johnny, look at this. Reckoning Esports now taking a fight against Nebula, and what a nade!
Brilliant.
Devastating, harmful nade for the players of Reckoning Esports, and now 3 players are already taken care of. The last man, even he's not going to stand a chance. Nebula, some quick work against Reckoning Esports, and let me be honest and clear, Reckoning Esports' best map is Miramar, by the way, and they lose a fight in such a fashion, that's not a good look.
But Reckoning Esports still inside of the top 6, not too far away from the top 4 bracket, so hope will still be there for them for tomorrow. Nebula Esports, I think at this point, if you are anyone that's not inside of the top 8, you are just hoping that Nebula has as big of a game as possible so that tomorrow you are still in a fighting position when you start Rondo.
Circle now, this time shifting right next to Victor Sumus. And Johnny, this is the maximum advantage.
Yeah.
VS, what else can you ask for? There's also going to be OG right behind you, and even OG's barely squeezing themselves inside of the circle. So there's a chance we might see a fight happening between VS and OG.
I think before that, OG will be required to clear the backline. So WELT, if they decide to push this ridge, OG needs to take them out. Otherwise, WELT gets into a position from where they can actually lob the nades into those houses.
True.
But towards the southern side, Wyld Fangs missed out on the fact that Reckoning Esports just disappeared from their sights. Nebula Esports show up knocking on the door. Wyld Fangs Sensei knocked out. 2 players on the high ground, Kana and Spraygod, still holding their position, but Omega...
Oh my god, what?
Almost clutching that 1v3. Man, oh man, that was close.
How was he even allowed to survive for that long? I can't even believe it. He almost took down all the 3 players, and it felt like everyone from Vasista Esports was just potatoing.
But if you look at the stories of the man that took him down, it's Peace that found the finish onto Omega. So unfortunate.
If you think about it, Vasista Esports and Divine Gaming, they don't really go along each other, right?
Yeah, they do.
Hector, Omega, Beast, Omega. It's like Omega's just got all the smoke.
I mean, in that particular fight, he wished he had a few smokes to work with. Maybe he could have actually clutched it out, but that pile-up from Vasista Esports, too difficult to beat. WELT, though, we were talking about them a few minutes ago, Necro. Finally on the move. I think they found a little bit of space right on that eastern edge, but not enough to work with. Although on the other side of the ridge, it's Genesis. And as they try to make that mad dash into the play zone, they are going to get caught off guard by the players of WELT and by OG.
Yeah, Johnny, Genesis might just face the same fate they did in week 1.
Don't say that, please.
I mean, look at them. They're not even able to get any sort of points. They're struggling to get even 1 point.
You know what? I'm focusing on the fact. I'm focusing on that Genesis is just 10 points shy of the 5th position. They can get those 10 points in Rondo tomorrow, hopefully.
They can get those 10 points. And as I mentioned, all you need is 5 points per game. And if Genesis Esports do make it happen, then Genesis Esports are covered for. They are going to be staying inside of the Group A for the next week as well. But right now, focusing on this game itself, Wyld Fangs, they're just getting blown apart. It's Nebula Esports from the back line, supplying a lot of pressure, and from the front, it's going to be Team Tamilas. Molotov utilities, every single piece of util tossed out from the arsenal. And Wyld Fangs now eventually eliminated from the game as well. 4 points in total accumulated.
For Wyld Fangs, that might not be enough, but look at the situation of the overall leaderboard right now. We have Victor Sumus, who are at the top with all 4 intact. We have Team Tamilas with 2 players surviving, but if they can manage to find themselves inside of the top 3 of this match, of best case scenario, top 2, they should be able to take that leap inside of the top 4. Vasista Esports, WELT, OG. These 3 teams, they're hoping for the chicken dinner, but OG could be under pressure as the pile-up from Vasista just fails, and the crossfire from OG is just too good to deal with. all of a sudden, WELT Esports, they're down to the last man, and OG, I think they might have win this fight.
Dragon OP's literally just hiding inside of that smoke. He's got the shotgun to work with. Can he really punish the players? The answer is going to be no as he gets snuffed out. Vasista Esports, even they come in with a quick third party. And now for OG, they also need to deal with the remaining boys of Vasista. Hector was taken out a while ago, but Beast and Ronnie still up close and personal. And OG now with a lot of pressure on top of their necks. Can they really avoid this entire clash? The answer is going to be no. Ronnie gets struck down. That's going to be the first man falling apart as Vasista Esports have been wrapped up in a sheet and sent back to the lobby.
The comeback shut down, and OG is going to be very happy with the fact that it was them that took out Vasista. OG has improved their standings in this match itself. They've moved from the 16th inside of, well, just outside of the top 8, but now surviving this fight against Victorious Sumus. It is going to be of the utmost importance. If OG stays alive inside of the top 3, then at least tomorrow they get to start their journey inside of the top 8 and hope for the top 4 finish. That is where you want to be heading into that final week.
Victorious Sumus. Players on the move, and even the boys are on the move. Once again, playing from the edges, because the smack center is now being held by Nebula. And they just control the massive terrain. Team Tamilas this time, finally a solid game from them.
Yeah.
Maybe not a lot of finish points, but at least they're there in the final few moments. 2 men standing to go up against a team like Nebula Esports. It's going to be a tough challenge. But now OG looking to take a fight against Team Tamilas. This one is going to be catching the players of OG off guard. That man from Team Tamilas, he gets that vehicle, and now he can just back away if he wants to.
He's claimed that finish, and in the backlines, Nebula Esports. Oh no, that split from the players of Team Tamilas seems to be catching everyone off guard. And even though Reaper has been finished off, Team Tamilas, they're not going down without securing a few extra points for themselves. OG, they're down to the last player. Atanki is fighting for his life as Victorious Sumus show up to close this match out. 4 versus 3. Nebula Esports, they are hoping for that comeback, and Victorious Sumus, they are hoping to secure that first position on the leaderboard.
Nebula's got 3 men standing. Unfortunately for Nebula, can this fight be converted? That's my question. There's also a big separation between the players. While Victorious Sumus with all the 4 men up, this fight should be an easy conversion. Phoenix is taken down low, but then you've also got Nomi creating the off angle. And then Kratos in the back lines providing every single piece of cover fire. Nomi is trying to bring out some strategies, trying to be a cheeky man. From the sidelines, maybe find a way to thread the needle. But even Victorious Sumus, they're taking things pretty cautiously. VS hasn't even been overcommitting to a single fight. They have been playing this game so tactically well.
Very opportunistic. I mean, as you mentioned, tactically sound, very controlled, and it makes sense. Victorious Sumus, they are doing quite well for themselves on the overall leaderboard. Both these teams sitting at the top 2, and as we were talking about it during the game, I mentioned right now, teams at the bottom, they will be happy if Nebula actually wins this match. That vacuum on the top creates a lot of volatility down in the bottom, and it allows the teams in the bottom 4 to actually avoid getting relegated to Group B heading into that last week. But this is a 4 versus 3 situation. Victorious Sumus have every single advantage they need to secure the chicken dinner.
The main man is taken down low from VS. From Nebula Esports, they've got their hands on the P90 as well. And that P90 might just help them actually secure the win as well. But no! P90 gets struck down. It's going to be an equal trade on the board as of now. VS, if it's going to be a trade game, VS will come out on top any day. And the man from Nebula now is down to just the one last man. There's one single player left over from the side of Nebula Esports. Nomi now needs to make a name for himself. If he does clutch it out, it's going to be one of the most historical clutches. But eventually he gets taken out himself. Nomi did not stand a chance against the entire force of Victorious Sumus. But still, Nebula Esports got away with a consistent point.
Yeah.
And Victorious Sumus, they got away with a consistent point as well.
What a phenomenal performance being delivered by Venom and Oasis as well, by the way. Look at that. Finishes being taken away from other teams. 3 eliminations secured by Oasis with just 109 damage dished out. On the other front, Venom with 809 damage dished out. 4 eliminations on the board. So overall, Victorious Sumus, this performance was, well, it was a nice run. And I think the chicken dinner kind of should be able to help them take that first position away from the side of Nebula Esports. But I have to say, was Mafia actually trying to nade Nomi towards the end? Just finish him off with the nades.
Yeah, he did. And that nade did not even get confirmed.
He tried twice. Failed both times.
So it's unfortunate, but it's okay.
Yeah.
I guess somewhere down line, VS knew that they've got the man advantage anyways. And this fight's now going to be piece of cake the moment they found those first 2 knockouts. And for Nebula, it was just Nomi standing. This knock was crucial. That's why for a moment I thought maybe Nomi can actually make it happen by isolating the duels. And this was the nade that you were talking about.
Yeah.
That nade flopped, and that's why things just fell apart.
Even before this, he made another similar attempt where he was just trying to nade him at his feet and just finish him off that way. And as you mentioned, as soon as Nomi found that knock, it came down to a 1v2 situation, and we knew Owace was in the backline, so he wasn't really in a position where the support, the cover fire would have been instantaneous had Nomi found the second as well. But Nebula, I think down in numbers, they could only do so much. So not a lot to scoff off about. Still a brilliant run from Nebula Esports. And we have the MVP on our screens, Venom, with a brilliant performance. As we spoke about it, 4 eliminations. Victorious Sumus, calm, cool, and composed throughout the Miramar performance.
I mean, the way Victor Sumus really played that game was just brilliant. Around the edges, they were just constantly hugging the wall, and then later on, slowly and steadily with the circle shift, they were just moving inside of the circle, and they were also wiping out every single piece of potential threat along the way, which was great. And then we also did see that big clash between Seoul, Vasista Esports as well that happened, and Seoul, unfortunately, we all know what exactly happened to them.
Yeah, I think Seoul got destroyed, and after that, Revenant XSPARK, they were the next ones in line to get taken out. That early game chaos, all the big names that were trying to move in late play from the edges did not really end up doing too well. As you were talking about Victorious Sumus, I think one of the reasons why we saw Victorious Sumus just keep their heads down was they start from LSR, and it wasn't really a big rotation for them as well to move inside of the play zone. So they knew the terrain, they knew what breaching points they were required to gatekeep and just prioritize those positions. Nebula Esports, I think again, through the thick and thin of things, fighting constantly, did do really well in this match.
And even this trifecta of death, right? WELT Esports just sending it on top of OG, and then Dragon OP was hiding inside of the smoke. Then Vasista Esports comes in with a third party. They wipe out Dragon OP, and that's how things really went down in that fight. Vasista Esports, they were the one to come out on top over there. And once again, Johnny, concerns do start to rise for Genesis Esports, for OG, because it's been 3 games, performance wasn't exactly there.
OG is still okay. At least OG got a few extra eliminations to work with, right? Within the match, we saw them get outside of that bottom 4. I think OG will be... They won't be inside of the top 8, but they will be like 10th or 11th on the overall leaderboard. But Genesis is not having a fun time.
Hey, at least they got 5 points, right? That's the average they need. But what about the compensation of the previous game, Genesis? That's what matters. Genesis, they also need to compensate for the previous game since Genesis Esports were not able to get a lot of points. So the upcoming game, which is probably going to be tomorrow, they need a lot of points. Not probably, it will be tomorrow. So Genesis Esports, they at least need 10 points in one of the games, and then they can keep on getting those 5 points.
Exactly, and as we move to the second page of the ranking, I think even though Genesis, WELT, and OG, they have done well, one name from the bottom 4 that is still crumbling, it is White Walkers. No points from this game, one of the first teams to be eliminated, and quite scattered towards the southern edge of this map. I think let's just see the impact and the repercussion of this underwhelming performance on the overall leaderboard, where right now in the bottom 4 we have H4K with 10, Seoul with 10, Genesis with 7, and White Walkers with 3.
Oh my god. Seoul in the bottom 4. Did we even dream of this? No, absolutely not. Seoul with just 10 points right now in the bottom 4. H4K is going to be above them with 10, and Genesis Esports with 7 points, White Walkers with 3. Now, if you talk about the potential, it's a lot. And that's what really confuses about Group A. Because you know, Seoul, they have an insane amount of potential. Genesis Esports as well, they have a crazy amount of potential. And anyone can easily just catapult themselves outside of the bottom 4.
Exactly. And there's one more element to this at play, right? Seoul, they are known for their firepower. Genesis is known for their aggression. H4K, to a certain extent, is also a team that's just hungry for those team fights.
Yeah.
First map tomorrow is Rondo.
And Seoul is definitely going to be the one to reap the benefits. And then you've also got a man like Hunters in the side of Genesis Esports, who's probably going to be rising up to the occasion. Because if this time he does not do it, It also means that Genesis Esports will be directly losing a slot to head on towards the grand finals, which will be heartbreaking. Elimination leaders on the screen. Dhruv OG is still going to be on top with 43 finishes. Lobster right next to him with 40. Sarvar right there from Zero Arc getting 36. Jonathan with 36 as well. And Taurus with 35.
There's absolutely no one over here from the side of Group A. That's all I would like to mention.
Yeah.
There are so many stacked rosters in Group A that the competition is very tight. And I think Lobster, considering that the journey started with Group D, I'll be honest, this is my personal opinion, that Lobster, I think, would have definitely been able to secure those eliminations quite easily. Same goes for Dhruv. We have seen these players time and time again. Jonathan as well this week has been amazing as an individual for him. Although I'm upset with Cyrax. I expected a lot more from AX.
AX just has been such a on and off. In some games, AX just does really good. In some games, AX is just completely lost. At least this previous week, AX was doing good. So I'm really happy about it. Even this week, AX's performance was nice. So I am kind of satisfied. So let's just say that maybe in the next week, AX can do a lot better. They're probably going to be going back to the back seats, go to the drawing board, understand what sort of mistakes they made, and they might just be back in a more refined form. The iQOO rankings on the screen. Punk is still going to be on top, but Nebula's Adi is trailing them pretty closely.
But I think if you look at the overall numbers, I like the numbers Adi has been able to put on board. 9.5 average points per game, 10 top 5. Survival time is just about under a minute difference if you compare it to where Punk is. But those 9.5 average points per match, that is what makes the big difference for Nebula Esports and for Adi. They've been very consistent, this team.
And it's not just that, right? They've also been consistent and with this performance in the Group A.
Yes.
So that just adds on the aura even more and respect even more. But the performer of the day, it's going to be the man from Dragonclaw Esports. And yes, at the start of the day, Dragonclaw Esports, the way they were just hammering the lobby, it was like nothing else. They got 34 points, even though they ended the game on the 3rd spot.
Pretty much. Dragonclaw, I think they dominated that map of Rondo and realized, like, all right, as you keep saying, right, you keep advising teams, especially the ones looking for promotion, to go for like 10 to 12 points per game.
Yeah.
And Dragonclaw was like, yeah, we have those 30 points per match average done. Yeah. So we're going to take a back seat, and because of that, we did not really see them on the upcoming next two Erangels. They disappeared, but I think still maintaining a top spot inside the top 4 is nice. As we move to Group A, a set of unpredictable games. I think the only teams that were consistent in Group A were Victorious Sumus to a certain extent and Nebula Esports. Vasista as well, I think that bounce back is something, it's the kind of story for Vasista Esports. One game is going to go well, the other game will be a mediocre performance, and then they'll bounce back in the next one.
I'm just really worried for Seoul now, because I really hope, while experimenting things, while taking things a little bit too casual, they haven't really lost their form.
The last time you got worried about Seoul and their qualification, let's not forget, on a map of Miramar, this team secured 37 points. That was a different roster.
That's what I'm saying,
the roster has changed, but yeah.
If you look at the caliber of every single team in that group, you know they pack so much punch.
Exactly.
They have so much experience. All it takes is just one game to make that difference.
And unfortunately for us, that first match of tomorrow, it's going to be very important. The map of Rondo. I can't even wait for the action. But that is a story for tomorrow. Today comes to an end. My name is Super Johnny. That is Necro. And of course, while the action for this 3rd week has been exciting so far, it will conclude tomorrow. So do make sure to tune in. Until then, take care. Good night. Bye-bye.
Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time. time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. You taking 5, even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city is voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my time, we mile high to get close. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high to get close. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high to get close. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline